Hello there, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 52! Do you know what that means? That means... 1 year! 1 year! Whoa, hey, woohoo! Since I've been doing one a week, 52 means this is the end of my first year of doing this series. Yay, me! And as a special treat for you... we are on a different world. Ooh, ah, oh. What's this world? This is actually the world I've been playing on my Vita. That I keep talking about, even though I keep telling myself I'm not going to keep talking about it. Let's take a look at the map, which apparently I haven't finished filling out yet. I thought I filled this all in. I mean, it's filled in my Vita, of course. So yeah, there's a lot to look at. This is my central base there. It's unpeaceful. I don't want to deal with mobs right now as I'm wandering around, trying to remember where stuff is and what's going on. Difference here is in this one, that goes all the way down. We'll look at that later. So, yeah. In this house, you can tell, I've got different places going, different things. So let's just walk out and see what's what. Here is a chicken farm, chicken XP farm. I wonder if this chicken's alive. I've got a few portals around. Oh yeah. Hey chickens, how's it going? We got any babies up there ready to go? Oh, yep. So yeah, there's just here. Look at that. The tree farm look familiar? Oh, that doesn't look familiar at all. Oh wow, did I do that? Let's go up there. That might be more interesting. So some of these farms you've seen, some of them you haven't. But this was all done over, like I said, 4 years on the Vita. Here's my AFK fish spot. Here is a mushroom farm. See, I labeled all these. Isn't that nice? This is a failed attempt at playing around with the water mechanics. Wheat farm and infant water source. Why did I label this stuff? I really did. So here was my, what's the label say? It's my melon and pumpkin farm. It only has a few pumpkins. Some of these things are hilarious. So, yeah, let's head over here. This is a failed attempt at an automatic cocoa bean farm. Here's the landing platform. You can't even see for my mob farm. You can see it. It was running pretty good. Let's go up here. So this. So originally I had built this as a stairs wrapped around, and you can see it just feeds into a chest. Oh, which I've actually got emptied. But I labeled that, so now, man, it's all this storage here, because this is kind of a general storage location. So let's go up here and see. Yeah, that's right, no automatic water elevator here, you just go up and down. It's a lot quicker than the stairs. That took a long time to walk up those stairs. So what do I got up here? AFK fish farm. Well, of course, because I'm sitting there doing something, might as well get something done. And then I got a chest. Whoops, I want to go down to the next level. We saw a next level, let's go to the next level, because I think it's something that I've built out a couple of times that I was thinking about putting on this current one. Look, see what I'm talking about? Walking around. Oh my god, look how deep this is. There's no quick way. Yeah, this is a quick way to do the stairs. You don't turn around, you just kind of face one direction and turn your joystick. Oh man, it is. So this is a bit of a redstone contraption I came up with to make this an XP farm. So all it does is, it's the drop here is it is a 1x1. Oh yeah, because I wasn't doing spiders. So it's a 1x1 for zombies, witches, and skeletons. And if I wanted to make an XP farm, I just close this up. Or, yeah, close that up. Open this up so I can smash things, get the XP. Otherwise, I can flip the switch and put it back. And I've got a more elaborate design I came up with that will work for the spiders and all this other stuff. And blah-de-blah-de-blah. Let's get back up here. But anyway, I thought it was kind of a cool thing. I forgot that I had built it here, which is kind of funny. Oh, this is harder to do. Oh, it is going to be nighttime soon. Let's get up here. So I need to go back up to get to my water elevator because... just because. How slow this is. Okay, let me hold them down. Oh, one thing you can see... Let me get past the clouds. You can kind of see through the water. Yeah. You see the torches everywhere? They're not everywhere exactly. You can see there's kind of a black spot there. That's because in this world I didn't start doing this until later on, as opposed to my current world where I'm doing it automatic, where I'm doing it right now as I play. This world you also see a lot more cobblestone filling in spaces. I will go ahead and put up the seed on this world if you want. Once again, if you want to play this world, I'm going to say this world a lot apparently, then it has to be, well, PS4, or I guess you could do PS3 or Vita. If you're doing it on PS4, it has to be the classic size, a small size world. So this was a mini village I built because this world didn't come with villagers. Can you imagine? Like, none of them. So my plan was, I thought maybe if I built a village it would spawn. They did not. What's up, Dinnerbone? So I built a little, 10 houses that used to be, I don't remember. That used to be the village size. I don't remember exactly. Here, there's something crazy up in the sky. Let's go look at that. Oh, no, let's go look at here first. And the reason we're going over here first is, where is it? Here it is. Man, you can see so much more on the PS4 than you can on the Vita. You see my castle in the background? So this was about my spawn, my original spawn point. And the funny thing here is these flowers, I don't think I've talked about it before. So for a while there was a bug where every time you spawned, if you had checked off bonus chest, it would put a new one out there. If you broke it and left everything on. And I found out that if you put a flower where it would spawn in a slightly different location. So why all the flowers? Well, simple. This world didn't come with a lot of things. Because it didn't have a village, I didn't have carrots or potatoes. And I didn't know that zombies dropped some of those things sometimes. In fact, I think at the time they dropped... Were they still in feathers? When I started this world, it might have been feathers. But I never played with the mobs, so I didn't know. But by bouncing these around, I used to get tools I could use, or that's how I eventually got carrots and potatoes in my world. Just by kind of cheating the system that was already broken. What's this floating dirt? Random. You get bored. Look, it's a stealth bomber. So my spawn was over there, and this was a giant mountain. I barely remember this. That I kind of crawled over. And then this was a weird little valley. Like, this was surrounded by mountain all the way around. And so I just kind of chose a spot in the mountain to dig in and have my first house. And I eventually dug it out and opened it up into a cave. There's no way I could do an entire tour. This is going to be a part tour. Otherwise, it's going to be like a 3-hour long video of me wandering around this world trying to remember stuff. And it's a small world, but there's so much because it's 4 hours. Here. Okay, this is a bridge to nowhere. Once again, I was bored, and it used to be a mountain. But let's get to the top and see the completely ridiculous thing I built to view from the bridge. Actually, I think I built a ridiculous thing. Did I build... I don't remember which one came first. You can almost see it. I'm sure some of you have already guessed what it is. There's no way I'll be able to do it perfectly, but... I'm too close. Boom! You know, if that's not a thumbnail, I don't know what is. In fact, let's go ahead and turn off. No, I don't want to exit. There we go. Look at that butte. Did I just throw a tool? Probably. It's unfortunately I didn't make it like the Minecraft thing in the tutorial. I didn't flip it around. It only works from this side, and no doubt is a spawn farm because you can see the interior of the R and the B and the P, and underneath the H and in the E or H's. None of those have torches in them. They're just kind of around. But like I've said, you know, many a time, you get bored. Oh, that's right. I had nothing in my hands. So let's look at the map. Where are we going? Oh, let's go to this back corner. So if you look at the northwest, where you can see the jungles, that is the last quadrant of the world that's remains to be flattened. You know, I mentioned before I was working on it. Like every day I would play this game. I'd just pick up the Vita while my kids were watching TV or I was watching TV or whatever, and play. And that was, you know, I stopped about a year ago when I started this series. And I also mentioned I got just random chests full of junk everywhere. And I do. This is a treehouse built on a jungle tree that I just left. I killed all the branches. I don't like them. So now it's just a floating house. You can tell it's the jungle because look, there's a parrot and an ocelot. Man, it's so slow. Oh, there's another parrot. Scared the heck out of me. Okay. What? All right. Well, apparently we've got some floating XP. I killed something. When I first started this series, I was having problems uploading my file saves from the Vita. It just wouldn't take. I tried it again a month or two ago, and it just happened to work for some reason. I think this is the only like snowy biome around here. So this is any snow I've gotten has been from here. No, that's not true. There's another mob farm I'll show you up there that had some. All right, look at this very plain and boring lighthouse. There's one of these on each corner of the world. They're all identical, but they all face a different cardinal direction. You know, basic setup, you know, survival setup. Steps to the top. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Little offset door. It's kind of weird. Mix match, so you can see things around, and then, you know, Netherrack Everlight. Man, you can see so much in this version. It's crazy. If you notice to both sides, I've got a track that... Oh, hey, turtles. Never been on this world before. There is a rail system that goes all the way around the Earth, the world, in addition to having spokes lead to the center. Now, did I leave a card over here? I did. So let's ride it to the next. So I got it right into the spokes. I built that well not knowing what a well was or how to do infinite water source. Mostly because as I flattened this, I still wanted access to some water. You can see a couple of little huts I like to build still. And here's, yeah, the leftover. Whoa, a lot of parrots there. And I'm only slightly nervous about jumping out of this cart because I would fall in, like I've mentioned before, in the Vita version, I would kind of like, sometimes, like here, it's happened several times, there's water underneath here. It'd pitch me underneath the land, and I have to dig my way out. So I've got these portals on each one of these spokes as a quick way in. Oh, I don't have a cart here. And I know I broke some of the carts. I messed up the rail system. Whoops. It seems to work. Pretty sure that works a lot better on this version than it did on the Vita version too. We'll probably run into a cart. Oh, come on, I'm not even close enough. There we go. Alright. Can't break the edge of the world, kids. Hi, kitty. So there's another little thing. Here's the other mob farm I was talking about. Yep, even on the Vita version, the llamas would not, the leads would break when you went too far. Holy cow, there's so many passive mobs here. And like I said, same thing on every side. So let's go to this mob farm. Now this mob farm, if you look at it, I believe it's the same one I built essentially on the Monotonous Minecraft world. Why are there so many animals right here? Woof. So on this one, I'll go up here real quick. Maybe I just... That one is a lot longer. I built this one poorly. Trust me on this. Okay. So yeah, same kind of thing. Falls here. This is a one hit, so I get, you know, it's an XP farm. This is my ice farm. Yeah, look how small that is. Look at the one bone block in the wrong direction. And if I'm, yep, over here, this is my Phantom Hunter. So this version, the Vita version, did get Phantoms before they stopped updating it. Oh, that's so slow. This was built into a mountain too. Like a lot of these things, there's another mob farm in the other corner. We'll see. Just got built. Kind of starting on top of mountains because it was easier. Like I don't have to build as much stuff up. Let's go ahead and run this way because there's some interesting things I want to see along the way. Here is the first interesting thing to see. This, as you might be able to tell, was built from a dungeon or from a spawn thingy, spawny roomy, not a dungeon. I actually lost the dungeon in this world. I found it in two ways and I can't remember where it is. I've had it lost for like 2 or 3 years now. It's quite embarrassing. So I believe I've mentioned how I used to break all the spawners as soon as I found them. But if you look at this, where are we right now? Level 64, which is the level I'm flattening Monotonous Minecraft to. Remember I said before, this is 65, this is sea level. So you can find spawners one level below sea level. What a crazy, crazy game. And you talk about being bored. Hey, look at that notch all the way through. Let's see, if we cut through... Yeah, let's cut through here. Which is why you can kind of see this notch on the map and also see how this quadrant's broken up into 4 different parts that have been taken up. So the building we're approaching is a nice high-rise that was, once again, carved out of a mountain in the middle of the jungle. Like all this stuff was in the middle of the jungle. Now this thing to the right here was another mob farm that I don't remember who I got it from, but it's broken after the aquatic update because of the mechanic it uses to push water. It was held back by, what was it held back by? Pistons maybe? I don't know, whatever. They get flooded in the aquatic version, so it doesn't work anymore. And I never really spent a lot of time over here to collect anything. So I'm sure it can be updated, I just never have. Now here is the remnants of the diagonal tunnels I cut all the way through the world to get to the corners from the center. So I've got the tracks going, you know, north, east, south, west, and then I had these diagonals cut just through whatever was here to get there easier. And then I accidentally built this in the middle of one without realizing it was there, and whatever. And this was a total accident too. This is just a high-rise, except for the ground floor, it's all the same. Stairs leading up. Here I was playing around with colored glass panes, something I didn't used to use a lot of before. That shape is just a random shape. Like I said, once again, got really bored. This is a mob farm, by the way, and we'll see another one somewhere on the world. I got the idea from watching Grian on his Evo, on the Evo server, and it came from Etho, which I built, like I said, a couple times, and I really liked, but it was just, I don't know, too big. Is that guy still in here? So I fixed a zombie up into a villager. Ah, he is still here. Thank you. So like I said, no villagers are on this world. So I had to learn how to heal one, capture one, and get him over here. And I almost had a second one, but he ended up dying in the sun. I was like, no! But I was so proud of myself. Like, after like 3 years of playing this, I finally got one, what are those things called? Villagers. One villagers on the world. And I knew I could expand from there. And that was before the Village and Pillage update, and which obviously the Vita was never going to get. So if I play this game from now on, I probably will play here. My Vita Minecraft days are probably over because I don't trust the uploads anymore. It's not being updated, so I can't really do a lot of testing like I was. But it was fun. I mean, it was a lot of time spent. Oh, look, there's a little kitty ocelot. Whoa. Also another tunnel that was wigging me out. So here, what does everyone need? A maze. I will not embarrass myself by showing you how long it takes me to get through there, because it's a while. So after going through the world, in peaceful, mind you, and destroying pretty much... Here was one of my zombie traps. Because the other thing is that so much of this is lit up, so I had to come to a dark area to get zombie villagers. Anyway, interrupted myself. So going through this world early on, destroying every single mob spawner I could find, when I finally realized you could use one for an XP farm and mend your tools, I was kind of out of luck. Except I managed to find one over here, and you may recognize the style of farm. So yeah, it's a standard one. This is a zombie. It's a zombie one. So not really good drops. There's another hut in the sky for no reason. And you can see a closer version of the Etho Mob Farm. And so many more animals. I feel like I've got more animals here than I do on the Monotonous Minecraft world. Here's my original chicken farm, which... I don't know, maybe it was Skippy6 Gaming. And yeah, I would climb in here and go okay, if I can just edge in just right, I can hit that middle chest. Which was silly, of course. And this would be a garbage can that I never got to work very well. There was supposed to be something on top of it. I'm pretty sure I screwed it up. So we're in this corner, and you can see that I built this. It was once again out of a mountain, which is why it's built so weird. And of course the drops... Here's something funny. If you go over here, you see that the landing pad is a little low. It's because I built it a little low to the ground, and they weren't dying, and witches kept trying to kill me. And over here is a shortcut down into a caving system. I don't remember why I built that, but I did. Another random hut, and this is a cow farm that I can't remember how to operate, but you've seen these before. You know, you throw in the water, you breed them, you hit the button to kill them, and then the little ones grow up and you can breed them again. So the funny thing about the desert we're walking into is there was a lot of sand, because, you know, desert. But I hated sand. So I got rid of most of my sand. And then, years after I did that, much like with the mob spawners, I really wish I hadn't, because now I can barely find glass on this world. Although you can see these are blocks I could turn in. And there was a giant ravine somewhere around here. I can't remember exactly. Now over here... So here was something weird on this world. And I've talked about this in the past. So when we did the updates to the ocean monument or the ocean update, whatever it was before Village and Pillage, I said no new structures would spawn, even though I've seen it in the past. So this is a witch farm, which doesn't work that well because they keep killing my iron golems. But this was built on a... Oh, looks like they're both alive now. This was built at a witch hut that was in a swamp, but the witch hut did not exist when the world was created. It actually spawned in later, even though I had been past this spot. So in previous versions of Minecraft, that was not a thing. Yeah, random dirt block. So So let's go check out the castle, and then we'll head underground. This is super high-tech here. Prepare to be not amazed. Oh, this is a swamp. Look at the gross color. This is the worst. I wonder if a monument spawned under all these things after after that update came in. Alright, let's go to this terrible, terrible castle. I think that I'm sure it was Green, one of his older videos, like years ago, said something about what's the kind of castle you normally build? Blank, boring walls. Hello. But you can tell I was smart because creepers kept blowing me up, so I at least made my doorway bomb-proof. And I've got stuff kind of separated out. This is my sorting system. Here's a bed. Actually, let's go to the Nether next. Oh, armor stands are fun. Here's something fun I learned. If you don't put corner blocks in, the lava will jump out and burn your carpet to the ground. I was very surprised one day. I think you can hear my cats. It's my library. Hi, kitties. How's it going, kitties? These are old ocelot style cats. See, I could do some good decoration. This is not bad. Little netherrack fire. You know, it's nice. It's a little gloomy. It's a castle. What do you expect? So up here we got a giant tower with a burning fire. Slightly nicer, but not much. Oh yeah. What is going on with this? I kind of expected this to resolve itself when it came over, but nope. Here's a bug you don't see every day. So I believe this is my main entrance into the Nether, like the first place I went into. Where is everything? Is there a way this way? No, apparently the way... Oh, there's a way. So I got a tunnel here that's not quite finished yet, i.e. not a tunnel. But the cool stuff, I want to say, is over here. So I'm sure the Nether is tiny, just like, I know, bash, bash, bash. Look how close I came to this. Not bad. Not as good as the Monotonous Minecraft one where I spawned right on. So I got on here, and this is bricked up for a reason. There used to be a path out there. But let's sneak through here. And wham! It is, I believe, a Tango Tech. Yeah, it's a Tango Tech Wither Skeleton Farm. Where you got the clay pots here that keep you just in sight of the Wither Skeletons, but the blazes can't see you unless you jump. And you bring them all down here, and I had to adjust this a little bit because it wasn't working the way he designed it, probably because it was, you know, PC. And you can see I've got 3 Wither Skeleton skulls. Haven't done anything with them. 2 chicken. Like, I've never been to the end of this world, never did the Wither boss. I think the last year, the 3 or 4 years I played, maybe the last year of it, I was doing, like, hostile mobs. I can't really remember what's up here. Some way, so this is my arrow out. There are ways to get to, maybe this is one of them, to the nether portals on the edges. Oh yeah, here's another one. Oh no, this is the one at the center of the world. Oh, that's good. That's right. I ended up building one here, so I get back easier. Oh, and this from a distance even should seem familiar. A good old slime farm. Hey puppy, how's it going, puppy? I know that was a wolf. So yeah, the classics never die. Although I do remember this one being easier to build than the one, the PS4 world. I don't know if it was because there was an older version or the controller. I don't know what it was. Okay, one last place. Let's go down to the tunnels. So we're at the center of the world, remember? And so if you look straight there, and well, if you get around the corner, stop that. Stop that. What the heck? It's really hard to walk past this. That's a version problem. There. There. We got tunnels that go all the way out to a random point in the world. And then just there's a loop around it too. I honestly don't remember. It's about where I started making it in the Monotonous Minecraft world. If you remember, if you've ever watched the older versions or the older episodes, was that the way to the? This might be the way to my end portal. It is. Look at that. I literally haven't known where this was in years. And then bam. Here it is. Well, what do I need? Not bad. 2. That's usually the most you get. That's insane. How did I not... How? I mean, how? How have I just randomly found it? I'm gonna put some more torches here. Randomly found it now, but not before. Oh man. Boy, I really didn't light up anything around here, did I? Alright. Well, maybe I'll have fun and try the end on this world first, because it matters to me less. Watch me come across like a triple spawner or something. I got rid of all the spawners. Here's a ton of them. Man, yeah. None of these caves are lit up. You know, that's why the mob farm I use is super high in the air. Because otherwise, it's not going to work. Alright, well, this is interesting. What a crazy, crazy occurrence. I knew it was off here somewhere. Now, let me mark this. What do I have on me? Just nothing useful. You know what? What will stand out as I'm wandering around here? That will stand out. Cool. Look at it. It wasn't even that far from the center. What? Look. I think I know how I found it. Honestly, I think I found it before I started digging this tunnel, and I came across it again. Maybe not. I don't know. So let's go down this super long, fairly poorly lit tunnel. Yeah, definitely poorly lit tunnel. I would not be down here with the hostile mobs on. Let's see, this is my lava pool I didn't want to get rid of. I'm sure I got rid of a lot of them, but that's not bad. That's not bad. Looks like we're near the end of it, too. So this is... Oh, yeah, 320. I have no idea where it is on... Man, it's not light anything up around here. I have no idea. I must have used so much torches already on the Monotonous Minecraft world. Like... It's got to be insane, because I've got every part that I've gotten flattened, except for parts that don't really connect, and there are not many of those right now, are torched up. I've been torching caves that come across them, just so many things, and yet this is nothing. So what I had done is, at a random part of the world, I just tunneled down. Another friend of mine who had started playing after me had found the hint about diamonds on level 11 or 12. So I tunneled down to that level, not tunneled down, but, you know, just stepped down into it. And not too far from where I originally came in, I found an abandoned mine shaft. So I got some loot through there. And then, yeah, arbitrarily just decided to tunnel this out. Anyway, I was breaking spawners because I incorrectly assumed that if you broke the spawners, then mobs wouldn't spawn. And I didn't learn that that wasn't a thing until, you know, they were all broken. So, there you go. So you can see where I started this. It was just a piece of, like, mostly, really rain? Of, you know, solid mountains, so I didn't have to worry about the ocean flooding me out. It's a pretty good sphere. I did this, like, freehand. This was no, like, drawn in paint or anything ahead of time. That's years of Legos right there. That's how you get good at that. And I'm gonna go to this house, only because I think it might have been the one hut I built after watching some Grian videos, and yeah, it's not up to his par, but it's pretty nice. You know, it's not bad. I'm okay with this. Oh, and the reason this is here is I figured out that, at least on the Vita, you can AFK just by hitting this. Because the Vita will time out, is the thing. Like now, when I sit in AFK on the PS4, I don't have to, like, if I'm up high, now here's what we found out. If I'm up high in an AFK fish farm, I have to use that. If I just stand there, it kicks me out. But if I'm on the sea level at my gunpowder farm, then I could just, as long as the controller is, well, actually it doesn't even need to be charged. As long as, you know, the system's on, I'm AFK and the mobs keep spawning, I'm still cool. So there's a lot of little different things around here. Let's go around the back. These have signs. Rail duplicator. Yeah, remember those? And this should be infinite furnace because it was a carpet duplicator. And so, although I stopped running it. So there was an interesting bug where you left these running and it got locked. And then they didn't work. And I locked there's a hidden block up there somewhere. Maybe gone now. What do you think this works? Seems like it wouldn't work. Where's the switch? We gotta try these out. They're already built here. Anyone I've tried anymore doesn't work. Nope, don't look like you're doing anything. On the Vita they still worked. Well, good news. I don't have to worry about trying to build this and build a duplicator. Yep, that was an old school, essentially the same thing, rail and carpet duplicator. It's kind of weird. Like, why is it so similar? And none of the duplicators I've seen, you know, except for I think I've got one over here, yeah. Except for this style one where it's like building blocks. None of the Zada ones work. None of the new ones that Ray's Works have come up with, or actually I think he's mostly the one I get the source from anymore. None of those work. I haven't tried them all. Don't really care. Oh, almost fell down there. That was the ladder. Who cares? I haven't tried them all. Like my setup. But yeah, they seem to be pretty much dead, which is fine. Well, that's a lot of pufferfish. That's a lot of eggs. That's a lot of nothing. That's a lot of books. That's a lot of rails. Yeah, a lot of rails. A lot of food. Some more rails. Some more books. And some more rails. Hey man, I had to put rails all over the place. So with the map mostly filled in, some spots over there I missed. There's nothing good over there. We've seen pretty much everything of interest. There's some bits and pieces here and there. Whatevs. But this is, as I've mentioned before, and as I keep bringing up, the world that started it all for me. This is how I started playing. This is not how I started playing Minecraft. There was one other world, and if you look at an old video on my channel, it actually talks about my first world. I was able to bring that one over too, so maybe we'll get a look at that. And that one's the one I've been using, or I had been using on my Vita as a test world for builds, even when I started this series. So there's a lot of builds you recognize as working or not working, and it didn't make it to my show, my series. And we'll look at that, I don't know, maybe a year or two. At that world, rather. So, yeah, I mean, but this is, you know, once I settled down and I started up a new world on the Vita, this is what I was doing. Flattening, flattening, flattening. And you can see all this gray here, most of that's cobblestone, so in the new world, it would have been a lot of grass. I'm trying to think here. There's no big ocean area. Well, there might not be. It's hard to tell. because I use interchanging blocks. Yeah, if I was gonna try to dig out an ocean monument, I wouldn't even know where to go. I mean, I could start up a new world with this sea and sea, but it doesn't really matter to me. It's all covered over now, and I've only got this little section here to clear out. This huge section of forest. These two, well, technically three, but essentially two huge sections of forest, which is each one of these is like a 16th of the world. Which, you know, sounds a lot more before you realize how small these worlds are. Remember, less than a kilometer on each side. So they're kind of small. And you can really tell on this version. On the Vita, you could not see anything. It was, as far as chunk, we don't have the same thing as the PC version where you can, you know, your render distance. The Vita must have been like 4 chunks. I'm sure we could look it up, but I don't really care. And that's wrong button again. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 53, second year. Let's cut to the chase. What am I doing? I'm going to run through the nether from this portal here, all the way, where am I facing? All the way to my blaze farm and out that side. I'm going to do it. It's not peaceful. I could totally get killed. I probably won't because I got massive armor and it's kind of a short walk. But, you know, I thought maybe I'd add some excitement. What should I call this episode? Something like Chicken Player Actually Does Something. This probably won't be a bad idea. Oh, all right, let's eat first. Ready? Let's go. God, cat, shut up. I've already kind of protected this room. And lit up a bunch of stuff. Okay, this may be not like that exciting whatsoever. Hopefully nothing's behind me. I'm gonna run. Whoop-ow! Nailed it. Oh man, these things are right up here, aren't they? No, okay. Of course, the hard part is once I get there, there's a button I've got to push. And, yeah. Ah, Jesus, that thing scared me. Hi. Don't mind me. Oh, man, I forgot there was a blaze spawner right there. Okay, so that was totally pointless. Exciting! Boy, I really geared up for nothing there, didn't I? Well, while I'm here, let's get some blaze rods. So, what else am I doing on this episode? ever come out of AFK and all of a sudden you're just being surrounded by wandering traders? Yep, me too. Took me a couple of days, but I finally finished my project. And you know what? If you like it, you can smash that like button. Oh, this is obnoxious, isn't it? It's perfect. As you can tell, I overdid the gray. It wasn't showing up very well in... hold on, I'm trying to get there. Ooh, map. It's hard to tell because I'm sitting there, or standing there, but it's big enough to see on the map as I walk around. As a reminder, I do have lanterns underneath the carpets, so you know. Well, mobs wouldn't spawn on it anyway, but I still like them. I still like them to be there, the lights to be there, so it's kind of an even thing. It takes forever for things to fall. In order to get all the wool I needed, I had to build a little mini... Oh, that's all of them. Where's my donkey? A little mini wool farm. I got the design from Waddles. Link will be in the description. Let's go over there and check it out. So here's my wool farm, my one little sheepies. Does pretty good amount of wool. I think I overnight it AFK over here. You know, now I can get wool and gunpowder at the same time. Hi, sheeps. So if you watch the video that Waddles posted, it's exactly the same. It works very well in this version. We've got a chest with a hopper going into it. Let's see. The top of the hopper is a rail and a mine cart, which I trapped in these steps just so it wouldn't roll away. And then on top of that is a 9x9 square of grass blocks. Behind this is an observer facing towards that center grass block. And so when the sheep eats grass and gets, you know, instantly grows the new wool, just like that. The observer triggers this redstone, which triggers this dispenser, which is full of 6 shears. And you can see that they wear down fairly slowly. I mean, this has been running for essentially almost a day solid. And if this doesn't run when the sheep is naked, but even if it did, it wouldn't matter, because if the sheep doesn't have wool, it won't snip it. And I'm not sure if I've slept recently enough not to be attacked. No, I've totally been. I've slept. I'm fine. Probably fine. On the other front, we've got the entire first stack of chests full of gunpowder. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm going to go ahead and sleep. So as we gaze over our land where I've burned down most of the trees over here and some over here, and we look at the creeper head behind us, menacing, creepy. I say, as always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to everyone later. So, you know, I'm just sitting here playing around, and all of a sudden, the nightmare I had about Minecraft, yes, if you play enough, you start dreaming about them, is coming true. I don't know if you can see just below the A in Minecraft, that the pillager running through. I was hoping this wouldn't happen in this world. I'm not prepared. Stop trying to kill my guys. Stop trying to kill me. Great, now I killed my horse. Oh good, my horse survived. Good thing I got diamond armor on it. Now what I want to do here is kill the captain with fire as opposed to shooting him, because I don't want the bad thing on me. I don't have any milk. Stop it, Captain. I know how to solve this problem. I'll go to sleep. Run away! Run away! They're gonna stay there even if it's dark, aren't they? They are. Oh, you... Here's a free bed. Okay, I've eaten. Sleeping. The pig's watching me. You're out. No help, pig. Oh, good. The trader showed up. Let's get... Tell me I have a possible way of getting a flint and steel to set that stupid fool on fire. Got tons of flint. Do I keep iron with me? No, I do not. I wonder if I can get these guys to follow me out of here. Yeah, I was totally not prepared for any of this to happen. Hey, you got any steel on you? Yeah, you're useless! It looks like my village is mostly okay, though, so that's good. I also like how these things don't get mad until you shoot them in the face. Yeah, so I had a dream last night that was, like, insane. Like, I was just kind of wandering through one of my builds when when a Ravager just appeared. Don't shoot me in the butt. That's hardly fair. I'm trying to get them away from me so I can shoot these guys without shooting my horse. And also so I can get on my horse. Apparently I need to shoot better. Okay. Careful. Alright, now... Okay, I haven't started a race. I haven't killed any captains yet. So that's good. Why don't you jump in the fire, buddy? That'd be helpful. I don't want him to go that way. Wait a minute. Let's see how my buddy over here fares against the iron golem that's over there. As I leap off my horse. Very helpful. Hey, we turn into a drowned? Come out to the edge of the world. Get him, kitty! What the... What are you shooting at? Glad those things shoot like stormtroopers. I'd be in trouble if they could aim. There we go. Follow me, idiot! So apparently over here they will spawn. Those parties will spawn. Good to know! I was kind of thinking, hey, maybe it won't be a problem. Did the idiot follow me? Oh, the idiot didn't follow me. Let's see if I can get him over. I ran too fast. That's how I win this game. I run away. Run away. Hey, what are you doing here? God. Now, where'd that guy go? Did he stay over there? Is he hiding in the stupid tall grass? I hate tall grass. Did he despawn when I ran super fast? Okay, I don't see him around anymore. I just see a donkey butt. Dang it, donkey, stop mooning me. Okay, well, that was a bit of excitement I wasn't expecting. Lazy afternoon. Wait, is that him? Did he just pop up? Oh, nope, another donkey. What's with the donkeys around here? Donkeys and pigs, as far as the eyes can see. Alright, well, back to our regularly scheduled program. welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 54. Whew, now that that excitement is out of the way, let's start in this loud spot. Maybe I should tell you, let's start in this loud spot with all these sheep. What I got here is Sky. Hey, Sky. I don't know how to play this game. What I have here is a sheep farm, a wool farm, I should say, designed by Zumavoid. Which seemed to work a lot better on PC Java than it does on console. So yeah, you kind of have this water loop. I'll link to it in the description. I mean, it works pretty good. It was a little bit of a pain to set up. I just don't think the sheep flow as well. You can see that I have long pathways of water, whatever you want to call those things, rather than the short ones he had, because they don't really push each other. They walk backwards all the time. Now, it's producing pretty good. That's almost a lot. That's almost a double chest before I added this other double chest. But quite frankly, I think the other one works better. This little single module over here that I got from Waddles again, remember? Got almost a full double chest. And as you can see, that was 6 shears. You know, 6 shears gives you almost a full double chest. Now this was like half a chest ahead of that, but if you think about all the different colors I have in there, because they do have all 15, even though there's a shortage on pink apparently. Some of my sheep died, and then I produced so many of them they wouldn't all fit. So in a future episode, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this one out to have individual cells for all the different colors, and I think I'll just link it off of one observer, as opposed to doing each one of these things and have the 16 observers and the 16 dispensers. We'll have all the dispensers, but we'll just take a line off this redstone and just connect them all so they all go at once. It won't be as efficient, but it should work out pretty well. But that's not the point of this video. The point of this video is blowing stuff up. Woot! So I've got a decent amount of gunpowder saved up. I got some sand here, I got chests of sand everywhere else, and I got this mountain at a distance. That mountain offends my eye. So let's blow that mountain to the ground. And let's do it the fun way. So in the past I've used it, just kind of climbing up and digging some holes. And yeah, it works okay. Oh, I forgot that hopper was full. I was very confused. Not that much. And it works okay, but it's not very efficient, and there's a lot of manual cleanup to do. So we're going to use the classic fill a bunch of dispensers up above the thing you want to blow up and blow it up that way method. Patent pending. Is that a great name or what? A lot of people have been doing this since the beginning of, well, not the beginning of Minecraft, but since all the options were there. I'm going to get a few stacks of TNT. I don't know how much it'll take. I don't know if I'll build it properly. But it'll be fun to kind of play around with. So let me go ahead and craft up, hey, wait a minute. That's not gunpowder. Oh man, I don't need any more of this. I need more sand. Since I can't obviously do, anything and talk at the same time, let me craft up a bunch of gunpowder, grab my other supplies, and meet you over there by the mountain. As I race my horse out here to the mountain in the distance, let's talk about what we're going to do. So the general idea is you make a grid of dispensers pointing down, you link them all up with some redstone, and you trigger that redstone. I got a button because I didn't have any levers. I was going to use lever, but I don't think it really matters. And if it does matter, I'll just change it. Then the idea is you do it a bunch of times, and a bunch of, why did I do that? TNT gets triggered and falls and kills all these animals that are over here. That's probably not the best idea. Let's get a better look at this mountain. So it's pretty, it's not that tall. It's I think it's 113 at the top, although I might have gotten rid of a couple of them. It's a fairly decent size width-wise. I'll go up, I'm going to try like 10, 20 blocks over the top of it. Wait, I only brought 2 stacks of these. Maybe only 15 blocks over the top of it. Over here to the side, I'll build out there, build the grid, and you can see it's kind of taller in the middle rather than the edges. They all kind of slope down, which means I'll put more TNT in the center dispensers than I do in the edge dispensers to try to keep it even. And then I'm sure there'll be some sort of cleanup afterwards, because I'm not trying to build a giant hole here. I'm just trying to level it off. So we'll see how... Oh, sorry about that. We'll see how that goes. Let's get over here to the side and... I want to go to this side. Yeah, let's do the middle. Some of the things I brought. So yeah, all the TNT that the sand in that chest would make. So a little over 5 stacks. Some building blocks, my dispensers, redstone, my button, scaffolding, which would come in handy, and a bucket of water. Now I brought the bucket of water on the realistic chance that I'm going to somehow get stuck up there with the, the things I use to get up there having been destroyed by TNT. And so I'll just be able to set the bucket against, one of the blocks that's already up there and just float down. Although there's some water around here, so I might be okay. It looks like there's a cave system over there too, so that'll be fun to have to deal with. So if I start from here, I get some extra height. And then, yeah, just place down all these things and climb to the top. Catch you in a minute. I think I drastically misjudged how tall this was. So the top is at 113. You got to remember that I started from like the 70s. So I placed these as if I was starting from Bedrock. Hey, look at my village. From up here it looks even stupider. All laid out, those matching houses everywhere. Oh, the fog's rolling in. So yeah, let me get down to a more realistic height and then build out from there. Oops. Yeah, this looks a lot better. I kind of want to do the high dive. This could be my death. Whee! I didn't jump. Splash. Ah, Jesus. That squid scared the heck out of me. Man. I'm like, I did it. I'm going to die. Alright, I only did this so I could pick up all these I broke. I have to climb all the way back up there. Things I didn't think about as I planned this, including how do I get a dispenser to aim down if I'm from above? So, whoop. Will that be... I doubt if that'll be tall enough, will it? So then... we break that. We break that. I said we break that. We break that. We break that. And boom. That's one. And that's halfway-ish. Let's put them every 5. Like 4 in between. And go out from there. So I'll work out the grid from here, and then we'll just kind of expand that out and do this on all of them, and then we'll climb up a few more blocks to get to the, I don't know what we'll do. We'll do something cool. Or we'll keep doing what we're doing. Either way, it works out the same. I'm going to build a grid and come back. I ended up making a few more dispensers. I think I've got 26 in total. I've got some behind me. So what we're going to do is on every one of these that are in the middle, I'm going to put 16 TNT. On the outside ones, we'll put in like 8. We'll start there, and we'll just see how much we have. Oh, good. Can't be crouched when doing this. Whoops. So yeah, let me just go ahead and fill these up, and then we'll put the redstone down. I also got some repeaters because obviously this is going to need repeaters to get between them. Really should have thought about that ahead of time. I've been up and down a few times, but we'll say I've been up here. I ended up building, you can see there's a scaffolding over there. So I built above, and then now I'm on top just to get them all pointing down. So let me fill these up, and we'll check back in when that's done. Alright, as the French say, here goes nothing. Did the French say that? Can't push a button while I was crouching. Boom booms. Alright, that seems to be going good. Did I miss a spot? I think I missed a spot. Oh well. Boop-a-doo. I think I clicked it too quickly. Then do it again. Am I out? No, I'm not out. Okay, as aggravating as this was to build, though, I'm not sure how often I'll be using this for the rest of this series, but it's working pretty well now. So I'm liking it. How far down are we? It's hard to tell. Well, we still have the 8, so we're not done with those. There we go. We've just done 8. 9. 10. Screenshot. Okay, we're done. Let's go down and inspect the damage. Well, we made it down to 86 in that spot that had extra. I don't know what was going on there. So I think what we'll do, get out of my way, is reload the cannon. It's called a cannon. Now it is a cannon. Did I miss a spot here? But I'm going to double up the ones on the outside, because obviously I can do that and not have a problem. And then, yeah, we'll reload it, run it through. I'm going to try to maybe go a little bit more. I don't know how much TNT. Let's see what I've got left. Less than a stack left, so that means I used over 4 stacks. Not bad. Not bad for the results. So let's get some more TNT, reload, and fire it off again and see what we get. Well, aside from the fact that I obviously missed the edge of this mountain, and then I ran into a stupid underground pond that, you know, killed some of the effectiveness, it's working pretty good. All the way down there, those 2 sheep are confusing me. All the way down there is like level 71, which is, you know, still 7 above what I'm going for. And then there's 2 blocks up here I'm going to have to climb up and get. But it's not bad. I'm going to leave this here for right now. I'll clear out that, get some more TNT, maybe expand this out more, take out the rest of this, and really get it torn down. And then once I got all this entire section flattened, then I'll go pull this stuff out because I don't want to lose all my resources. I don't have a lot, man. I don't have a lot. Hi, village. Hi, village that survived an accidental, like, attack by the pillagers. When did that happen? Look how the colors are. Okay, you can't even see me in here. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Hey, buddy. Do you think you could be a little bit quieter? I'm trying to record here. Thanks. No, seriously. Just why don't you and your invisible llamas just, you know, take a walk. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 55. As I mentioned before, I did rebuild the wool farm. I keep calling it a sheep farm. It's not a sheep farm. Why is there one naked sheep? So if we look over here, that loud monstrosity that didn't really work well here is gone. I used some of the materials for this, and I did as I said. So let's start down. I got so excited after the last episode, I stayed up till like 4 in the morning doing this, and I didn't record any of it. So we started with, because I'm smart. So we started with this one module. This is still our original one. It kind of stopped off here, which is plenty. It is, you just heard it click through, so all these got sheared, but this one didn't because it's out of shears. I've already reloaded the other ones. But basically what I did was I just copied the module over, and you can see here that I got the chests lined up. You can just see hoppers behind them. And instead of having an observer underneath that center, pointing into the dirt block that it's standing on underneath the dispensers. I don't. I just have a regular probably diorite block there. So I'm linked up, and these are all, got some stairs there to make it look pretty. And I know people don't like diorite, but it still looks pretty. Plus, means I can open chest here. They're doing a pretty good job. And you notice I put some carpets down. But if you're going to do this, put some proper stones underneath these chests. It all looks different and weird and kind of ugly. And so then when I put the carpet down, I had this green on the corner next to the grass, which just makes it look like dead grass. So there are ways to make this look prettier. But let's talk about functionality first. So as you kind of already saw, we've got these lines. See, what I thought was I could just run a line of redstone up the middle here, and we'd be honky-dory. But no, what that means is that even the first one didn't trigger because the redstone wants to operate in a line and not connect the things off to the side. But I already built this thing right across from each other as opposed to one big line, so it'd be a little bit better on space. And I had to come up with something else. So the something else is a little resource intensive because it has repeaters, but see, you just saw it work. But I maintain that repeaters are cheaper than observers because there is no quartz component, which to me is very much more expensive than redstone, especially when you have a farm that will produce witches slowly. But we got tons of redstone, so I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is the sun going down. So let's get this over. So anyway, as you can see here, we've got a redstone here, which does pick up the signal from the observer, which is, remember, underneath this dispenser. Just gives it a signal boost to the repeater. I split it, and it goes down the line. And so what happens is the redstone will power this block, and I put the block here because otherwise the wool might pop out, so we're trying to keep our efficiency. But it won't power a redstone dot coming out of here, so you have to put repeaters on each one of these. And that's just the same way on the whole thing. Up until the end where this will just plug into that one. We're not going any further, so we're fine. So I got to keep that one glass. But that's pretty simple. It's very easy to do. And it's just based on, whenever this one eats, so even though it has wool, it never gets trimmed, it still eats. And so when it eats, the observer reads the block change and it clips everyone. So yeah, it works pretty well. I suggest you do that if you're playing PS4, because it is quieter. It is actually more efficient than what Exumavoid had on his world. But if you are playing Java PC, go ahead and build his. Yeah, it's louder, but I think that in that case it probably does work better than this one. Maybe I didn't have enough sheep in mine, I don't know, but mine wasn't working well at all. So let me sleep, and we'll jump to the next bit. So it turns out that this design I came up with is the perfect size to build my next building around. I've been talking about this on and off for a while. I'm sure you can tell from the thumbnail, if I'm doing my job at all correctly in order to get people to watch this video, then you know what I'm building. And that's going to be the firehouse from Ghostbusters. I want it to be 9 wide, which puts it just in between this torches and this torches. These, I know. So in line, the outside walls will be in line with this birch, which means that we put a front door here, we can get in here, we can walk around tightly, still get into all of our wool, and we throw whatever back door we want on it anyway. But yeah, this is actually the perfect size to build the firehouse around. So as you probably saw before, I've got some material set up. It's going to be bricks. This is, by the way, is I've been saving up, finding clay every time. Like, if you go back for the last year of videos, every time I'm near water, if I'm recording, or not even, I'm digging up clay, and that's so I can make bricks for a project like this. And then, these guys come along, and the the villager's been updated, and so now I can just get clay and bricks whenever I want, so that was kind of pointless. There's been a lot of time spent getting this. But I've also got some other ones here. Some other things here. I'm going to be using spruce door and trap door for the the main entrance Most times it kind of is red, but it'll give us the right look I'm looking for. I'll throw up the reference picture I'm using now. It's a Creative Commons license, so you'll see who took the picture down below. It's a really good picture, and it's kind of weird because the building has changed over a lot over the years. So if you find pictures of it online, you'll see the doors are different, the bricks kind of look different, it's been cleaner or dirtier, and I just found this one because it gives me a good shot of the front and the side, and from that I can kind of fake the rest. So I plan on making the entrance right in front of these 3 blocks. So our corners will be essentially there to there. I'm not going to do step by step. In fact, I'm not even sure if I like the way that looks, because if you saw in the picture, it bumps out. It's a little dirty. The problem with building, in Minecraft, if you're doing a small scale like I am kind of doing, and I believe Green has a video on this talking about building in scale in Minecraft. If you do huge scale, each one of these little blocks could be such a small part of it, it doesn't matter. But I'd try to do like with the clock tower from Back to the Future I built before. You just kind of fake it. So in this case, we're just going to fake it. So I'll probably just leave it like this. I might switch them out with some the gray blocks. In fact, that would probably look nicer. Just to do the bottom row. And you know what? Let's jump ahead and do that. So I've got my stone bricks in place for the facade. Now the way I'm going to build this is I'm going to kind of go back and forth. Primarily I want to get the front right. But this one, we've got a good shot of the side, so I kind of want to get that one more detailed too. It's hard to tell from my picture, but I can tell that there's a doorway soon. So if I grab some more of these, you just kind of have to judge distances, knowing what you know of the real world. So I know that matches the same thing, but I can tell that it's actually much longer before that doorway. And one of the ways to do these builds is if you're using a reference picture, find yourself the spot like where the picture was taken from. You get a pretty good idea of what size everything needs to be taken, or everything needs to be. So from this I can actually tell that it needs to be a little bit longer. It seems super long up close, but I think we'll find that from back here, and it's hard to tell because I've got sheep instead of brick I'm looking at. Yep, one too long. Alright, so let me sleep, and then I'll get the foundation into place, and we'll check back in and look at the footprint of the building we're building. So I put a block down just so I can always come back to the same spot as a reference. When you're up close to it, it looks super long. But I can tell from the reference picture that there's this door here, and there's a couple of windows that are all going to be about the same equidistance apart, and in the middle. Luckily enough, that was 7, which is between these torches, so I just did 3 more gaps and rounded off the rest of the building. Now you can see this building is going to be considerably longer than my farm is. That's fine. In the future maybe we'll throw something up in this corner, like a little bit of a wheat farm or something. Ooh, that's a good idea. We have a villager powered wheat farm in here, so if we could feed these sheep. Anyway, just thinking out loud. So now that we have that, we can do another round of, you know what I need? Scaffolding. That's going to come in handy. This is going to be a tall build. Because if this is 9 across, it's going to be approximately 25 or so blocks tall. We'll get the complete scale once we get up there. I don't know for sure. I just kind of eyeballed it for my picture, and it seems to be a little bit less than 3 times tall than it is wide at the front. So let's switch to our sandstone and wrap it around. For the back side here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw another door in the middle. Places always need a back door, right? Sure. I just know that when I'm coming in from whatever direction, if I want wool, I don't want to go all the way around. Which begs the question, dang it. Look at this stuff, it's quick to break. Which begs the question, should I put a door in on this side to match the other one? I wasn't going to, obviously, but I think maybe I should. Maybe I should head better. Okay, it's gonna get dark on this side. I'm gonna have to get some sort of lamps to put in here. Most of this is gonna be well lit, but in here we'll have some windows in place. But this part is gonna actually be pretty dark in front here. So what I'll probably do is get some glowstone and just put it up here. Make sure the grass grows. Make sure that the nasties don't spawn in on me. Alright, that's a pretty good start. I think what I want to do is actually focus more on the facade, the front of the building. That's got the more detail. That's kind of the more iconic part. So I'm going to work on the scale of that. Let's test something first. Before we do all this. Before we build a bunch of stuff that we regret building. Let's worry about the placement of the door. So I want it set back. That's set... Wait a minute. Since when are doors freestanding? Were they always like that? So I want it set back from the entrance. But the problem is I actually want it back one more than that. And I'll tell you why. Because... Oh, you'd think I would know how to put down a door. Because over the front of the door we'll have a bit of an arch that kind of defines what's going on here. Which means that, yeah, I want this push forward one. You'll kind of see why. This basically what'll happen is, as it stands now, that was brilliant, by the way. I really know how to play this game. Click the button. Oh, wait. Okay. So that's what it'll kind of look like, and there'll be another row of these on top, which I won't be able to do. I mean, I could do it like this, but that's not going to look as good. And I can't put the arch in front of it. So I'm going to move this front forward and build up a little bit of the front, like the lower part. Basically, I'm just going to build the lower part of this entire facade. Let's jump to that. Who wants to bet they know what the problem is here? Anyone? Anyone? If you guessed, these things are touching the the redstone, so every time the sheep eats, it triggers in the open. Then you were right. Why can nothing ever be easy in this building, in this game? Walk away for 1 second, and 6 of these things are opening up. Boom, boom, boom. What am I gonna do? Literally, what am I gonna do? The problem is this redstone is triggering all of these doors. Oh well. I guess we're moving it forward 1 block again. Why did I put all this stuff so close together? Oh, come on! There's a huge gap there. Alright. Alright. We'll figure this out. Maybe create some, put some glass there or something? Huh? Cut out the signal? Same game. Nope, that didn't work. Like, if I put torches above them, would that work? Brother. See if that works. Probably not. Haha, it worked. Wish I thought of that the last time if I moved it forward once more. Oh well, let's continue. So I did both sides of this too. I know I said I was just doing the front, but I wanted to get the window placement. And I realized that that middle window should be too wide. So that's fun. I've got it based on an odd number. It needs to be an even number. And it looks like I could probably shorten this up a little bit as well. Maybe... Can I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to shorten it up by 1. Make this too wide. That'll take care of all the math. But so far, you know, I mean, we're just starting the second level, but it's looking pretty good. That's not an orange sheep. That's a white wolf. Apparently I should have capped these. Oh well. Bye-bye, wolf. I'm gonna have to go find another sheep. Onto the build. Alright, so despite the fact that I said I was just gonna work on the facade, I obviously did pretty much the entire building. I've got one block to fix up there. The step kind of got turned sideways. And I still need to put the roof on it. Much like the building itself, you can find pictures online where you can see kind of an aerial. The roof is actually lowered down. We're going to use bottom slabs though, so it's still spawn proof. And a mixture of smooth stone and polished andesite just kind of randomly scattered throughout, just to make it look a little fancier. Other than that, let's take a little quick whip around. So the architectural features are pretty good. I mean, some of these, this probably should have been like a gray stone, but I think it looks fine in these colors. It looks newer. These are to represent the little metal bars out to stop the trucks from crashing in. Got some lighting here. I don't really care if it's to the side or not. Mostly a lot of space in the back. Yeah, you run, wolf. God, wolves. So yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of space in here to do stuff. I was thinking I could add a stack up another sheep farm or wolf farm here. Sheep farm, dang it again. But I already have to go back and get another sheep. You can see I slabbed the top of these again. Hopefully the wolves can't get into the corners and get them. Otherwise, I'm going to have to block on the corners too. Boy, this game, sometimes it aggravates you. But yeah, I think overall it looks pretty good. There is one conspicuous spot missing off the front. If we go around here, there's no sign as of yet. Let me throw the roof on, and then we'll jump into making the banners for the sign. It'll turn out pretty decent. I've created them before based on some designs I found online, but we'll talk about it more when we get there. Let's go. I'm in a creative world now. You can see some of the builds that I've tested out here. This is one of my ones from the Vita. But anyway, the important part here is our banner. No, it doesn't look exactly like, but don't look up there. Testing something for the future. Doesn't work right now. From a distance, it's not too bad. So if we go on our crafting table here, let's take a look at the design here. So it's a black banner red border, white flower charge, white roundel, which is a dot in the center, white fess, which is a line across the middle, red bend sinister, which is the diagonal line, and then a white chief Dexter Canton, a blob in the corner. And that approximates what we're looking for. Let's go back into the survivor world and we'll build a couple there. I mentioned before when we were doing our sign that when it comes to banners, classic crafting is the way to go. For some reason I already had black banners. I have no idea why. So you're supposed to be able to, and we'll test this out, you're supposed to be able to copy banners in a loom or copy the patterns, or I don't know. The point is I've never figured out how to use a stupid loom. So we'll try that. So let's see. Our first step is the red border, which means I put that in the wrong spot, so that's good. Already starting off well. I just drop those here. Then our white flower charge. So let's get our oxeye daisies. Yep. And then we want our white roundel, which is fancy heraldic. That's a hard word to say. Fancy heraldic French for dot. And then we want our white fess. Fess up. I have no idea what the heck that is. Well, I mean, it's a line. And then our next step is our red diagonal, or the red bend sinister. Scary words, aren't they? And then to finish it all up, our white chief Dexter Canton. Now, select banner. I've got no arrows here. None of the keys are working. Select. Aha! Oh, that's how you use that. That's very interesting. Alright, you know what? Let's just rebuild the banner in here. I obviously need to figure out how to use that. But that will come at a later date. So in the meantime... we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Earn it. Boy, remember those commercials? That's going back a ways. A fair ways. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty easy to fix or to create. Quiet kitties. Let's let me out of here. Look, it's so weird to have a building there now. Let's go put them on. And then we'll be done. Except for putting the orange sheep back. Stupid wolves. I'm also going to tear down that breeding facility because the wolves already got in there and ate all the sheep anyway. Let's hope this works. Hey, it does work. So should I put it out there or should I just hang it from the front? I mean, the sign is kind of on the side. I'm keeping it like this. So there we have it. Our Ghostbusters headquarters. That's pretty good. You know, I'm glad I did this. And unlike the clock tower, I actually recorded myself doing some of it, so that helps. Let's here, hold on. Let's clear this stuff. We got to get our beautiful screenshot. If I remember how to do any of this. I don't. There we go. That's pretty sweet. Okay. Well, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 56. I'm out here in the corner of my world with my trusty donkey. Subscribe. Hi. Oh, hey, look at that. He's saying hi. Hi, donkey. We're out here to build a farm. What kind of farm, you say? Well, let's jump on the donkey and look at what he's carrying to give you a hint. You got the hint yet? The opening clip should have showed you me getting obsidian. I emptied out that little... Quiet, I'm trying to record. I emptied out that little lava pond, I guess. And that was like a stack into 17, and then, yeah. Good thing the nether has a lot of lava. That's all I gotta say. I wish you could make infinite lava sources. There was a version you could, like way back, I think one of the beta versions. For a minute, you could do infinite lava like you could do infinite water. Then they realized, wait a minute, that's giving away too much stuff. I know, right, donkey? So we're out here in the corner. I had to think about where I want to build this because I don't want it interfering with any of my other portals. Which there's the one near the center, of course. There's the one out in the southeast with the Blaze Farm. And then there's one out in the northwest. That was that underground one where I go down to get a bunch of... I got a bunch of magma before to load up. I went low because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't like above the lava. The nether is kind of... I don't know if this is general nether. Other nethers I've had haven't been like this. But mine seems to be a lot of floating above lava lakes. Not a lot of climbing down opportunities. So anyway, we're going to use pretty much a general design that everyone uses. Of course, you know, giant, and multiple nether portals. But the design I got kind of using for inspiration here is one by K1 Inc. I'll include a link to his video, of course. But on the bottom of it, instead of his design, which was kind of a finished build and kind of nice, that's not how I roll. I go for more utilitarian. But I am going to build a collection system and sorting system based on Impulse SV's one from like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, a long time ago. Link in the description. That does have overflow protection, as opposed to the one I built over by my mob farm, which does not. I thought it did. I was incorrect. I will fix that at some point. It should just be a matter of moving some blocks down and adding some more redstone. It'll be easy. I haven't done it already because I thought it'd be hard. So let's start with our chest array. And I want to aim it. I'm going to make it... What am I going for? I'm going to do 2 stacks for rotten flesh, 2 stacks for gold nuggets, a stack for gold bars, and a stack for overflow, which should be just gold swords that we can then smelt down. So maybe I'll put a little smelting array over here too. Probably not. I'll just carry it. Whatever. Or just chuck them in some lava. Whatever. So let's build it here because why not? So if I want to build it 6 wide now, oh brother. Supposedly they have fixed the problem, at least on the PC version, where these things get unlinked. But we'll see. So it's going to be 6 wide. And I think I'm going to build... So I'm going to do this 4 tall. Because as we have found out... mines. Mob farms of all kinds do not produce the high amounts of rates they do on like JavaScript. JavaScript? Boy, that'd be kind of an impressive Minecraft in JavaScript. I'm sure someone's done variations of it. How tall am I? Whoops. I'll just kill myself. Oh, that's great. The rates in, I don't have out, which I need, is an ender chest. I made a bunch of ender chests to put them everywhere. I'll have one over here in this section, but I need some, yeah, so look at that. More obsidian. It's everywhere. The problem is that the drops in the PS4 version are not nearly as high as they were in the Java PC version. So we don't really need giant crazy builds like I have done in the past. The one exception, we really did collect a lot of mob loot, which is why I need to put the overflow protection in. But aside from that, it's not that big of a deal. Hoppers. So like everything else, you just kind of build your array. I'm going to build this and get this set up for the item sorter, and we'll jump back in. So here we have all the sorters in place. The last row is overflow, so I just left it kind of empty. But I put the blocks in just in case in the future we want to do it. So you can see there's a repeater pointed into there, which will turn off the torch to turn it off when it's sorted. Those are a line of comparators, and then you saw all the redstone on all three of those rows. So in theory, well, I still haven't set it up to put in my my blockers. So in this one, you need 4 of your blocking blocks, and then 41 of the things you're sorting. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in the 4 each of my blocking blocks and let the farm itself fill in whatever order it comes in. I don't really care. We can sort it. We can change around later. But I'd rather just let it figure it out for itself. Why should I do all the hard work? So let's go ahead and put in the fill in the 4 spaces. And you want the ones here. Let's go up to this side. You want to do the ones that the comparators are facing into. So it's just doot, 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 doot. You can see the comparator turns on now. And if you want a better explanation for what's happening, I suggest you go to someone else's video. Oh no! No! That's not how you do that. I have to go get those extra blocks. Okay, and the last one just stays empty. It's overflow. Don't you... Okay, what are you doing? And what are you doing? Yeesh. Where did those blocks go? Here. Only 3 got through. That's good. Jeez. Okay, so I'm going to have the farm feed into this chest just to kind of give it some space. And in fact, I'm running out of hoppers because I want to do a 5x5 of hoppers, which leaves me 2 left over for future projects. I really got to get my iron farm figured out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a 5x5 hopper platform that feeds into this chest, and then we're going to go we're going to cover it with some slabs, go 30 blocks in the air, 29.5 from the slabs, and is it 30? I'll have to figure that out. We're going to go a number of blocks in the air and build the actual platform for the portals, and the secret thing that makes it work. I mean, it would kind of work otherwise, but what makes it easier and kind of less resource intensive is the 4 turtle eggs we'll use in the center, because all undeads hate turtle eggs. Remember, we've talked about this before, episodes and episodes ago. I have no idea why. That's just how it's programmed. So let me do the platform, try to figure out how far up I need to go, and get up there, and we'll start the platform build. I also need to figure out where I need my scaffolding to be. Maybe I should put down some water so I don't die if I fall. Oh well, it'll be exciting. So I've got my platform in place, and I put a double high wall of glass around it to hold in the iron golem. I'll go ahead and put that in there for the little babies. You got to kill the babies. Remember that. All these farms kill the babies. It is 30 up, but K1 Inc. actually built like 8 layers on top of that. But zombie pigmen die at 24 like everyone else, so I'm not going to worry about building up all high, making it look pretty. It's just going to be a drop shaft. Now, I did have to do something silly with my scaffolding because I put it up here, but this spot here is actually going to be for a part of the build, which I can't remove. So if you imagine it being a popsicle, so it's a big old stick and then a huge loop of purple for the portals. I want the popsicle to kind of face this way. Hey, look. That looks like an unlike. Don't unlike. Don't dislike the video. Or do. I mean, you know, interactions. I like the pattern of melted snow over there. It's quite plaid from a distance. The hole in the platform is going to be based around a 5x5, but the inner notches, let's call them. So that'll be 3, yeah. Right? No. Yes. No. Yes. I already knew it was yes at that point. I still just said no. Okay, so the inner... so we're going to make a hole that's 5x5. We're going to make a border around a hole, so the hole is 5x5. And in each one of the corners is going to notch it in like that for the water stream, so that everything kind of pours towards the middle. And that way we should lose less to flying out the sides. It's possible we'll still get some flying out the sides, but I'm not too worried about it. Let's see, it's 1, 2, 3. It's really hard to count to 5 when you're all floating above. Now, if I fell from this height, I mean, I've got some feather falling boots. I might be okay. I doubt it. I'm not going to test the theory. 2, 3. And it's becoming dark. Oh, speaking of which, for right now, maybe let's light this up a bit. You know, so I don't have a giant mob farm up here accidentally. I come back and up and just get exploded. Whee! That's not what I'm shooting for. Boop. 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 And boop. Okay. So that's the hole. We're going to build platforms out in this direction and this direction. I don't know if I put enough scaffolding underneath me. Guess I'm going to find out. And then build the super giant portal loops here. And the platforms will go out 9 more blocks. Well, 8 more blocks. Because I need 8 for the water plus 1 to hold the water in. And that'll give you... Okay, now... I'm afraid I'm gonna die. Planning better was a good idea. Too bad I didn't. Like that. Oh! Okay, well, you know. I'll have to figure that out. Good thing I accidentally went into the scaffolding. I'm pretty sure I would have survived that fall. So here's my completed platform. I had to go back for some more diorite. I had to go back for some more scaffolding for this next part. Because now we need to build gigantic portals, nether portals. They need to be 23 by 23. And there's going to be 9 of them this direction and 9 of them in this direction. So it'll end up being one giant square, really. But I still think it kind of looks like a popsicle from the side. Whatever. And I believe that they're here. How far out is 23? Well, yeah, because it's 5 and then 9 in each direction. So all the way to the edge. Which would make sense because that's where the water is too. So we build... Doop-boo. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build the 23 by 9 platform on this side and that side. And then I'll get my scaffolding up, build it all the way around on one side, use the scaffolding on the other side. and get them all in place. It's going to take a while. You don't want to see me just doing bloop, 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 bloop for an hour. So we'll come back. And the reason I didn't put the water in yet is because the way I built it, the water would have gone straight off the edge because it always tries to go to the nearest drop. This should make it so that it goes that direction. So I'm going to be up here for a while. I'm having fun. Okay, so I've got the my 2 giant squares of obsidian made. Apparently I miscounted because I have 3.5 stacks of obsidian left. Oh well. So what I'm doing now is the thingy for the thingy. Building in... Oh, come on. I don't want to get closer to the edge. I'm going to fall and die. Building a spot for the turtle eggs. Because as we all know, we talked about, zombies can't stand turtles. I don't know if they're afraid of them or what, but that's just how it is in the game. Oh, you know what else I need to get rid of? Haha. Oh. Hee hee. Okay. That was unnecessary. We all know that. That's fine. And K1 Inc. did it a little bit differently. That's fine. As far as his order of things. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. This is exactly where I want to be right now. Dang it. How do I do this? Oh, I guess 1 turtle egg is going to be enough. It's probably because of the block type block I used, or type of block I used. Whatevs. If it doesn't work, then, you know, well, I guess I have to climb back up here and figure it out. So, the last things I need to do is obviously light these portals up. I need to fill in the water chambers, and I need to put the trap doors everywhere, not just here, but also along the edges of these obsidian portals, just on the very edges of them. All right, let me finish this up. Make sure I've got everything else I need to finish this up or the other things. Because right now I'm actually concerned about lighting this up in such a way where I can get out without accidentally going into the nether. So I'll jump back in when I'm ready to go. The good news is the water works at least on one side. I was afraid I didn't count. Why am I afraid I didn't count? Because I screwed it up a lot. Not this one, but we've all messed that up. So now we need to light all of these. Let me get my torches from in here. So the plan is I'm going to light this side. I'm going to put the water in on that side. Over on this side. Make my way over there. Then light them all the way out to my escape route over there. So I'm sure this will be fine. Except this won't light. What, did they not light next to each other? You know, version problems. Really? Nope. What is going on here? Can I just not see them? Oh, brother. I might have to come up here at a later time and finish this off. Just to make sure, like, come in from the outside, see what's what. Well, that's a fun little thing to have to worry about. Look, it's working! Get the egg! Okay, it's not working that well. I put this one here. And that one there. Yeah, I know. You think you're cute. Take that, Mr. Cute. Uh-huh. Okay, well, we'll see what we can light on this side, and then we'll call it good. We'll take a look at it from down there. So I don't see a flood of drops coming in, but we can check this thing. I've got the first 2 hoppers set up for the rotten flesh, the second 2 for some gold, and I'll set this one up for the gold swords whenever they come in, and then if we got our overflow. Or no, gold bars. Didn't we say gold bars? Yeah, then the swords will be overflow. So it is working per se. I'm pretty sure that the reason they didn't look like they were lighting up was because of just lag. And it looks like I missed a couple of them, which means I need to go back up on one of the edges and just kind of sneak in there and do that, at least that edge one. And that edge one. So in theory, they should just be flooding out, and they're not. So I also might need to fix that egg thing. Try to get 4 eggs in there. Because you can see there's just one dude sitting there. You just want to, like, kill him. I'm sure this won't be a stupid idea whatsoever. Missed! Yeah, they're not rushing towards there. Because you can see one right there, too. Alright, well, as usual, PS4 farms don't necessarily work as well as they do on PC Java. I wonder if things will change when we switch over to Bedrock. Apparently, you know, people think it's coming soon, possibly by the end of August. Not looking forward to that already. My farms are kind of iffy. I don't need them to be even worse. Did I get that last one lit up? I'm going to close out and come back in and see if that helps. Okay, I've closed it out, open it back up. Doesn't look much different. Well, if nothing else, I think we've talked about this before. This is always a good spot for some reason for these passive mobs. Maybe I'll come out here and build a farm for them. Yeah, I'm talking about you guys. You're next. That's not weird and creepy at all. I don't have room for wool. No. Alright. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. Hope you build it. If it does, if you do and it does work, especially on PS4, let me know because I'd be curious. But until next time, thank you. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Hey, fun fact, right now I think they're all getting shut off to one side or the other because the water's shooting them there. You remember how in the original one he had kind of a long straight tunnel to guide them all in? I'm going to go up there and on the left and the right where the water underneath the water streams, build some walls down just to make sure that they're falling in the center, not shooting off to the side. I figured it out because I went up there and broke some to try to fix some things. I managed to get all the eggs at it. Broke the dirt. I was using a scaffolding and it all shot out, and I found it on the edge outside of the landing platform. So yeah, that's a thing. I did it! I got the totem of Undying! Well, that makes it all worthwhile, doesn't it? Hello everyone, welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 57. I'm talking fast because I'm nervous. Why? Because I accidentally triggered a frickin' raid. So here's the bad news. I'm not prepared for this. I don't think I have enough arrows. I'm out of arrows. So what I need is to collect some arrows from these guys. Ah. Freaking knockback on the sword. Okay, did I get any more arrows? I got 7. Making sure. Okay, you all burn alive. Ah. That's how I accidentally triggered a raid, by the way. Don't shoot me. Dodge and weave. Dodge and weave. Do you know what I need? Do I have at least one arrow? I do. Okay. So we're going to get my infinity bow out. Which for some reason I left back at home. Yeah, I know what I did. Don't stare at me like that. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so the raids will still be going on. I got 3 slicey arrows. Let me collect all this crap real quick. Okay. One of my iron golems died from them. Where's it coming from? I got three crossbows. No freaking arrows. Arrow, arrow, arrow. Plenty of food. Where are they coming from? Aha! It's that side. I really wish I had kept my infinity bow in my ender chest. Whoops, especially since... So if I've got one remaining... Okay, I'm going to jump on my horse, try to get back, get my infinity bow and another stack of arrows just in case, and let's see if this works. Now, I'm hoping that my little weedy fences help. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. Okay. One down. Why did it stop? Did one already die? Did one spawn in a stupid spot? Nope. Mobs remaining 2. Did one die? That'd be handy. The raiders are going to kill themselves. 1. Oh! Yeah, I guess if you're going to try to attack the iron golems, you're going to have problems there, buddy. Oh! Oh, snap. And let me tell you about how nice it is to have 1,000 iron golems around you. I'm more concerned about the witches than anything else. There they are. I'm not talking a lot. Okay, this guy's getting hit from something. Oh! They kill the witches for me. You're such a good guy. Man, these things are coming from everywhere. There they are. Thanks for coming through the door. Come here. I just want to shoot you in the face. What the heck is that? Oh, ah, crap. Okay. Stop hiding behind the door. Come here. Come on. Come on. God, these things are little annoying buggers, aren't they? Okay, where's the last one? There he is. It's not even part of the raid. Let me get to a bed. Okay. Let's get back to it. I thought I saw a captain over here. I don't know what I might have to do a voiceover because I'm not talking at all. I'm concentrating. Where the heck is the other one? Run back in! Alright, I gotta go find where this other raider is, or else this will never end. Definitely that. Okay. Where is it? They spawned in a building? Sure got rid of these sand berms. Alright, let me go to the other village and see. I think these are still technically 2 villages because that keeps cutting out like that. It's good to know. So there's a raid going on this far village, but it doesn't near village. And the demarcation is somewhere. Did that fool form in the... Remember there's all these tunnels under here? Like all the cave systems. I mean, I don't see it under there. I did it! I got the Totem of Undying! Well, that makes it all worthwhile, doesn't it? And there's Ravager somewhere that we can't find. So, yeah. Alright, well, hopefully I'll find this thing at some point. And we'll jump back into the raid. Otherwise, I'm just gonna, you know, sleep the night away and tear down some more mountain. I don't know, maybe he's over there somewhere. See what happens. So I'm convinced that the Ravager is stuck somewhere under the ground there due to my flattening of the world. I don't know where. So I just left the village. I'll go back to it. Who knows how long. At some point we'll find the stupid thing, kill it, and finish that raid. So anyway, I'm back here to talk about the updates that I had to do to this farm to make it work, the gold farm. I was getting like 0 numbers down here. Hold on, let me park this horse. That's what you call it, right? Parking him? I'm pretty sure that's the cowboy term. Parking the horse. Yeah. So yeah, you can see that they spawn up there, but they don't really go for the bait for some reason when you're down here. And I tried putting a little AFK spot here, and I tried a little bit high. Well, through some testing, I realized that a good height is here. 84, 20 there, so I don't know, within 10 or so of the spawning platform. It was 1010, 20. Let's call it 20. Somewhere down. Lower than it, but higher than halfway. And so then my son had an interesting idea to add in some snow golems, because the iron golem I put in here, I killed like 2 or 3 of them. And he had mentioned something about snow golems, like, that's silly, that won't work. But then I was like, you know what, it doesn't have to work, it just kind of keeps them occupied. So what happens is, if I AFK here for any length of time, this entire chamber becomes saturated by zombie pigmen, and the snow golems throw snowballs at them, and then I walk around with a sword and just kill them and get cool stuff. So let me not fall off of that and die. And I got a chicken here because I like collecting eggs to provoke them. So just staying here for a little bit, we should be able to see a couple of fall down. Many of them do die, so things to do differently if you're building this farm. You want a higher stack. That extra 8 or 10 or whatever I removed, I think should have been in there. What I read online was that zombie pigmen die at 24 drop, but they're not dying. And I'm almost certain it's 24. In fact, I know it's a 24 drop because I actually counted out the layers properly for this glass. Now, I don't know if they're right. You can see, there goes one. And he actually died. I don't know if the reason that they're working better is that I'm close enough to them that more are spawning and they're just shoving each other off, or what. It doesn't seem to work very quickly, as you can see, but if I stand here for 10-20 minutes, you get a pretty good amount of them down there to go kill. So rather than just staying here and wait around and let's go look at some of the results. Is there a turtle underneath me? There is. So, whoops. Hey, look, that was a good result. I got half a large chest, half double chest of rotten flesh, over half a large chest of gold bitty bits. I created this little smelter, put a blast furnace in there for all the swords. So this is the swords have melted down. There were some extra ones too. And then the last bit that I haven't don't have enough yet to filter out is the gold bars or gold ingots. I think I put 1 in there based on the first set of swords I pulled out and smelted down. But other than that, it's just been naturally collected from the system. So, you know, I mean, like, I think this one seems to be working faster even than the gunpowder farm. As long as we're AFK in that one spot. So, I would say this does work on the PS4, just not as good as it could be. It's definitely fun to build. But yeah, I would crank it up a little bit higher. Or actually maybe even the platform put underground. I was thinking about that. We have different spawn rules because of this, but maybe hollowing out the chunk and building this on top of a chunk might work better. And then trying to judge it so that your AFK spot is at ground level, whatever that is for you. You can just hang out there and they all fall down below, and you let them drop far enough to always die, and then just have a collection system that uses the bubble elevator to get all the stuff up for you. Something like that. So, I don't know. Should I try the raid again? What do you think, subscribe? Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. Let's jump to the next bit. It turns out there are 2 things that are true. 1, that raids can expire. Who knew? And 2, These villagers do not want to reset their trades. Urgh. I need the problem that 114.4 is having now where they can trade multiple times a day. These fools don't all go to to their thingies, their workstations, even every day, even if I'm hanging out here doing nothing. That's okay. Let's go back to the main base and I'll show you what I've been doing over here trying to get these fools to trade. Quiet, kitties. I'm trying to do stuff here. Let me have a quick snack first. So I figured that with the tons and tons and tons of crossbows I got during the raid before to board it, might as well make some beefy ones. So I'm not going to be able to do exactly what I wanted. The reason I wanted any of the villagers to you know, get their trades back, so I was looking for another Quick Charge 2 book. I got some ones and blah 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 blah. So I'm going to build two different crossbows because the multi-shot and the piercing can't go together. Basically they're going to be identical except for that. So it's going to be Unbreaking 3, Mending 1, which goes on pretty much every tool I have. Quick Charge 3, eventually. One of these will only have Quick Charge 2. One will have multi-shot, one will have piercing. And I think that is it. Yeah. So we've got a couple here, and I'm trying to think of the best way. So this one I've got Mending 1 and Unbreaking 3 on it. This one already has Quick Charge 1. There's another book there. That 4. I've done some testing. Okay, so this... And I've got 117 levels. So I should have plenty to actually get this done. So this gives me Quick Charge 2. And this gives me Quick Charge 3. And this gives me Unbreaking 3, Mending 1, and Quick Charge 3. And then this should beef it up to Piercing 4. Okay. So now that I'm here, let's also throw in a name. This is going to be Piercing. So let's call it Hawkeye. And for any of you wondering why I'm calling the crossbow Hawkeye, because you think, wait, Hawkeye has a bow. Not that Hawkeye, the good Hawkeye from MASH. Stop being so young. Okay, so this one already has Unbreaking 3 on it. So, you know what, I should actually... Why did I do that? I could do... let me put these books together. So if I do Quick Charge 2, then multi-shot, and then throw the book on there. So all I need to do is get a Quick Charge 2 book to bring this up to Quick Charge 3, and then this one will be done. So I'll wait to name it until I get that part done. Alright, so now I have that. Now the reason I did this is, well, because, you know, I wanted to have these extra souped up weapons. But also, look, this one was already, when they dropped it, it was pre-cocked. Woohoo! Save some time. Talk about Quick Charge. The other one was not. That's too bad. But the reason I did this is, if you look into it, the speed of a Quick Charge 3 crossbow is slightly quicker than a bow. So that's what I'm looking for. Now, here, let's try this. Plus it has better distance. Not that good. It's dark. Let me get my arrow back. Hey, buddy. No, I didn't kill him. Okay, so that's why the flame is important. Oh well. So yeah, I'll probably keep it with my bow and my other bow. But we'll have these kicking around too. I hardly ever use the tridents either, and I've got those. I heard a noise. I turned around. My cat had stolen my chair. And with that, I will say goodbye. As always, like, comment, subscribe, hang out, chill out, whatever. I'll talk to everyone later. Do you mind? I am trying to see the aesthetics of my lighting, and you are bumping into me and making it quite difficult. He does not care. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 58. You know, my wife's got me second-guessing my intro. She says when I say hello everyone like that, it doesn't sound like me, and like, what would I say otherwise? It's what I've been saying for over a year now. I could say, hiya, but then, you know what? Hiya, everyone. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so today I think I'm going to build a villager trading center. Over here in between the two villages, I think makes the most sense. Maybe a little bit before. Let's see. Let's walk over here and then, no, maybe behind me. Boom! There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's one of these things where I had the idea. I started building it before I thought about recording. Oopsies. You can see there's a little opening there. We'll show you what that's for. I went with an industrial look, old time factory. I still have some more parts to finish up, so we'll be doing that. Let's go in here and check it out. We got a nice floor pattern. You know, some bricks that I really don't like. The granite. Actually, the polished granite I don't mind as much as the regular granite. We've got our stations here. I've also found that this system just doesn't work in PS4. Villager trading at all is completely broken. You know how I know? Because over here, one of these dudes should have... Oh, that's nice, at least for now. Except I had a mending... One of those three dudes, well, that one shouldn't be a butcher. I mean, first of all, that's not a... I must have captured a butcher. Anyway, I think it was this dude. Instead of this mending book, had a... efficiency 5 for an ungodly amount of diamond or emeralds, but I had traded it with him to get that, and it's gone. So fun. Why is this mending one more? So every so often you can get a mending villager though for only 7, and that's without trying to trick do the without hero of the village and without healing them up from a shepherd. For being a zombie villager. So anyway, let's go down to this last section. This is how I've been getting them in. So I built everything in. You can see that I've got the trapdoors. Underneath the floor are switches that are turned on. Not switches, what are those? Levers. And so basically I've just been leaving these spaces open and letting them wander in, and then putting in a wall behind them. Occasionally, sometimes they jump up here, in which case I'd open up this trap door and push them down in and close it back up. But for the most part, they've wandered in, and so I've only got 2 empty spots. It looks like I've got 4 because of that, and that one in the corner. But if you look, because of our entity problem, where certain entities or certain things spawn in, or not really spawn in, but render last, these 2 fools got merged together. So I got a shepherd and my stonemason. Stonemason, I had to put this up because this is so low they could just wander off. I was going to try something else. I had to block them temporarily, but I want to be able to still, access them. So the fence post works really well. This one butcher, and then my library here, that should be a butcher. In fact, look at it. This is the closest library state he has. why is there a shepherd there? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay. Whoops. Sorry. Bouncing back and forth. So I got an empty slot there. Then yeah, over here we've got looks like 2 librarians. Yep, 2 librarians instead of a shepherd and a librarian. Okay, whatever. So I watched a video. I'm trying to remember. It was either El Mango or Nemba, and I'll find what it is and put a link in the description. Talking about the best trades. Now, I wanted a whole stack of librarians just because, you know, the different books. Although I probably don't need the books, I granted. In fact, the trading thing, this late in the game for a single player server, I'll call it a server, even though obviously it's not even a server, it's just a game. None of this trading, you don't really need this late in the game. I've got everything I need, with the exception of maybe like iron, because I need to figure out how to do the iron farm still. I have everything I need, but it's still kind of fun. And so here I've got my supplies of things that I'm trading with them, or potentially trading with them. One of the biggest things I had a fisherman is because I've got so much raw cod from our up in the air AFK fish farm and from the Guardian farm that I might as well trade it away for a bunch of emeralds. Same thing for stone. I got tons of stone everywhere. So mainly I want a stonemason and fisherman so I can get rid of stuff I don't want anymore. And here's some of the stuff I've traded. I got some campfires to start using more of. Around somewhere is a villager, I can't remember what kind, that gives you the bell. And I got one before. I think it's an armorer. There might be 2 of them even. Maybe it's just an armor. Anyway, I'm going to find one of those and get another bell for this village. Because like I said during the last episode, I don't think these are linked at all. And I'm not sure if I can link them unless I break all of the beds. Like all of them. And put the first one in the middle here to reset the center of the village. Even then, I'm not sure if that'll work. So anyway, if you are going to build a villager trading hall in your world, you might want to do one where, first of all, it's got full walls in between them. I don't mind too much if they kind of merge in together. It's annoying, but you can kind of see where they are. And this kind of does look cool. And so what I'm going to do here is, you can kind of see I've already been doing it, is as I, create or break some of these workstations other places, I'm just going to throw them in here. I'm going to line both walls. At first I was going to do stations because it looked more like an office building type thing, but then I thought, you know what, I like the rug in the middle. And so we'll build out the outside. So what are the finishing touches here? Well, if we look at my inventory, we've got some lighting to put in here, do some drab, industrial lighting, and some slabs to surround the area with like a sidewalk type thing. So I'm going to do 3 rows all the way around of just those slabs. And I'm just going to do the top slabs. I just made them slabs to use less material. Not because I don't have a ton of stone, but because I'm impatient and that you have to cook that stone to make it smooth stone. And who wants to wait for that? So for the iron bars, and this ceiling is, 5 high? But I should be able to reach it because I could finish the ceiling doing that. I want to do... Oh, yeah, I also don't know what those villager things mean. Like, what's the angry? The burning? Do you need some lotion, guy? What's happening with you? I came in here today. There was a pile of XP just flowing out. I'm like, I have no idea. Did I make a bunch of trades and then just stay in here and forget to collect them? Probably. That is one of the problems with these. The XP can kind of get stuck in there, so sometimes you gotta jump up here and go, give me my XP, give me my XP. I've been keeping my tools fairly well done with trades and harvesting the zombie pigmen from the gold farm, so that's pretty nice. I have to do a lot of grinding. Doop-a-doo. So what I'm thinking is we'll do these corners. Of course I did that wrong. So we'll do the corners, we'll do the center, and we'll figure out some spot 1 or 2 here in the middle. It won't match up with the carpet exactly, but it'll be fine. So we'll get those done and see what we got. Okay, now I've got my array of iron bars. It looks pretty even. I think they're all like 6 apart or so. I know the ones in the middle, like going down the wide side, are. So let's place our lanterns here. For the most part, this space is actually lit up fairly well. Underneath, I've just followed a pattern of the lights outside, which kind of informed the space. The difference is when I had this weird wide spot here, I just doubled up the lanterns. So lanterns here and there, and then there's some underneath these 4 corner, which is why there's 2 librarians over here, because this will block the light, this will not. So yeah, this is also a lantern, and there's like 3 of them across the back, 3 or 4. Actually, just looking at it, you can see there's 3. There's 1, 2, and 3. So this is more about just making it look more industrial than it is about lighting. Obviously, there's, well, maybe not obviously, but there's light underneath the rug. And I had started out like, I don't know. The rug is just an odd addition, I know, because now it looks less industrial on the inside than the outside. But let's face it, a lot of my builds don't match up. I also didn't do much of a fancy roof. I didn't put any ventilation or lighting or even the fake air conditioning units on top or anything like that, because you know what? It's a roof. For the Ghostbusters firehouse, I've got the fake old air conditioning systems up top, because you can actually see that roof when you're going up and down the water elevator to the AFK fish farm and mob spawner, or mob farm. There's no spawner up that high in the air. Well, not that I found, at least. I think the highest one I found is at sea level at 64. Okay, cool. So far, yeah, that's nice. It's low, it's oppressive. Let's get some iron ingots out of my stack. Make some iron trap doors, and we'll do the same type of thing as they did in my concept hut. Why would I close that if I just want to make some doors? How many do I have? 3. Oh, it is 15. I wondered about that. I had no idea how much I was going to do because I wasn't planning ahead, of course, but 15 was the number that was kind of in my head, mostly because I started with 16 iron bars based on the iron I had. And I was like, that'll be enough. 15. You know what 15 times 4 is? Not 15. 60. I need 60. So I'm doing 4 all the way around. Oh, now I need iron. This is why I brought blocks of iron and not just ingots, because I had no idea. Am I going to have enough? Oh, get closer. Holy cow. Alright, apparently whatever I started with is exactly how many I needed. So, do I want them up there? Let's try 2. Let's try this one up here, which is more in keeping with what I did in the concept hut. Let's also try these low ones, because sometimes you get the lighting things where they throw up, like in an office building or even like kind of a factory setting, you get these lights that factories usually not. Factories usually it's going to be like they've something that forces the light down. I almost want to put a lever up there and just turn them on, but do you mind? I am trying to see the aesthetics of my lighting, and you are bumping into me and making it quite difficult. He does not care. Look from this side. Well, from this side I can tell you I don't want it alternating because that looks ridiculous. I think I'm going to go with this one because this one is too low. It's more oppressive than I want in this big open space. Makes me feel small. Insignificant. I almost put these exactly where they were. Okay, so let me go around, put these up, and we'll check in real quick, and then we'll go do the outside. And there we go. Beautiful, beautiful lighting. For no reason. I like how this metal section, the carpeted section, is essentially just for me. It's huge space. Just Rita wander around and go, "Ah, look at my minions!" Ha 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 ha. So a note about getting these in here. So occasionally, what'll happen, and obviously I didn't really care necessarily what villagers went in there. I was just hoping they would kind of, fix themselves, but they don't sometimes. Occasionally, what happens is you get one that's kind of close, and you just, you nudge them in a bit. What's fun is when you get two in there, and it's like, I only want one in there, guys. Try to get one out. Sometimes they both come out. Sometimes only one comes out. You can block the other one in. So it kind of depends. Let me get some shut eye here, and then we'll work on the sidewalk. So the sidewalk is going to be very basic. I'm not doing it at a different level. If I had thought about it ahead of time, I probably would have built this one level up, which would have been a lot easier with all this rather than cutting out an entire floor and then putting it back in. So yeah, we're not doing like an actual sidewalk type thing where it's a nice little step and blue. It looks nice. Forget nice. But I am going to make sure that I'm keeping all this stuff lit. So I'm just going to replace the... Why am I doing that with dirt? Yeah, just going to replace these different sections with the lights. And then we'll put the... That was delayed. Thought I found a floating torch. You know how cool floating stuff is to me. In Minecraft, I mean, it's okay outside of Minecraft too, I guess, but I'm doing a lot of mumbling today. It's been a long week. It's been a long week because, as I mentioned before, I was doing a couple of working on 3 different plays at once at the same festival. Before that was done, I auditioned for and got a role in a different play, and so we've been doing 7 to 10 hour, or 7 to 10 hour, from 7 o'clock p.m. to a.m. to p.m. We've been doing a lot of rehearsing. 3-hour rehearsals. I've done it like 3 times this week, which doesn't sound like much. I hate the villager nudge. The villager nudge is one of the most annoying things in this game. Not because it like throws me off or anything, but it's just so rude. Like, say excuse me. Sheesh. Anyway, big play, big roll, big rehearsing time. Don't know the timing of digging. So yeah, the whole that doesn't look well lit at all. Oh, there's this torch right there. Well, there we go. One of the places we can check for Ravagers is underneath the corner of this building. By the way, those things have not spawned since. I think that their spawn area was in this area where I'm standing. No. Was it this area? No, I think it was mostly over here where I put this building. Because you remember I had those couple of cut-ins. So if I want that to go again, what I'll probably do is I'll set up some system where I can... it's a system. I'll set up a big empty space here where I'll just fence around it. Kill all the torches. And we'll have a spot where we can generate those illager... what do they call them? No, not illager. Pillager. Illager's a specific one. All illagers are pillagers, not all pillagers are illagers. Whatever. We'll set something up where they can spawn here in the middle. We can kill them and start a raid if we want to. It'll be nice and neat and pointless. This whole thing is empty. Well, this makes this part harder. So what we're going to do... Hey, look, mushrooms. Is just do this. Oh, come on, really? I hope I have enough slabs. If I'm one short, I'll be annoyed. So we're going to do this whole thing all the way around there. If something amazing happens, or if I start babbling for no reason, that's 2. Yes, I know I can climb down there, but it doesn't look like there's any easy place to climb up, and I'm lazy. Oh, look, there's an easy place to climb up. Oh, this isn't well lit. I mean, it's kind of well lit, but yeah, there's no way a Ravager could have gone under here. Oh well. Anyway, free mushroom. Free mushroom. My inventory's full. Oh, that's not a way down. Okay. Let's get this done. All right, as you can see at the end of that, I had some andesite. There's no place to put these andesite slabs, polished andesite slabs. I put in here on the paths, kind of like mark it out as, you know, they're a little bit more worn because that's where the villagers go in and out. Of course, now I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, that looks more like a sidewalk than a stupid smooth stone. Also interesting. So over here, hey creeper out there. When I was down here, I could hear zombie noises, so I think there's a little cave under here somewhere. Which maybe that's where my Ravager was. Oh, overshot. And I don't know if you saw in the time lapse, but I accidentally hit a villager over here. That's why I ran over here. I'm like, oh, is that Iron Golem going to get me? Okay, nope. And I didn't see any trades affected, but I don't know if that actually works on this version or not. So in looking at all this, I decided I'm going to switch it up a bit. I'm going to do, just to kind of set it off from especially the stone here, I'm going to get some sandstone steps and put them all the way around to just kind of give it a little bit of a break from the surrounding area. So let me get all those and throw them in, and we'll check them out at the end. There's no reason to watch me suffer. I'm trying to get these things out of my way. All right, let me find where my sandstone stash is. It's everywhere. And there we have it, our villager trading hall. That's mostly empty space, but it takes up lots of empty space, so it's nice. Yeah, see, the edging I think works better here. Just kind of, you don't get caught in there. Maybe I should fill it with water so it's a little moat. In fact, I've got a bunch of buckets of cod I keep trading for to unlock other trades. Maybe I should put those in here. Maybe, come to think of it, so, I started off by saying that these things don't keep their trades, but this guy does. Have I traded every one of these things? It couldn't have, because I don't have any of that. First of all, second of all, third of all, eighth of all, whatever the number this is, why are they trading glazed terracotta for emeralds instead of the reverse like on Java? What the heck, man? Let's reverse that up. I'm not going out there and getting a bunch of terracotta, which I barely have anywhere on my land, just to trade off for a stupid emerald. I want to buy terracotta. Figured it out. Figured it out. Right? These guys are all like, figured it, figured it, figured it. Anyway, that tirade aside, I forgot what I was talking about. So some of these guys do keep their trades. I don't know what's going on with the villager, with the librarians. They keep seeming to switch all the time. Because, look, this is now Loyalty 3 and Debstrider 1, not Mending. This is now a Butcher. What is going on here? How far away can you guys see these workstations? Are you sneaking out at night? I think you're sneaking out at night, and then they jump back in. Alright, as night falls on our lovely village, pair of villages, I will build you a do or something. I don't know. Let's climb up here for no apparent reason. It'll be nice. It'll be nice when this is nice and flat. There's nothing here. Boring. Anyway, yeah. So cool. Go ahead and build a villager trading center. At some point, I will probably test out the cool trick of, zombifying them, then healing them. And when I do that, hopefully I'll record it so I can put it up, show you how it works. And if not, no, I definitely will, because I'll probably do it to a bunch of people. I'm thinking I'll do it with a village I create over by my old iron farm here. Or maybe I can turn that into a new iron farm and just rearrange the villagers. I don't know. At any rate, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Hey, guess what doesn't seem to work with this version? Yeah, they just flow right through. Fun. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 59. We're heading way over here. Today we are going to finally build a passive mob farm I've been talking about here and there since really the first time I spent any time in this corner. For some reason, a lot of mobs seem to spawn out here. They always have. A lot of passive mobs, I should say. They always have. And I might as well take advantage of that since I've been spending so much time over here AFKing at the gold farm. So it's going to be fairly basic. First idea I ever had for it was based on, I want to say, one of the Impulse and Skizzleman's Skyblock episodes where Skizz built it and then Impulse improved it. I'm not sure this is going to be a great design, but it's going to be my design. So it's going to be... So they have to spawn on grass, but I want to make sure I build it somewhere where I know I have land as opposed to all the water that I know is under here. And I think there's even water under here. Let me look. Oh, nope, there's not water there. Cool. So basically what it's going to be is very simple. Let's look at the stuff we have. Ignore the gold. I killed a zombie pigman that was by the center of the world. Basically, we're just going to have a line of hoppers going into a double chest. The hoppers will be covered up with the magma blocks, and we'll just create a timer to push all the mobs, off where they spawning platforms into the trench, where all the goodies will be collected. Very simple. For the timer, I'm just gonna do the etho hopper timer. I'm gonna throw in a comparator decay circuit. I hope. I may have to look it up. Like, I have not looked. I glanced at one of my etho timers earlier today, but I'm going in blind. I want to see how well I can remember how to do any of this stuff and figure that out. It's going to be like 16 wide on the inside, so which means 16 by 7 essentially spawning platform. I've got the trap doors to hold the water in. We'll waterlog those, and the circuit will open and close those. So it'll be 7 times 16 will be the spawning platform. Not very big. It doesn't matter that much. We'll just get what we can get. Replace some of the sand with dirt, because I want it to be still somewhere in this location, so I'm still getting the spawns in. I probably could do it on the other side, but I want to keep it towards the edge of the world where other things won't affect it. Whatever those other things may be, I don't know. These spawn rates, this is not going to be a great farm. I mean, the spawn rates are still going to be, oh, look at this, I must have killed an animal here recently. Spawn rates are still going to be affected by all these other mobs that are going to continue spawning out here, so it's no big deal. It's just something where what I have been doing is I'll AFK for however long it is. I'll come down here, I'll kill the pigs and the sheep and the chickens and the cows, so that way I can, more XP over here, that way I can sell it to my villagers in the trading hall. And quite frankly, they're far enough away, so as I wander around and kill the things, new ones spawn on the other side. Well, that's fine and all, but I could spend days collecting a bunch of stuff, and I'd rather just, have it collect itself while I'm up there. So let's fill this back in. So we're going to call this part of the arbitrarily the line. So will that be our corner? That should be our corner. So this is, if I want it 16, that'll be to this point. You know what else? I need to get some blocks. So let me do this. Let me get the blocks I want to build this out of. Set this up. I'm going to already change. I know what I'm going to change. I'm going to change what I had just said I was going to do. I want it off-centered on this end. But let me get the blocks out of, all the chests in that house or that house. Do the outline of it. Get the grass where I want it to be, and then we'll jump back in. Alright, so here's our spawning platform. Like I said, it's kind of small compared to the rest of the land around here. If you wanted to make this better, you'd go in and replace all the dirt that I've already placed with some other stone or whatever. Stone is probably a good choice. Anything that passive mobs don't spawn on, they spawn on grass, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And there's lots of grass out here. So yeah, are there better places to build this? Certainly, like in the middle of the desert, probably. And maybe we'll do that if we're working on the desert. But for right now, we're going to figure this out. So here's just got a 1 wide trench. So they're going to drop down 2 so they don't get out. Which means I have to go down 4 levels or 4 blocks total to get the hoppers and the chest down there. And then over here on this wall is where we'll have the trap doors. Is that right? No, that's backwards. Over here on this wall is where I'll figure out how to do the trap doors properly. Maybe. Do I do it like this and then do like that? No, that's probably it. So if you do it just right. Yeah. So what you gotta do, I opened it so I could make sure it worked, and that threw me off for the next one. Anyway, come on, come on, can't be on it. Well, how come it worked for that one? Anyway, whatever. Oh, you know why? Because I was still technically underneath it from when it closed. Boy, this game, let me tell you. Woof. Let's crouch down and do it this way. There we go. Yeah, till that. So yeah, these will be open, which means that the way that the water will work is that the signal has to be on, and the timer will turn it off briefly. So that is some of the fun parts I'll have to figure out. And saying that, it occurs to me I probably need to move this redstone or this glowstone to the block above. That's what these floating glowstone. Hi, pig. Yes. Wait your turn. You'll die soon. These floating glowstones are just above the spots where I torches. So however you light the space up, make sure you light it up. The reason I wanted to make it offset so that there's torches around is so we don't have the spawning spots. Unfortunately, based on the where I wanted to have the front, it lined up perfectly so the back row had torches on it. Could I have moved it up one? Yes. Should I? Okay, yes. Will I? Yeah, let's go that. Let's do that. Why not? I just placed a bunch of blocks. We'll dig them out, put in new ones. So I'm going to do that, dig in my trench, put in my hoppers and my collection, what is that thing called? Chest down there, and I don't know, put some stairs down to it, and we'll jump into that part. Alright, so this has been moved over. I got my trench full of hoppers, and they lead over here to my little collection area, which is just a nice little double chest. Lights off to the side, you know, so it looks way fancier than it needs to. There's one lone zombie pigman has fallen down and has been just being hit by snowballs, which do not kill them at all, but it keeps them occupied. Give them something to do. So yeah, I've been here, die. There you go. I've been doing that periodically when they all collect here. So yeah, if you build that farm, don't worry about the snowman. Just make them drop farther. It is just still kind of funny to watch them do it, though. So let's get in the magma. Liquid hot magma. Okay, enough of that. Yikes. Okay, just checking to make sure that I put all the way to the end. I probably can do this from above, actually, but it's easier from the side. And you don't want to walk on it unless you're crouching. I put away all my blocks, because of course I did. Alright, let me get some stone blocks, fill that in, and then we need to work on the redstone. I played around a little bit and completely failed to get the things even open. So, you know, that's a good start. Once again, my poor red skills? Exactly. My poor redstone skills have come to haunt me. Well, anyway, doesn't matter. That's why I do these things, to try to learn more. Okay, now, from now on, I don't want to fall in that trench. I have to get over to that trench. Oh, that's okay. I could do this. Because at some point, whenever I figure out how to turn these stupid things on, we'll put water over there and, you know, start the process rolling. So let me figure out how to turn these or open these things up, and then I'll figure out how to close them. Sounds good? Sounds good. Hey, guess what doesn't seem to work with this version? Yeah, they just flow right through. Fun. Alright, I might just have to use dispensers, which means I have to go all the way back there and get some dispensers and more buckets. Back to the drawing board. Okay, so I've got my dispensers in place, all the water in there. I got it set up. So yay, it flushes. Of course, right now it just, always goes back and forth. So let's set up a timer out here somewhere and figure out how to do this. So I kind of want it on for a little bit, off for a lot of bit. Yeah, you can already see like there's so many mobs around this thing that there's not many spawning in there. Oh, good. Plus that didn't actually get down there. This version really bothers me sometimes. Why does stuff not pick up through the hoppers or through the magma blocks? It's gonna want me to put in a rail line, isn't it? Or if not rail line, then individual minecart hoppers, hopper minecarts. Oh bother. One of these days, I'm going to remember that stuff doesn't just fall through full blocks. You gotta have your hopper minecart. Is this going all the way over? It should be. Already this farm I can tell is not going to be efficient because everything around it is grass. If you want to build this, you want to make it efficient, either put it way up in the air, way down on the ground, or replace all the grass around you with some sort of non-spawnable block for passive mobs. Stone, maybe carpeting, I don't know. Just something else. But anyway, this will give you the idea of what to do. So what I did is obviously I moved I put scaffolding up and down. These things will tend to either disappear or stop running when you unload the chunks. So build this access shaft. I've got my hoppers just one level down from before. I moved the chest down one level too. It worked fine with my stairs, so that was good. Threw some rails on here, and there we go. I just got the redstone blocks on either end. So in addition to that, I also put in the hopper timer. And the torch here is what will run everything. Whenever it gets placed or taken away, turn on or off, all these will trigger. So the idea is I want to turn this signal. I just covered the hoppers here like I did back in the main base. It'll turn this signal, which you can see goes both sides. So every time it flips, it kind of blips. We want to turn that into a signal that will, like that. A signal that will turn this torch off immediately, which will flood the space, and then turn it back on after a certain amount of time, which will suck the water back up. So that is the circuit we're going for. I have not looked up how to do this circuit. I probably should have, and I might have to. But as I said earlier, I'm trying to figure it out myself. This may be a little more advanced than what I'm prepared to get out of it, though. Because it's not just the delayed, it's the fact that I need a pulse through it once and then a pulse through it again. And a certain amount of time afterwards. That's not going to be the same. I don't want this just going back and forth to be always on. In fact, this one needs to be slowed down because I wanted a chance for stuff to spawn on here. As far as I can tell, nothing has yet. It's all right. What I'm going to do before we really try to test it is kill all these passive mobs around here. Maybe not the turtles, but definitely the cows, chickens, pigs, sheep. Well, there's a lot of passive mobs. Another thing I could have done if you want to do this, something similar, you can do this too. Make it bigger. Take up all this space. Whatever. It'll work. So yeah, I'm going to play around with this a little bit and see what I can come up with. Alright. Well, that's convenient. Let's see if it's long enough. No, it needs to be longer. All right, well, there's another improvement right to the farm. They'll just wander in and get killed. What? You can't float? Okay, I might want to put a little bit of a wall on the outside. I just want to see if this thing's actually going to do it. Luckily, my timer's still quick. Nope, it's floating. Okay, we'll worry about that later. So I did end up looking up the circuit I was trying to do, and I couldn't figure it out at all. So expect future improvements. For right now, if you can see what is... my timer's actually fairly quick. What it's doing is the first signal is going through the short path. Turns it off. Yeah, I see you looking at me. Go die. And then these other repeaters extend the length of the signal so it comes back around. This repeater over here, at first I just put in so that this signal wouldn't go back and just create a loop. But I needed to put 1 tick of delay on it in order to get this thing to trigger at all. Okay, I'm going to go build a wall. This is really ridiculous. He just wandered off. So apparently... Here, go away. I need to remember where blocks are. This will be temporary. Okay. So apparently I need to build a wall there. I'll probably put in some glass blocks so I can, watch the mayhem. I like this added feature of them just walking into their doom. That's pretty nice. 1, 2, 3. Hey, and I can put my light back. So I need to extend this out, obviously, because the water needs to be turned on a little bit more. A little bit longer. But other than that, I mean, yeah, cool. It's working. I wonder if they'll wander in this direction. Maybe I won't put a glass wall. Sheep are naturally curious. So are cows. Alright, so everything I've said before still stands. They're all going to spawn outside of here. But you know what? Having this little block so they just wander in, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Definitely going to leave the top of this open. I'm going to extend the length here so it gives them some time to actually spawn in here. Or wander in here, whatever. And I'll extend the length of this pulse. And in the future, if I figure out a way to make it better, or if someone wants to comment and point me in the right direction, I know there's a smarter way of doing this. Heck, you know what? Hit me up on Twitter with pictures or videos or something. I'm at Start an Argument. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see why. At any rate, I think that's good enough for today. I'm quite impressed that that took me less hours than I thought. And quite frankly, repeaters are cheaper than comparators. So, cool. As always, like, comment, subscribe. What happened to my zombie pigmen? Did they die? I'll see everyone later. Okay, so I actually figured it out thanks to a video by IBLT. VC turns it on, washes away, and then shortly should turn it back off. There we go. Nice and neat. And all it took was, well, another etho timer. Oh, this is pretty amazing. So this signal actually locks this one. It turns it off temporarily. So when this switches, the blink turns it back on and allows this to move over and the items to drain. You can see they're just kind of sitting there. And then we've got the lovely observer, which, you know, goes off every time this switches. So that this timer fires, flips this one so it turns on. This one, the observer fires to turn on the water. Then when those hoppers, or that hopper drains, it flips back. The observer gets fired again and it turns it off. I've got it, yeah, see, there it goes again. So I've got a stack of 32 stone blocks in this one, and I think I got 3 full stacks in this one, which seems to give me fairly decent timings. And it's kind of funny looking. This could be more compact if I did the the stacking by 2, but I like this because it's all on the one level. It's easier to use. There's no going up and down. And with all of my trial and error and trying to figure stuff out, I don't have many things. I got a few things. I collected a few stuffs. But what I did, you may have noticed, is so we already had that one block. I put these 2 blocks on either end to kind of encourage mobs to just kind of wander in and fall. So that works. Awesome. If you found a better way, still let me know. I'll talk to everyone later. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 60. First project on the day. If you can't tell, I timed this wrong, you should subscribe. Okay, yeah, the hand worked better. But, this is pretty cool too. Just a reminder, you should like, comment, subscribe. While I run back to where the other project I worked on for this episode is, which is nowhere near here, let's run a quick time lapse of me building that entire subscribe button. What I don't have is where I rebuilt it the second or third time. The second time I had to make it bigger. The third time I had to move the arrow over. For some reason I completely got it off center. So anyway, watch that and let's come back. Hey, you know how I'm always complaining that the Java version, you can do a bunch of cool builds that we can't do on the legacy console version? You know what they can't do that we can? Make notch apples. Thanks to the gold farm. I got a stack of them. Suckers. I don't know if I'm going to use them. I mean, I'll probably take them in whenever I get to the end. Hold on. Before we turn around there, let's look at my super manual netherwart farm. I honestly don't know if I'll ever change this up to anything because it works. 3 passes with a with a Fortune 3 shovel, and I get about, I think, 3 stacks, which is enough to plant everything back, which takes about 1 stack. I think it's 56 soul sand blocks is what I have here. But I get plenty out of it. I haven't even started really brewing potions yet, so, you know, I'm set. Got some netherwart blocks too, you know. Save some of those, they're kind of nice. Might decorate with later, I don't know. Boop. Okay, so let's see. So I planted everything and still got almost 3 full stacks. Yeah, I'll call that a win. Alright, the other thing I built over here, which, yeah, I probably should have waited to you know, have a actually build on screen again, is my wheat farm. This is very basic. This uses a similar water technique to what I wanted to use in the passive mob farm, but forgot that the way they work changed. So what you got here, this is real fun. Look at this. It glows. So basically, it's just a row of blocks on pistons holding back the water. I've got the what are these things called? Grass leaves, the bushes, as Corella says. Down there, just so you know, nothing gets stuck, but it all holds in. And because this is a manual farm anyway, you know, you have to replant it by hand. I just put a button or a pressure plate. You step on it, it washes away. You unstep on it, and there you go. Keep planting. This is also about 56, is it? No, this is, let's see, this is water with half slab on top, so it's waterlogged. And this is effectively 6 by 9, so 54. And I lost a couple just because of the water. So the water is 1, you know, the water flows 8. The water is 1, and the blocks, I can't reach that. Why do I keep trying? And the blocks that hold the water back are another one, so there's, come on. I mean, you could fall, it's fine. It just, you know, like most farms, you don't really, or most croplands, you don't want to do that too severely. Oh, yeah, that wasn't finished growing yet. So what I'm going to do is keeping a stack of seeds, throwing my excess in there. Then, yeah, collecting my wheats, making some breads. Yum, 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 yum. Where's my breads? Quite frankly, I don't know. I mean, I probably should convert this to like a villager thing. Just like a carrot farm or a potato farm, but I'm not. Let's check out my supply of red wool. I used a lot of red wool. At the beginning of that time lapse, you'll see that, you know, I had a lot of stacks of stuff in there, and then, you know, I made it even bigger, so I used a lot more stacks. I forgot that happened. I used a lot more stacks of stuff. I've been spending a lot of time lately on these projects, which are fun, and they kind of get me a few extra views, which thank you for showing up. Someone actually recently subscribed and put +1. I won't try to say it. It was subscribers in French, and I was going to thank them, but the comment disappeared. I don't know if they deleted it or what. So merci. There, that's what French I know. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoy what you watch here. So yeah, I think we'll wrap it up. Nice little mining. Hopefully I won't die. You know what? I should probably sleep. So even though there's this mountain of spawnable blocks there, I kind of want to stay away from. So even though I've got most of the world lit up, I still kind of tend to sleep through the nights, which I shouldn't too much because, you know, I've gone to my slime farm to produce. I want these to work through, which still looks like a pirate ship. I should probably decorate that as a big floating ship. The Flying Dutchman. Yeah, it's not just something from SpongeBob. It was based on a real legend of a ghost ship lost in the Atlantic, I'm guessing. It was Dutchmen. They were all over the place. Anyway, talk about off topic. As always, like, comment, subscribe. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you all later. Do I have enough dirt? I'm one short of dirt. Give me that dirt back. I need that dirt back. I'm too short of dirt. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 61. I'm going to start off this episode by doubling up on this farm, except I'm going to put carrots on this side. So this is going to be, what you're going to watch is a reverse image of what I did on the other side. So you can see here, I've already, I'm just building out the same thing, so it's just going to be a reflected image. So, what do I need next? I need torches and the bushes. Oh, I can't do things on demand. Okay, so it's just a couple of pits. You saw me put in the pistons with the blocks on top. Let's start at this end and work our way down. So the same thing, it's going to be simple redstone where it's raised up like this. And let's put the bushes on here. Bink. Remember, this is to make sure the water doesn't get everywhere. And also to make sure that the pistons move up and down like they're supposed to. Okay then, that's right, that's right. I've already got the glowstone blocks up where they need to be. Here's the negative part about doing this. The problem is going to be that I'm going to have to make sure that to get the most efficiency out of these farms, that both crops are going to be fully grown. So, is it 7? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then there'll be a drop off. I also kind of just built the last one on the fly, so I'm trying to build this like exactly the same way, but I'm not paying much of attention. So at this point, I should need, hopefully this doesn't collapse underneath me. Okay. Because I could see that happening. Oh, is this water under here? Of course it is. That's just what I was hoping for. Alright, well that's no big deal. We'll just fill it in with some doit. Because as much as you really shouldn't build redstone, well, not about should. As much as people say you shouldn't build redstone on natural blocks, you definitely don't want to build things over. I didn't need to do that at all, did I? Oh, brother. You really don't want to. Wow, really? I can't talk and play stuff at the same time. You really don't want to build redstone. Is that right? Of course it's not right. I really can't talk and build at the same time. Oh, just give me my... Let's try this again. Do I have enough dirt? I'm one short of dirt. Give me that dirt back. I need that dirt back. I'm too short of dirt. Okay, so let's test it. Let me make sure everything looks good. Let me get some seeds. This isn't fully grown yet, but it's close enough. So then I do this. How did I make that too long? Oh, brother. And the sun's going down. Alright, well, let me plant this, sleep, and fix that, and we'll jump back in. This is why I don't build on camera. You know, if anyone's wondering why I don't do like a step-by-step, this is why. Because it would take me 18 tries. I would have to edit, like, most of my time spent would be editing. It's just difficult. So I tend to jump backwards and forward and backwards. I don't really jump backwards. I just jump forward in chunks once I get things done. So I'm trying to be nice, trying to be helpful. I don't know if I told you, but when I did this one, I had it the wrong length like 4 or 5 times. It was kind of embarrassing. But no one saw, so that's fine. Alright. Let me sleep and then I'll fix that and jump back in. Okay, so I've got that rebuilt. While I was doing that, I made a new hose just so I could use it on this side. Till. And because I'm always paranoid about this stuff reforming, I don't know, it seems to happen a lot. Let's go ahead and carrot. Whoops. Oh, brother. I wonder how much time a day I waste by using these things wrong when I'm playing. It's got to be a non-zero time. I mean, you just saw. Trying to hoe with the wrong side. It's not like this is the first time I did that, or the only time I've done that kind of thing. Okay. Last few. Okay, so much like the pink wool side, much like the wheat side, that'd be a weird way to harvest wool. We just kind of wait for this to mature, and we flush it, pick up the remainder, replant them, and there we go. The reason I'm doing this is because, well, quite frankly, the villagers keep screwing up their carrot farming. They always trample over the ground, and who's got time for that? And I'm getting pretty decent trades. Between all the stone I have and some of the meats from the passive mallard farm and carrots, I'm getting a lot of emeralds with my villager trading hall. So I call that a success. You can hold that. So that part is done. Let's jump to when they're both fully grown, both farms, and do a quick harvest and see what it looks like. While we're waiting for the crops to grow, I thought I'd show you the improvements I made to my slime farm. I essentially just put a lid on it. So I built it up. What was my judgment? There was a series of half slabs at the top of it to protect the iron golem, which seems to be dead. Did he die? Ah, so much for improvements. I was afraid that might happen. So the improvements have been kind of iffy. One of the problems was when I was halfway done, a Enderman stole one of the cactus parts and it broke. But in general, I did this just so that it works during the day as well. And you can see that I had emptied this out, I don't know, a couple hours ago, gameplay. So except for the dead iron golem, you know, it's producing a lot. So that's good. I mean, I got some iron still left over, but yeah. Do I have any pumpkins? Oh yeah, I've got hundreds of pumpkins. So anyway, maybe you want to do this, maybe you don't. The real problem is that the other mobs don't really die in here. The spiders seem to die, and obviously the slimes do. But the other ones just kind of hang around. Now, how he died, I can't even begin to imagine what killed him, because I wasn't around here to see. So, do it or not, it's kind of up to you. I think it's probably worth it. I will see if I agree with that, depending on how many times the iron golem dies or the cactus goes away. Let's go back to watching grass grow. Okay, a short time later, possibly a long time later, we've got full croppage. Let's see this in action. What? Bloop. Neat. Alright, now I just got to, you know, plan ahead. Plan ahead better. Replant and be cool. Okay, so planting a full crop of carrots is 53, so that means we got 42 in profit. Well, technically all of that in profit because, you know, it started with the 53 and I had some extra. I don't know. We're getting a lot. So, cool. So, it's been several days since I recorded the last bit. I don't remember where I left off. I kind of remember what I did. Been very long, busy week. So, what I have been working on, though, is a little bit of flattening out. So, I realized that I'm really close to getting the first quadrant done. Now, the section I'm in now is actually not. This is the quadrant would be doing is this one over here that has our like and subscribe buttons and our gold farm. I've gotten almost all the mountains done, so I got to finish this section right in front of me, and there's one way over there. I got to finish two. So I've just been kind of working on it. Over here, leap to my death. Oops, that was closer than I wanted to be. This step pyramid will be down, and this will actually meet right to this side of the ice farm there, or the ice farm. That's why I needed the ice farm, the ice path, the ice trail, the whatever you want to call it. Am I stuck here? No, okay. What's that? Oh. So yeah, it'll stop. Is this what I'm doing? Yeah. Anyway, it'll stop down below this, blah, blah, blah. Clear out this, go over there. So I thought I would just wrap up this video, talk a little bit about plans. Look at that. That's a majestic view. The sun going down behind the sky. So in the middle of all this process, I noticed that Minecraft Legacy Console, you know, the PS4 version, has upgraded to version 1.95. I believe the first part of this video was actually done on 1.94. Not that it really matters. I haven't looked up what those changes were. I assume there were some minor bug fixes because I haven't seen anything major. But then again, I've mostly just been grinding on this, so nothing has come to me. I haven't looked anything up, like I said, so we'll figure that out. I'm guessing that it probably wasn't like anything major, just some bug fixes, or you know, maybe a thing added here or there. I mean, we're still kind of far behind on a lot of things on Java, but as we've talked about before, sometimes stuff comes to the I keep on saying Legacy Console. Technically, it's Legacy Console. Realistically, that means only PS4. So anyway, the PS4 version there, you know, sometimes we get things before the Java and Bedrock edition, sometimes it's after. So who knows what it is. I have been testing some iron farms, none of them successfully. I did get some iron out of some existing golems that were outside of my village. Oh, can't go straight there because I'll fall to my death. Just by setting them on fire with what's that stuff called? Flint and steel. several times. It takes a while, and it's brutal. And I think I lost some iron once when it got burned up in the fire I started. Hardly ideal. So I'm still kind of thinking and doing a little bit of research and some testing. But like I said, I've been very busy. Just with, you know, I'm in a play that opens in a week, less than a week. And work was killer this week. We had some very long meetings. They were very productive. But by the time Tuesday was over, I'd already worked more than half the time I needed to in the entire week. So that was, in its own way, fun if you enjoy doing what you do, which I do in this case. Sometimes work is always boring, just like school is boring. Just like, you know, just sitting around playing Minecraft and grinding away in mountains can be boring. Sometimes we need to do it, sometimes we do it just to kind of relax. And that's why we're here, aren't we? Just to relax? I would hope so. Don't be tense. Be relaxed. You're going to have stress sometimes. That's okay. We all have stress. We try to deal with it as best we can. And if you're not trying, please start. Alright. Okay, on that philosophical notion, I'll bid you adieu. As always, like, comment, subscribe. Catch me on Twitter at Started Argument. You'll see that I've been building a puppet if you follow me. Woohoo! Got some arms on it tonight. Well, I was trying to think of what to do to wrap up this video. This is all I came up with. But this is kind of a big focus too. Remember, Monotonous Minecraft. It's not just about doing the builds, testing what works on PS4. It's trying to flatten this world. Why? Because I can. I will talk to you later. Looks like this llama brought his 2 wandering traders with him. Seems reversed somehow. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 62. 62. Today, as you probably know, because you know you read the title and saw the picture and clicked a link, all that good stuff, we'll be building a giant cactus farm. Fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun. So, I was just kind of basing it off an old design that I don't remember years and years ago I saw it and kind of built a little mini one on my first flat world. But I'm not going to do that because I want something that's not necessarily super efficient, but that's going to not, you know, destroy as much cactus as before. So I watched a video Il Mango did less than a year ago, and of course the link will be in the description. Going through all sorts of testing and everything. I'm going to run out of stone bricks. Luckily I have an infinite supply of stone, pretty much. Literally an infinite supply of cobblestone. Remember, you can always make cobblestone. You got a generator. Making this is a 2-layer thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that how I count to 6? That is how I count to 6. 7, 8. Okay. Anyway, so he did a bunch of testing, talked about Izumavoid's old design, and some issues with that. So luckily, the design that seems to be very efficient is, well, the design I wanted to do anyway. That helps. I'm going to try to save a few materials here by switching off. So we're going to do a 2-layer thing. So what I'm going to do is this is a 1 chunk design minus the, in addition to the chest here. So it'll cover up 1 whole chunk. And while I'm sitting here, I should probably light this up while I'm going. It's almost nighttime. So I'm going to do a 2-layer platform, 2 layers. Everything will flow, water will flow into this side, and it'll flow into this side, into a middle channel, which will flow down here, and load everything up here. Alright, and then above that we'll build a very large stack of growing cactus using the red sand that I bought from Wandering Traders because I didn't have it on my world. And I have no use for red sand, so we're going to make a cool looking cactus farm. Little festive. Lots of greens and oranges. It'll be nice. We'll like it. Let's sleep and finish the platform. Hey, remember in my one chunk creeper farm where I took forever to figure out the water flow? Yeah, I was about to screw this one up even more too. So what we're going to do is probably not stand in the water to do this. But we're going to get this to flow at least straight down. And then... not quite. There? There. Okay. So, all the drops will fall into here. And from that point... I don't know. Let's try this. What happens there? Not bad. Alrighty, we're getting there. So what this tells me is I need to do something different. And by something different, I mean something minimal. I mean, it could just be, you know what I'm going to do? I've got the materials. I'm going to replace these 9 blocks with hoppers. Why? Because I was going to say idiot, but, you know, lazy. Don't plan well. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. Problem with building one chunk farms is that your water likes to flow in 8 block increments, and a chunk is 16 by 16, so 4 8 block cubes, which means that if you want this to be one chunk by one chunk, your walls are outside. So here, that's actually a good lesson for the future. If you do want to build this as a one chunk where the water flows a little bit smarter than what I did here, and I thought about this, but I didn't want to spend the time to dig out another chunk. Dig out a chunk. You can put your water on the edges. You can get this side to flow down to this side. You can, well, get them to flow forward and then have a line of hoppers at the bottom, or a couple things in from the side that go out a little outside the chunk, yada, yada, yada. This is going to be my design. It's going to be half slab, sand, cactus going up with the oak fences strategically placed so stuff falls properly. Let's sleep. I'll do the first layer and we'll move on from there. It's not one of those farms that you can just quickly build and move on. I like how the first one we see grow and break off here lands on top of the cactus instead of falling down below. Did I get these wrong? No. So the way it's supposed to work is the cactus, when it grows up, you know, it can't touch things except for like end rods for some reason, which obviously I don't have in this world yet anyway, because I haven't gone to the end. But they break when they grows into the fence post. The fence posts, though, make it so it kind of falls straight down instead of to the side, except for that case where it didn't work, which means that possibly I did it wrong. That's fair. So, oh, the other thing, I'm sure some of you caught this. This is not a full chunk. This is a 15 by 15 block. I built it with inner ring of the torches because I can't count. But it actually works out better. Don't do it 16 by 16. Everything's off center. So we did it accidentally 15 by 15, which means that with space, that was very visual. Space between rows, there's 5 by 5 array of cactus growing, so that's cool. It looks all neat and even. I do like the orange. So if you have the red sand, use the red sand. Otherwise, regular sand is fine. These modules, okay, so far there's 2 that I saw that have popped off and 0 that I have seen go into the water and land in my chest. You know what? Rather than do what I normally do, which was build a farm that's less efficient and then wait till the next episode to fix it, I'm going to see what's going on in this episode. So by the end of this episode, you guys will know what I did wrong and you can do it right. All right, we're good. We're fine. We're good. We are collecting some. Yeah, we're going to lose some. I think all cactus farms are going to lose some. Of course, now I'm standing here. Oh, look at that. It's whipping through. What I did do to improve it is when I went back to Mango's video, seriously, watch the whole thing. Don't just skip around and forget parts. I added these cobblestone wall. Well, I'm sorry, he said cobblestone walls. Because I'm using the bricks here, I use the brick walls. In between, this has added benefit of improving efficiency. Also, now that you can string them through, it should make it a little bit easier to build. I was testing out before I finished building them all. I just built some of them, so I ran out. Also, in case it's not obvious, this is a mob farm until you light up the top, so keep that in mind. As part of testing, I just went back to look at what I was missing. I just stood over here in my AFK spot, but I came out. There were 2 mobs that got caught on fire, plus a creeper left over, so that's pretty good. It's a 5 spawning blocks, and I got 3 or 25 spawning blocks, and I got 3 mobs. Wish my creeper farm would have those kind of odds. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to build another layer. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a bunch of these. I'm going to see how tall I can make it without dying too much. One of the benefits of this farm is you can walk off to either side and just go straight into the water. Hopefully not hitting cacti on the way down. And then at some point in the future, I'm going to encase it with glass just to make it cool. Also, I figure you could bounce off the edge and miss the water, land on the... I don't know. I just think it sounds cool to encase it in glass. That's all. So we'll have a glass, much like this, except I'm going to probably put a regular roof on it. We'll have some sort of glass office tower looking building. But before that, let's build another one. And this time, I'll leave the cacti on top. That way mobs aren't spawning there. Oh, brother. Alright then. I think we're good. Got 2 solid rows going, so it's 50 plants. And the time since I first planted the first row, I got, looks like 44 cacti in the thing. Not too bad. Some of those I might have caught while I was working on the second row, or adding in the various bits and bobs. So we'll have the stone, and it can be any kind of stone you want. I'm just using these the blocks, but the pillars, the walls going straight up in between. This layer, like you can see this outside, it's essentially the same thing all the way back, and as high up as you want to go. So even though I planned this wrong and then I built this wrong, it actually kind of worked out to to my benefit. So now if you're doing this yourself, a 15 by 15 platform works well. You have a row of water back there, 2 drops here, and then this insane amount of hoppers. You can do your water collection however you like. One of the reasons I like doing it this way, which I don't always do, so I've got the chest straight outside, is if I want to transport this somewhere else, I can immediately put in, a water elevator here or something else to get it elsewhere around. So that's good and expandable for future times, because what cactus is good for? Throwing it into some kind of smelter way and then making it an XP farm. So that may be on the horizon if I remember that I was thinking about doing it and then I do it. Whatevs. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I wish I recorded this because this is an insane story. Alright, here's what happened. I'm AFK over in this little glass shack. Cool. I come around and I see a couple skeleton horses out. I'm like, dang it, they got out again. And then I look and I still have all 6 in here. And then I look and I get close to one because I'm like, was prepped. I got my power. Got up close to one, nothing happened. And I saw the other one and I saw a couple more. The only way I can figure it, and I have no idea how this would have happened, was one of the horse traps spawned close to this building It itself wandered in within 10 blocks of me, thus setting off the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, which is what I call them. I don't care if anyone else calls them that or not. And then somehow all the jockeys died. Now, they usually spawn in with helmets so the sun won't get them, but it's possible they didn't, in which case, I don't know what happened, or maybe they just despawned with time. The upshoot is I got 4 free skeleton horses while I was just standing still doing nothing. It was insane, and it was a confusing time of what was going on. And even now, that's speculation. That's what I'm guessing happened. It's the only thing that makes kind of sense, except for the jockeys disappearing. Because while I think they can spawn in without helmets, I think they always do. Maybe they usually do, don't always. Like, what else killed them? Maybe they attacked a llama and a llama spit them to death. I don't know. Seems unlikely. Who knows? The point is, randomly 4 extra skeleton horses, which I kind of like. Look at that. What a great ending. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch y'all later. I finally grew enough wheat to fill the breadbasket. Hey, does it have to be a double chest? Aw, man. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 63. We're here in one of my test worlds to show you that this iron farm does not work on the PC Legacy, or the console Legacy version, PS4. This is the Raise Work one. I've tried several others of this type. I have found out, like yesterday, that on PS4, you need 11 villagers to get an iron golem, not just 3. And you know what? I don't know if this scaredy guy works at all. Name tag. Because, you know, that's how a zombie would say name tag. Did my son renamed that guy? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the good news is I did find a way to make an iron farm on our world. So let's go do it. Okay, so it's time to say goodbye to the old iron farm. Well, we're not getting rid of it completely. We're just going to transform it into a working iron farm after the Village and Pillage update. Is that what broke it? I think it was broke. Well, that's what broke it. The real fun part is going to be clearing out all my villagers here. I can't just like kill them or anything because I still need them for the farm. Because what we're gonna do, here's some ingredients. The glass, I figure we'll make it green. You'll see why we need all this stuff. The soul sand and the water buckets are to get the villagers to where we need them to be. The blocks are because I built this stupid. Now, if you remember, I had this glass, thing covering my ocean monument I took out, and I built the iron farm on that. Iron golems won't spawn on glass. I was getting plenty of iron here, but it could have been way more efficient. And we're going to try to make this one more efficient by replacing the glass with stone. Now, the design I took the hint off of, and who taught me that you need 11 villagers, not just 3, is The Great Escape. Thank you very much for that. Most of the YouTubers I watch are not PS4 specific, so when I was searching for an iron farm, I finally gave up. I tried a bunch of different varieties. None of them worked at all. I mean, I was down to the point of thinking I could build some sort of iron golem trap in my existing village, the big one with all the iron golems, just to kill them off. Maybe I still will, just as a exercise in silliness. But the basic idea of this one is we're actually going to keep the base layer, but with the bricks and the stone blocks instead of the glass where iron golems won't spawn at all. Not that I saw them spawn on my test world here, but it's going to be better than nothing. We're going to keep that layer. We're going to build up the top layer out, and we're going to cram all the villagers to the middle. Here, give me some dirt so I can see what's going on. So in this little 4x4 hole, we're going to widen that out, throw the villagers in there, and then the iron golems will start spawning again. And we've got 20 villagers, if none of them have died, which I don't think they have. Well, that certainly doesn't look like 20. Maybe they've died. We're going to cram as many villagers as we have in there, at least 11. We're going to put some beds out over here on this side and that side, 24 beds. I don't have any beds or bread. I've got bread. There's bread right there. Or bed making materials. Luckily, I've got a wool farm, so that'll help out. Hey, and a tree farm. No problem. The first step, though, is going to be remove a bunch of these bits. We don't need the doors anymore. We need to remove all the water temporarily. We're going to need to move the lava. It's going to be a fun process. But the good news is if you have already built this iron farm on your world, you can now convert it so you don't have to rebuild from scratch and just have this useless lump of, well, mine's bone blocks, just sitting here in your world. You can actually use it, and that way we're good to go. So when we AFK down there to get our guardian loot, we'll also get some iron. It's not nearly as efficient as it used to be. That's fine. We're still getting free iron, and that's the whole point. So let me prepare the location for the villagers and possibly a way to get them in said location. And then we'll worry about actually building out the rest of it. You know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and replace the floor with stone bricks instead of glass. So, you know, whatever. This will be the holding pen for the villagers. In the bottom out of, you know, some lanterns. Got tons of them. Plus it'll make sure that nothing nasty spawns in there. Or really anything else. This is just the same top. I just removed all the water. I've got this little trappy thing set up. So we've got a line of villagers under here. And this just happened to be the right distance for 1 block of water. So this is 9 away. So, you know, water travels 8. That'll go straight in there. Now we'll build up some walls on this side. Get down underneath here. And hey, buddy. We'll put some soul sand down there. I've got some more signs to get some water in there, and I don't know. We'll figure something out. Basically, we'll just create a water column up here, and if need be, stand over here and push them. Give them a little nudge to make sure that they go down the water. So let me set that up, maybe successfully get 1 or 2 of them. Show you how it's actually done, not just my theory, although it should work fine. The hard part will just be making sure we get them all in a stupid water column and then not just hang out on this block, move them down, and after that they'll just all crowd in there. And then once we get them on this side, we'll build the same thing on that side and we'll have them in. And then the rest of this is actually super easy. This is the hardest part. Removing the glass down below was annoying, but you know, it had to happen. Oopsie. So let me get a couple successfully done, or maybe not, and we'll check back in. So far, so good. Oh, hey, nice. He was stuck there, then he moved on his own volition. Whew, that was both easier and harder than I thought. They're all crammed in there now. Okay, next step is I'm going to take off these little holding pens that we did have on here. And then we need to adjust our land a bit. So as we mentioned before, iron golems won't spawn on glass. That's cool. Lots of glass here. Not so much here. I don't know how closely you noticed, but I've actually already moved this out of my way. The heads of the beds are going to be, that rhymes, are going to be lined up with these blocks. And iron golems can spawn within 7 or 8 in either direction from the heads. Now going from the center, we're all going to do 6 out, and so we're going to count out from here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because that's what will do it. And we'll put that there, and then we're going to count out from this spot, which is the wall they'll be on. We're going to count out 8, so this will be 1, but we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. ish. And we're going to do that all the way around. So this whole thing needs to be replaced with glass this side, and a little bit on this side, and a little bit wrapped around to here. I'm in the lower level. I've got all the sides done down to this, just one block here. Oh no, I can't get that ink sac. You can see the glass. Didn't take that much. I also finished in, this used to be where the doors were, I put them in. Just to make it match. Not that it matters whatsoever. So, the platform here is where the villagers are. We're going to end up breaking up, so there'll be glass here. We're going to end up breaking it out 2 from each point. And we want the water, is it from there? No, it's, yeah, from there. We want the water to be able to flow to this spot, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then a third for the band around it at the top. What we're going to do down here, and eventually at the top there, is we're actually going to do this so mobs don't spawn on it, and it holds our water in, just like we had it before. So this bottom one will be fairly identical to the top layer of the old farm. The new one will widen out just enough so the water flows in, otherwise we'll set up the water streams the exact same way. So let me build that, and we'll climb up top and show you where the streams are and how everything gets set up. Alright, so you're going to want to put in your water up here and down below before you put in the beds. Because not long after you put in the beds, there's going to be stuff spawning, and if you get an iron golem where you don't want it, then you have to kill it, and the easiest way is to set fire to it, and it takes forever, blah, 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 blah. So, standard way of doing this. Now, there are some people who will put 3 blocks here. Just remember, skip a block, because you're going to put 1 on this, but then the rest of them you're going to do this, and it's a lot easier if you create an infinite water source. If you remember how. Sometimes I get these wrong. Like, just missed one. And finally finish it up there. And then I'll go ahead and put one here. And one here. And get rid of that. This is the same way we did it last time, just a slightly larger scale. Alright, so let's carry it down here, pick up our torches. So you see right here where it ends at 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in all the water sources. Then I'm going to go from down below and break these out. Yeesh, they're loud. Alright. So the idea is that the iron golems will spawn on this platform above. They get washed away. They won't get caught up. I hope this overhang's not too much. If it is, we'll just get rid of it. And then down below here is where the lava is. Ooh, I've got to move the lava. Why? Because cats. Cats follow the same spawning rules as iron golems, and so cats will spawn, which means this is also a little string farm. How handy. Why do I have 2 buckets without water in them? Oh. Alright. While I figure out where the nearest water is that I can reach. Oh wait, I can just go down there. Here are my platforms for the beds. So the heads of the beds will go towards the middle. What'll happen is that the villagers will kind of pick up the beds, which will make this a village, just like the old style did with the what's the word I'm looking for? With the doors. So that'll be the last thing we do. So what I'll do is I'll place the bed, well, semi-last. I'll place the beds in all of these, both sides. I'll get rid of the dirt and finish the slabs all the way around. And then that should be it. We're ready to go. Oh! Nope. Lava. Gotta move the lava. Yeah. So right now the lava blade is right down there, and it's where it was. It's 2 above. Cats will just slip right through that. So what you gotta do is leave the block, the signs where they are, but move the lava source up 3 blocks above. That's all. That'll kind of fill up a giant cavity so that the cats will die on the way down. One of my cats right now is looking at me like offended. It's a game, kitty. You'll be fine. In general, we've got that the border 65 blocks away from the center part of this. Actually, I think it's from the edges. You're not going to want to put any beds or workstations or anything like that in that thing, just in case, in that circumference, in that area. Yeah, just in case. So I'm going to sit here for a while and hopefully see some iron golems or a cat spawn. Either one I know it'll work. Check the loot chest and look, string. That means cats are spawning, which means iron golems can spawn. The other thing I was worried about was the fact that in the testing world I just used a spawn egg. And I stole all these villagers from other places, and then some of them are nitwits. Well, you just really never know what's going to go on. You can't trust the system. So anyway, there you go. It's how you convert an existing iron golem farm from before Village and Pillage into a working one now. Is it future proof? Probably not, but it seems to be going to be probably be okay for the time being. I don't know. It also kind of looks cooler. A little more exposed. I guess the other one was kind of a giant monolith that was, I don't know, kind of ugly to run by. This one, it's like I said, it's not going to be super efficient. It'll get you some iron, it'll get you some string. But, still, we're creating blocks out of thin air. And I realize, I've got a very small, finite world here, so I've always been concerned about glass. Right now, I'm concerned about grass, or the dirt blocks. I finished leveling out that section of it, so the only part of this quadrant is this little mountain here. There's not enough dirt to fill in the remainder of this ocean area, even with all the dirt I took out here, because obviously that wasn't a lot of dirt. So I'm going to start stealing dirt from other parts, and I don't know what will happen if I run out of dirt. It seems silly to go mining for dirt. I'm branch mining. Are you looking for diamonds? No, I'm looking for dirt. Such is my life. What do I do this to myself? You also notice there's a strip of dirt I left all the way around the edge because I wasn't going to try to dig under that. It was annoying enough to get this dirt replaced with glass. And I made it green because I've got tons of green dye. Yeah, the cactus farm is working way too well with just 4 levels. We'll check that out again on a later episode. For right now, thank you for watching. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I will catch you all later. Hello and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 64. Today, if you can't tell already, we'll be building a rail system. Rail line? We'll be building some rail. So what this is going to do is, I'm going to call it the Villager Express. It's going to go from this village all the way to the village way down there in the corner. That's so small you can barely see it as a little blip on the map. In fact, you'd have to be watching us a fairly large screen to even see the blip. Anywho, bink. This design for, I'm going to do a rail station. So what it's going to do is we're going to scooch on in here. It's going to auto brake this. We'll have a button here that means we can go bing and get our rail car out. It'll be awesome and cool, and we'll be the best people in the world. The design is my own. I started with one from Pixel Riff, so I'll include that. But as is so often the case, especially lately it seems, it did not work really well in PS4. It's only a Java type of thing, so that is the thing that happens. So let's do this. So the basic idea is, try to remember that you actually have ingredients in your hand already. The basic idea is we'll have a rail that kind of scooches over here. A detector rail will set off the activator rail. So you, or if you're moving villagers from side to side, will be dumped out. Let's see, this goes here and this goes here. And then the minecart, which I forgot to grab one of, will keep going into the cactus here. It'll pop off, fall into there. I'll put there just to make sure it falls in there. And then it'll move into this dropper where we can then dispense it out. Not a dropper, it's a dispenser, not a dropper. Thus the term dispenser. So let's see if we do this and this and this and this, and then this. And so yeah, it'll be dispensed out, and we'll hit a button to shoot us off and ride all the way around the edge of the map. The fence gate is here, so villagers don't just wander off. As we saw before, though, you can ride right through it, no big deal. So let's see, what else do we need for this station? We need a button here and a button here. This one will dispense a minecart, this one will activate the rails. It's a little weird to use, but it'll work just fine. You know what? I want some carpet there. Can I get some carpet there? I could probably get some carpet there. Just don't want it all out in the open. You know what? I could probably do that too. I did build this before, and I know it worked. I mean, I reversed it. Let me go get a minecart. Wait, there's minecarts over here. Yeah, let me go get a minecart, and we'll test this out. Okay, so here's a minecart. We're pretending it's moving into the station. We go loop and loop. See, it ditches it out there, and then we push the button. We get in. Hit this button, scooch forward a little, and then we're gone until we, whoops. Yeah. Ah, on the wrong side of the fence. Until we keep going. I am not done building. This is just the basic shape there because, as you can see by the map, most of this is over water. So I could not do it. But if we think, we can test it the other direction and watch how cool it is that way. Don't fall off. Okay, good. No, we're good. We're fine. We're good. And we go down. We'll approach it. Okay, then. We might need a different system to stop the villagers. Why did that work before? It's probably because of the angle. You know what I'll do? I'll just move this back so it's up over this side. No big deal. Then we can see bink. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll build the here, let me just push this away. We'll build this same thing on the other side, and do the rails and finish fleshing this out. So what I'm thinking of is some stone brick stairs underneath here to kind of finish it off. Next to this on each side, just to kind of give it some dimensions. And maybe around the bottom, maybe not around the bottom. And I was also looking at some maybe cobblestone wall segments to kind of hold up the stone segments. Basically, I want the light will shine down over where the torches are. The redstone is there for the power rails, of course. For right now, that'll be good. And yeah, we're just going to do this. We're going to do 3 sets of 3 powered rails over it, and then regular rails all the way around. You can see it just in the distance going around the corner. It did not take long for me to actually build this segment. It'll probably take me a while to lay down the rails. Oh, in case you're wondering about the button choices, the reason that they are what they are, I think, I wanted to give longer pulse to those. So it's a little bit of a longer pulse than the stone button. I did not mean to dispense that. And I don't want to leave it here because what will happen is a villager will get in there and then run away and then die. And I'm trying not to kill villagers, even though obviously I have a few. Alright. Let's lay some track and then design a bit of this. See what it looks like. Okay, before we look at the finalized product, got a couple of special guest stars to the show. Skillsman Impulse.
P-H-R-E-B-H. How would you say that, Impulse? I want to say Freb.
No, it's Fred.
Yeah,
So
he's
Fred.
totally freaking awesome.
Fred.
Oh, you really aren't on the show? I just recorded some clips from Skillsman's stream the other day.
That's
Look at
right,
me.
Fred.
Movies is magic. Name it. All right, here's our finalized product. Well, that was even timed well. Here's our finalized rail line. I went through and I built all the things out here. It's funny because it's stupid. Let's go ahead and ride. And I'll point out some of the stupid things I did. Basically, I just built this over the water. And at first I was just kind of floating along. But then I started doing some tracks just connecting together, you can see. But if you notice, a lot of them just float. I'll come back in, you know, when I'm as part of the flattening, we'll come back in. We'll just fill that in with dirt. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I already ridden this a few times, so I did get my achievement of, you know, riding 500 blocks in one direction. Woot. Unlike the bread box achievement, which apparently doesn't exist on PS4. I swear I saw it in the list. Oh well, I collected a bunch of bread. And I've got infinite amount of fish and pretty much everything else. I'm good for food on this world. Other thing I have done is I finished okay, lag. Finished tearing down the mountains in that upper right quadrant. Quadrant. Why is it so hard to say? I have a lot of water to fill in, as you can see, but I've all the mountains are gone, so that's cool. So yeah, we've got our nice rail line that connects our two villages. Neither village is easy to get to, so what's the point? I don't know. This thing is like such a mob farm for these things. They're always in this little river section. Or coming at me. Come at me, bro. Oh, he ducked. Come on, pop up. Come on. He's not going to pop up, is he? Nope, he's not. Alright. Wimp. I'm just going to kill you. Hey, nitwit, how's it going? Huh? Alright. Anyway, so that was it for the build. I'm sure that was quick. Let me tell you, it didn't actually take me that long to build this rail. Look how it disappears in the... I know, it looks nice, doesn't it? I'll just sit out here and look at it. Off in the distance. Is that the... I think we got a screenshot coming on here. Looking off in the distance. With a squid swimming frivolously in the front. Yeah, didn't take me that long to build that, especially once I, put in the blocks. Didn't use that many blocks either. I used mostly stone. The cobblestone wall sections I used, I actually pulled out of the mansion, from a year ago. The stone, I've, once again, almost infinite supply. It's literally a finite supply. Well, no, because you can bake cobblestone to make stone. So, got a cobblestone generator, so infinite supplies again. We don't need them. But that's why I use stone bricks. They kind of look cool in this format, and they're cheap. So if we go up here, this takes a long close. This takes a long time to walk. So what we have, is I've just set up lights, and then the redstone blocks. That part's a little bit expensive. You can use torches along the side or levers down below or next to it. It's fine. I did it this way. It's this weird. It almost looks like a monorail type setup. It's very sleek. It's modern, medieval modern. Is that the new style? That's actually a pretty good description of what Minecraft builds look like. It's the medieval modern style. It's an interesting take. A couple different selections, but yeah, easy to do. Fun to travel. Let's go ahead and travel back. Because, quite frankly, I think the other one's closer to where all this stuff is. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I don't know. This always looks like a little baby sitting out for some reason. I'll catch y'all later. Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode of Monotonous Minecraft, episode 65. What do we got going on today? Not much, sorry. I spent a lot of time this week doing other stuff, including what you're watching now is the flattening of my world. It means a lot of digging, then a lot of placing of blocks, and that's pretty much what we're going to be watching today. It's a time lapse, it'll be cool, it'll be slow, fast. Time lapses are fast, not slow. It'll be short. I'm targeting maybe 10 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. We'll just see how it goes. As I look at my notes here, which are hard to read because if you're lighting. So yeah, all we're going to be watching me is we're going to fill some dirt. Then we're going to dig some dirt. And then we're going to fill some more dirt. And then we'll be done. It'll be fun. Next week we get a good project built up. I've already kind of started gathering stuff for it. It's gonna be something I've been talking about on and off. Nothing like it, not a major build. Kind of expanding on something we already have, and done in the silly way, like the only way I know how. Completely silly. Completely silly. Yeah, let's go with completely silly. Certainly silly. It's one of those things where utility is going to definitely be more important than looks. So, form follows function. Well, it'll be lots of function. We'll see about form. If you look at the map here, you can see where I'm working on this. I talked about it last video, where I've got a lot of ocean to fill up still. And so I'm just trying to fill that area, and I've run out of land, so I'm tearing down a mountain. More of a hill than a mountain. Over to the side of it, getting the dirt from there, filling it in over here. It's going pretty good, actually. I was kind of surprised. I don't know if I'll have enough dirt from this mountain, but I think I'll be pretty close. So that means one quadrant will be done soon, which means a quarter of the way done with this world. And it's been over a year, so maybe my 4-year estimate is a little off. I've been spending more time building stuff, building cool things than I have flattening, and that kind of affects things a lot. So maybe from this point on it'll speed up, maybe it'll slow down, I don't know. Anyway, we're still looking at probably a good solid 3 years of this series, so I hope you enjoy it because there's more to come. I'm going to run out of stuff to build. There might be a lot more flattening in the future. Maybe it'll be quicker because that's all I'm doing. Since I've been playing it in 4 years, I don't know what I'll do next. I assume more of a let's play where I just kind of like start from scratch and move on from there. Not flattening, just building things, doing kind of a introduction to how to play Minecraft. The kind of things that a lot of people do. I'm actually watching one now by Wiles, and I've watched his last few, which I really enjoy. It's not completely the same style I would do, or even the same kind of builds, or the same builds, but very much similar vein. More of a one location thing rather than spread out. Although I pretty much plan on sticking to PS4, I'll probably do a full size world now instead of the classic size if I'm not flattening. Although another one, I think I brought this up years and years ago, months and months ago, episode way early on in the series. One of the other things I'd started doing was emptying out a world. So instead of just flattening it, it's hollow, like a big bowl. And then I thought do the reverse, build it up so it fills up all the way up to build height. Those kind of things are more of a weird exercise in creative mode, though. Let's see, notes. Oh, hey, I just realized I can see a timer on my thing, so I know how long it's been. It's only been 4.5 minutes. Minus the part where I cut out when I scratched my nose. Hi, kitty. No, I'm not going to show my kitty. Right now, I've got a curtain behind me, so it looks pretty nice. What you don't see behind the camera is my messy basement that I'm in the process of cleaning up. It's quite impressive. It's going to be my kind of like headquarters for the crafting show I've started producing that I did a couple episodes. I haven't edited them or put them out yet, but I plan on kind of moving the operation down here rather than taking up my dining room every time I want to make something. Let me jump here for a minute. I'm going to throw in a little bit of our time-lapse music and we'll cut to the next part. Alright, enough of the time lapse. Let's get on with the rest of it. Let me tell you something. This guy, not doing a good job. So sad. Yeah, so I have a lot of hobbies. And while I was doing a show that had puppets in it, I built that guy. Pretty cool. Needs lots of work, but not bad for a first try. Hey, you know what? Thank you, Adam Krotinger, for having all your videos up and doing a great job teaching me. I mean, I do a lot of crafts, so it helps. But your videos are really awesome, dude. So some other projects we're going to be building in the future. I still haven't gone to the ends yet. I haven't really done much in the nether. I've got the one farm there for... I can never remember words. Blaze. I got the Blaze farm there. I still want to do a Wither Skeleton farm. So I can get, those things because I haven't fought the Wither boss. There's a lot of things going on. I still think I kind of want to rebuild the gold farm so it's a little bit more efficient, easier to use. The iron farm works, but there's a problem. If you're building an iron farm, you haven't done it yet, build it above the ground. At least 6 blocks above the ground. Probably make it 12 just in case. Because the iron golems will spawn. Where I had all that glass, because I put it right next to where my guardian farm is, they can spawn through the glass on the walls of the guardian farm. I can't change the walls of the guardian farm to glass because the guardians won't work there, and I can't add anything above, blah blah blah, because the things will still just spawn there. The golems will still spawn there. So what I do is when they show up, I just kill them from afar with a bow and arrow. They don't get aggro on you, so you're fine. So if you got too many iron golems around, grab your bow, shoot them from afar. Alright, so that about wraps up this week's video. Like I said, next week we'll have a much more interesting build. It'll end up being completely stupid looking, but highly helpful. So I hope you stay tuned and watch it. For, for all of us here, this guy right here. Hi, I'm Fred. Anyway, thank you for watching as always. Like, comment, subscribe if you feel like it. Otherwise, hey, keep on watching. What do I say now? Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to another episode of Monotonous Minecraft, episode 66. What's a big project today? We're going to turn this humble cactus farm, which produces way too much cactus, seriously, into a cactus farm that produces XP. So I already have this little XP thing here. It's got 8 slots. 8 slots doesn't give you a lot when you're doing green dye. So what we're gonna do is, instead of making this manual fill system, we're gonna wrap furnaces all the way around this entire build at the base here. We're going to auto feed the cactus into it from here up something something something, and then for fuel, which I'm using bamboo that I've been carrying over an inventory at a time from over there, we're actually going to build a water path mover thingy, a water line. I don't know. There's a term that people use for it. I don't know what it is. We're essentially going to tap off of this chest here, shoot out a couple of hoppers, do a dropper so it shoots it out into a water path, and just, this giant canal over our heads, going down all the way over here to feed the furnaces from there. And I think what we're going to do with the bamboo is we're going to just go a huge circle so that whatever's left over just despawns if there's any left over. The cactus, I was planning on doing that, but maybe we want to keep some cactus around. You know what? We don't really need to, because if we need cactus, we just come in here and grab the cactus. No big deal. So yeah, we'll have 2 loops of water going around that it'll just keep trying to fill in hoppers that feed into the furnaces until it despawns after 5 minutes. I'm hoping this will... I mean, it won't replace my other farms, my XP farms, based on the spawners, but it should help a little bit. So here's a bunch of stuff we have. Why do I only have 1 bucket of water? I don't know. There's a water source around here somewhere. Basically, I don't know exactly what I need, but I know I need this many furnaces, bunch of hoppers, bunch of droppers, blue ice to make the stuff over the water flow faster. I don't actually know if that's necessary or not. We'll have it shoot underneath redstone slabs. We also need to do a water elevator, which means I need to go grab some iron and a bunch of glass. I want this to be visible. I want this to be visible and ridiculous. Probably floating overhead. I don't know if I'll anchor it or not, even though this is very much an anchored build. And we need some, I don't remember what we need to build the little automatic dropper thingies. You know, if there's something in the dropper, you shoot it out. So I know I need at least a comparator for that and some redstone. And yes, I know I've built them before, like over here at our garbage depot, but I can't remember what it is. So I need to look it up. It's something hopper, something redstone, shooty dropper. See? Perfect. That's exactly how it works. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is actually tear out what I have here and place in all my furnaces. It's going to be 13 aside. There's 8 here. 8 plus 42. Yeah, 52. So 13 per side. This building is like 15 by 15. And so, or 17 by 17. One of those two. Anyway, we'll have enough for 13 furnaces per side. It'll be 52. Will you be able to like auto fix tools? Not with just one furnace, but that's okay. It'll still work out. Give us a little bit of boost. I'm going to eat. Apparently a lot. Take a nap and jump in once I've got the furnaces set. Okay, so we have all of our furnaces and hoppers in place. I had to move them away from the wall by 1 block because I was really concerned about no, actually I wasn't concerned. I knew that the circuit for the dropper over here would interfere. And by interfere, I mean it would flood the water line we want here. So we've got some space here. I'm going to use a vertical system with some observers and just one what's the word? Not the repeater, the comparator. So it's a little bit expensive as far as needing a little bit of quartz, but it's not a big deal. This will be a water column heading up. I keep doing this. It's not going to go that high because it just has to go to like a little bit higher than this. So what I want to do is build a couple of water lines that just kind of arc here, and I'll have them overshoot by 1 so that I'll push the water this direction and keep it going, rolling around, which means that this only needs to drop it off in this line so it doesn't have to go that far. No big deal. Let's see what else is next. I think, well, I still have to figure out how to get the bamboo from over there too. That's going to be pretty much the same system as this, except instead of a water elevator, we're just going to have it shoot straight out into whatever level it is, bring that over, and that will dump out over on this level all the way around. So yeah, let's get the lines built in around these two. Just the infinite loops. It'll circle around and go woo, wee. These guys are everywhere. Let me get those water lines in place, and we'll see what the next step is going to be. Got all my glass put in, all the ice here. Anyone see a problem with this design? Yeah. The line for the fuel is a closed system. How am I supposed to get the fuel in there? I'll figure something out. Except for the fact that I built everything out of glass, so it's almost impossible to see what's going on. So far, so good. Here is the circuit to empty out this dropper. You can see that this sticky piston is up. I'll put another observer facing this one, and it'll go click, 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 click. Shoots everything up to this little elevator here. We use our iron trick. Remember, we need that for the PS4 with the water flowing over it, so it shoots out the cactus into this continuous loop of water. And then to get the fuel in, I've got a dropper facing down. We'll have the same circuit here. The other observer will actually go on top of this comparator. And then this allows... I can't get up here. There we go. This will come in from over there somehow and flow straight into this hopper, which feeds in that dropper, and that should be good. So what I need to do now is finish the water stream for the fuel line, and then build the ridiculous thing from over there to over here. And I'm going to need to know what level I'm at, because I need to get stuff to this level. That looks a little low. I might have to move the stuff up again. Oh, bother. No big deal. We'll get it over here. It'll happen. It'll happen. If need be, I can actually keep it a little bit lower and move it over from this direction. And that way I can lose a layer of height. This is bumped up here to allow stuff from over here to come through. There. So I'll figure that out. Let me get the water lines in and this worked out. We'll jump back in at a later point. Okay, after a lot of moving and unmoving and removing, and that doesn't look good. Water's weird in this game. I got all the water things in place. I was about to say, except for that one. Okay. So here's a tip. If you want to build something like this, put the lower water in before the upper water. I had to pretty much remove each one of these individually to get all these other bits put in. In retrospect, that's totally obvious. It should have been totally obvious before I did all this work. Whatever. Okay, let's jump over to the spot over there where I've got our system set up for getting our fuel over here. Here we've got our dropper circuit. Once again, don't have the second observer in because this stuff is already loaded up and it's going to just start shooting it everywhere. I did luck out. This ice path matches up with over there, and it's just the right height, like just high enough so it should flow all the way down and into our fuel chamber. So that was very lucky. So well, I mean, here's what would have happened if that didn't work. I would have just shot it up in a bubble elevator and moved it over anyway. It's no big deal. But because of this, I don't have to worry about doing that again. It makes our townhouse build a little clunky, but that's okay. Our cat still likes us. Hi, kitty. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up this ice path here and put in the walls and then all the water and the slabs and pretty much finish this, and then I should be able to put some observers in and kick this thing up. Hopefully everything works. Let's see what happens. I've got my water line finished all the way through. It's time to start turning these on. Who's taking bets? Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Okay, so far so good. It should fill up the near ones first, and then the far ones. Going over here. And how do I do this? Let me get a disposable block. That works. Okay, so that should turn that one on. There's nothing to spit out yet. So let's go all the way down here. And then boom. Alright. Whee! Boy, this stuff goes fast. You know, the blue ice really helps. Does that thing not load? These things might be too far away from each other to properly load. And what's going on here? So this is going to take a while. So because we're offset by 5 furnaces, the cactus fills in here first. And the fuel fills in here first. It's gonna take a while to reload. Okay, but everything seems to be going good. Let's see, this should be loading up. Nope, something's getting lost. Or maybe the problem is I forgot that hoppers just need to fill up before they can move on to the next one. That's embarrassing. So as long as we get some past there... Yeah, I don't see any... Yeah, you can see the cactus, the bamboo, some of it floating there. That's going to happen. I'm just waiting for the one piece. This one's almost full. Sometimes the water's flowing pretty fast, so these things are shooting over the top. So once this one fills up, hopefully we'll start seeing some bleed over. This one's to fill up more. That one's good. Still nothing in this one. That's what we're waiting for. Waiting for the connection. If it doesn't work... What we may have to do is split these hopper chains up into two. Like get rid of the middle one so we can put a water source block. I'm gonna keep watching it and figure out what's going on. Yep, it's not getting past this first section. So a bit of redesign is gonna be necessary here. That's gonna take a while. Let me turn off all these, well, at least the cactus one, and see if I can figure this out. So yeah, you can't cross the streams. The water flowing over the top of this was interfering with the water going through there. So all I had to do was put in a little mini item elevator here for the fuel. And it all looks like it's honky-dory. I think. Yeah, there it goes. Why is fuel not going into there? Wait, no. Oh my gosh, I think it's going crazy! Oh, you know what? I actually might be finally out of cactus. As this thing runs, I mean, so the real problem with this is that, yeah, we've got a lot of materials going into it, but it is finite, so we have to wait for we need to wait for them all to catch up. So right now, I just grabbed some XP onto my already fully repaired armor. See, it's kicking it again. And the first one should be this one, yeah. So starting at this, going all the way around. This one will actually be the last. This one will be the last one that has XP in it because the fuel has to go all the way around the complete loop. So the way this works is you take off your armor, you get your tool here, you bink, and see, I got some stuff. It's not much. We brought that up earlier. Mostly it was just because we've got a bunch of cactus piling up here. Now the fun part is, now I've got all this green dye, which I don't have any use for. I've got so much of it already. So I'm going to go ahead and build a little trash can system like we did before over by the main base there in the center. Just to throw away all the stuff that we used. What I have been doing, this is not really the best way of doing it. I've just been throwing it down in the pit and letting it despawn. That's all. Okay, let's look at the glory that is this insane build. I told you it was going to look silly. For anyone who watched the last video, which, you know, I know was just a time-lapse of me flattening the world, which I find interesting. Some of you may. Some of you may not. That's fine. But if you actually listen to it, I said this next build will be useful but silly. Especially silly looking. And I think this fits the bill. So, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch y'all next time. everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 68. We're going to do a very special episode today, related to the Team Trees videos that have been going around all day long when I'm recording this. This is the Friday, well technically I guess it's Saturday right now in my time zone, but let's call this the Friday. I haven't slept yet. The Friday before the Sunday that I was upload on. I already have an episode ready to go, but I'm going to push that back a week so I can join Team Trees. No one asked me why, because I'm not a well-known YouTuber, which is fine. But I'm still going to participate. For those of you who don't know, Team Trees, it started, I swear, on Twitter. I remember it happening. It was a very silly thing. I'm going to use... What I'm going to do in this video... I'm going to jump around a lot because I just got this idea and I thought it was good. So what I'm going to do to kind of push the idea of this fundraiser, I'll have links down below. I'll also put some info cards up, which you know I never do because I watch on a PS3, so I don't see those cards. But other people don't. So if you don't, click on the links, go donate. So the whole thing came from a Mr. Beast video when Mr. Beast hit 20 million views. Someone on Twitter commented that he should plant 20 million trees. I remember seeing that and thought it was hilarious. Well, it turns out that that's what they're kind of trying to do. So the idea is 20 million trees by 2020. And so they've spent, it sounds like, 5 months getting a bunch of YouTubers together to plant these trees. Some have been doing it manually, and in addition to that, they've teamed up with the Arbor Day Foundation so that every dollar that gets donated, they'll plant one tree. So $20 million for 20 million trees. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of trees. But the thing of it is that the United States alone has 330 million plus people. So if each one of us gave $1, we'd hit that way further. So the reason I chopped down these birch trees is because I want to plant some birch trees as kind of a reminder of what we're doing here. Do these birch trees help? No, of course not. They don't count as part of the 20 million. But I just want, my viewers and everyone else who might stumble across this video to remember to go out there to the sites, donate $1 per tree. Let's get some trees planted by the end of the year. So I'm going to go to an empty spot over here. I'm blocked by my own pathway. See, I knew this was going to happen. I'm also planning ahead. Like, what video do I have to do next? I have to build some bridges across this stupid ice path. Although it's a really fast ice path. So I'm going to go out to the flat area I just kind of created out near the side of my gold farm. And what we're going to do is plant a bunch of trees just in the middle of these light squares. So they're not going to be very dense. But it'll be a nice little birch forest out here. I forgot I had a house out there. So in between this 2-story house and the gold farm is where we're probably planting these. I'm just going to do birch forest. I'm going to plant what I get now. I just remembered I need to go back and collect all the ones for the trees I just chopped down and forgot about. Oops. I'll get those and just plant a giant square of trees out here. You know what? I might have some more birch saplings over there in this one of these buildings too. So let me collect a bunch of those. We're going to plant a whole bunch of trees in this space in front of us here. Let me get these birch saplings, take a nap, and we'll jump back into our planting. Alright, I didn't have many birch saplings in that building, but I had a few. So let's line this up. We still want to make this look pretty. So yeah, we're going to just start planting them in the middle of these sections here. I'm just going to go down and see how far we get. We'll probably only plant, let's see, we've got a stack, almost a stack and a half. Let's call that our target. Maybe if we can do 2 stacks, which would be like 2 giant squares about 64 by 64, which is how many chunks? A lot of chunks. Let's see, 64 by 64 is 4 chunks. So 8 chunks worth? That would totally work. What, you can't plant trees on sand? I should not have been standing on sand when I did that. I'm paranoid about falling. We've talked about this before. The videos I've watched, I haven't actually watched the Mr. Beast video on this yet. I started with Mark Rober's. Then I watched... who else did I watch? I know I watched Linus Tech Tips. I watched Smarter Every Day. I watched I Like to Make Stuff. They all have had different videos talking about this. Have I already burned through all those saplings? Oh, that was a short stack. I was very confused. So yeah, I would definitely watch Mark Rober's. I would watch Mr. Beast too, since he was the one who kind of started this whole thing. Well, definitely started this whole thing. Mark Rober, though, has an interesting thing on showing why it's important to plant trees, why it works to plant trees in North America, even though we're losing a lot of the rainforest in South America. And also just, you know, real quick primer or primer, I've heard it both ways recently, so I'm very confused. Introduction, let's call it, on how we can see that climate change is definitely been caused by man-made usage by people using fossil fuels. Hey, look, we already got a tree. I might have to chop some of these trees down just to get some more saplings to plant more trees. But we're going to keep going. How many do we have? We're going to fill out this whatever rectangle it is I created. So yes, whatever you can spare is good. Right now I don't spare a lot, but I'm hoping to put at least $20 for 20 trees. If you're an adult, especially an adult with a job, go ahead and put some money towards it. If you're a kid, talk to your parents about putting money towards it. I think it was Mark Rober who talked about asking for Christmas. My kids always choose a charity for donating to for Christmas. Usually it's to animals. This year they can still choose animals. I'm going to choose trees. It's good to be part of big things like this because it kind of gets the word out. Lets people know that, you know, these things are important for us. Dolphins under trees. I'm gonna plant all of these. I'm gonna have one that's off like that. I'm gonna miss one that's off and be really bothered by it. I'm out of saplings. Let's run back to where I chopped down those other ones and see if I have any more there. You know, I remembered I had a bunch of birch stuff in my concept hut here. I bet there's some saplings in there I can grab. I should only need a stack or so to finish up the rectangle I've been building. Birch, birch, stuff, birch. I've been grabbing a lot of the wood from the old woodland mansion. Oh yeah, there we go. We got a full stack. And one. I'll whip around still to the tree farm and see what I got there. But yeah, I've been moving all the supplies I got from the woodland mansion over here just to get those chests off the beach I left over there. Although I still think there's like, I don't know, I had 9 originally, something like that, and I think there's still 5. So there's a lot of materials when you tear down a woodland mansion. It's kind of unbelievable. Oh, I hear a drowned. Let's see if any of this stuff despawned. Hit the button. Yeah, I need to... Well, shoot, I probably should break these at least to get these trees to grow anyway. Oh, come on! Tree just sprang up in front of my face. Oh, there goes one. And another. All right, I'm going to check some of the places around here. Try to keep that loaded so the old leaves try to drop some more saplings. And then, whoa, I'm going to eat. And then we'll go back, plant the rest of these, and wrap this video up. All right, I've run around to a bunch of my houses. Found another, I don't know, half stack almost. So not many. But I will go through, plant these, miss some. So I think I've talked before about how much I dislike trees on this game. But I think mostly I dislike them because they're always in, like, you know, the bottom section there. See, I'm going to do that. They're on mountains, like the jungle mountains. I hate clearing those out because, you know, they're hard to. If you notice, there's kind of a path been cut through the map right now down in the jungle because I've just been setting fire to it. Splitting it into two parts, and then I'll split it smaller and smaller and smaller. Because of the tree farm, I don't need all that wood, and I'll still gather some here and there. Even though jungle saplings don't drop that many, or jungle trees don't drop that many saplings. Okay, that was right. But yeah, so my plan for that section is to just burn most of the trees down, and then, you know, terraform as normal. There's got to be a more efficient way of doing this that doesn't give me a headache, which this is doing. Alright, so I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep doing this until I get all these spaces filled in. And we have a nice dark green patch on our map. Just another reminder, if you're skipping ahead just see what's going on, and you get to this part, follow the links in the description, follow the links. I'm going to keep the info card up the entire video, so you can pause, jump around, always get to the same link. There are different donation spots. If you go to one of the other YouTubers, I will try to set this up as a fundraiser, but because I'm not like an earner, I don't know if I can do that yet. I doubt if I can. But if you link to any of the other YouTubers I mentioned, which I'll link all their videos down below, go to one of theirs, click the fundraiser link, and YouTube is actually going to pay for all of the, what's the word I'm looking for? All the fees, the donation fees. So that is a very cool thing. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Let me keep doing this. Yeah, I'm not going to have enough. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. So I'm going to have to chop down a couple of these shorter ones to get more saplings. But let me finish planting these. We'll see where we are. Chop down some trees if I need to. I'm definitely going to need to. Alright, so there we go. A nice little birch forest. Supernatural, like totally straight lines, just like you see in nature. It's interesting to note that it's like one solid green sheet from above. Yeah, let's get it out of the way a little bit so we can see it. There's some saplings in the middle and on the edges that need to be filled in, but I mean, not filled in, they're there. They just need to grow. Like this one right here. Hi, little one. But yeah, there's our giant forest planted in Minecraft to remind everyone to go plant some trees, donate some money so the Arbor Day Foundation will plant trees. Tell everyone you know about this. You know, we're trying to get 20 million trees by 2020. That's a lot of trees and only 2 months to do it. But that's okay. Halloween's coming up, and what says Halloween more than planting trees, right? I think so. Tell kids as they're trick-or-treating at your house. Okay, maybe don't tell the kids. Tell any parents that are with them though. And if you're someone who doesn't think that, you know, climate change is an actual real thing that's been driven by man's actions, that's fine. Trees look cool. So plant some trees. As always, I'm going to walk around. This is kind of spooky. I'm going to wait till night. I'm going to do a horror episode. I'll walk slow because I'm too hungry to run. Anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe. Click the links. Donate some money. Plant some trees. I'll talk to y'all later. Happy Halloween, everyone! This game is so silly. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 67. If you watched my entry in iJevin's competition for the shop, then you know what we're doing today. Or if you read the title or looked at the thumbnail. So yeah, we're going to build a giant lightsaber for no apparent reason. I will not be doing a shop because, you know what? I don't need a shop in here. We are going to do the cool dissolving? The fog effect, whatever. The cool floor effect I did. You can see that I've already kind of cut in a notch for where it'll be. If you look at the map, and not that thing because the banner didn't, you can't see the banner, but this is the southernmost part. Mostly because all the other parts kind of have something going on. Except for the southeast, which I've got a farm planned for there in the possibly distant future. You can just see a scumpus out there from my video. So what I've done so far is I've collected some materials. Got some black concrete powder, some white concrete powder, and a little bit of white concrete. In a water bucket so I can turn that stuff in. If you look here, I've got a very small little itty bitty, can't barely see piece of glass. So this is the base is going to be 8 by 8, which means we need about a stack of glass each for our 4 different colors. Remember, it's going to be black, gray, light gray, and white. And some other differences, I was about to say I probably won't put in the iron doors. Maybe I will. It doesn't matter. But I need a lot of glass. So I need a stack each of those colors. And then, you know, the lightsaber effect itself, I need a bunch of pink and red glass. And that's by a bunch. Let's see. I also need to get my sea lanterns. So sea lanterns, it's 100. So what is that? It's 4 stacks, or 4. The pillar is 4 by 100. So 400 sea lanterns, which is many stacks of that. Ow. Ow. Like that hurt me. So what? That's 6 stacks of sea lanterns. 6 stacks, I guess, of sea lanterns. A little bit more than that of both pink glass and red glass. In fact, a lot more of red glass. So we'll probably need close to 7 or 8 stacks of pink glass, 8 or 9 stacks of red glass. I'll probably just get 9 just to be safe. We don't have end rods yet because I haven't been to the end. So for some of the parts, we'll probably just be using torches for now to light it up. I'm not sure where I'm running to. Oh, I should see how much glass I have. That's what I'm running to. Um, and yeah, I mean, we'll just kind of gather some materials and start building. Glass. Huh. For some reason, I got a lot of green stained glass. uh, I think I'm going to be doing a little bit of smelting in my future. So I think that's enough. The concrete powders, I think that's all I've got. So let me go up, collect a whole bunch of glass, and then we'll jump into the build. Alright, I got a lot of materials, including my sea lanterns, and a whole mess of glass. You can see I've already got my different 4 different colors of glass here. I went back and checked my original design because I'd forgotten. Luckily, the 8x8 is actually the outside, so inside I'll need 6x6 minus 4, which should be half a stack of glass apiece. I hope so, because that's all I'm carrying. Let's dig out this foundation. So we only need 5 layers, and we need it underneath the bricks we have too. But I'm hoping that I don't have any sand collapses and no water rushing in. And basically what I'm trying to say is that building this on an island like I'm doing right now, probably not the best idea. But you know, sometimes you just do what feels right. And I guess this feels right. I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. I mean, sand collapsing is possible always. But everything else, like, I don't think the ocean's going to rush in. I didn't actually check around, but I'm pretty sure we don't have any... it'd have to be like caves, overhangs underneath. Hey, based on our lanterns, we're good. I was fairly certain we were. Let's make sure yeah. For a second there, I thought I didn't dig down far enough. I probably want to get back up there and sleep. Let's bridge up a little. Bridge up. Okay, nothing's trying to kill me yet. Get a bed. Not a trident. Both useful items, hardly interchangeable. Alright, let's go back and finish the rest of this. Alright, we got our good looking floor in. Actually, it's kind of weird when it's all daylight and it's like glowing from below. So the next step is converting all this concrete powder into white concrete. Or, you know, black. Since I've got 2 kinds. Well, look. We've got enough stone if we need to make more blocks, which we shouldn't. So the way I'm going to do this, so I've got my bucket, and I've got some concrete powder. I haven't counted this out. I have no idea if this is enough or not. So basically my plan was to, how did I do this before? Oh, you know what? I could build mostly with concrete powder, flood it out with the bucket, and then pick up the water. Well, that's good for a first level at least. And after this, actually, what I'll probably do is pretty similar. Is just put concrete in there. You know what? I could. So on the Java edition, since you can put something in your offhand and go back and forth, there's a lot of different ways of doing this. In our version, assuming you're playing PS4 like I am, it's a little bit more difficult because you don't have the offhand capabilities. When I did the concrete over for... What build did I do over there with concrete? I don't remember. Whatever build I did with concrete over somewhere. Like, which I literally have no idea what was. I should remember that. I kind of did stacks of it and just let it water pour down in it. It was over by the new XP farm, and you know, with the cactus. Did I use concrete for that though? I don't remember using concrete on that. What did I use concrete for? I don't know. Someone remember. If I remember before this video is over, I'll mention it. For right now though, I'm going to convert a bunch of concrete powder into concrete so we can start this build. Alright, I finally converted all of my concrete powder over to concrete, and I start at the base of this. So if we go in here, we've got a nice, what'll end up being a fairly dark room, except for, you know, the glowing floor. I've got the design next to me so I can remember how to build it. I'll flash it back up on the screen here to show you the different layers we're doing. Basically, all of the gray layers are always going to be this exact same thing. The black is mostly the same as the outside, but then we have the grip, which is going to be a lot of vertical lines. And then we're going to do, you know, the switch plate in the middle with some of the clear glass and black concrete. So I'm going to go ahead and start building this. What I anticipate is I'll get the base done, the handle rather, and then we'll switch over and start doing the lightsaber itself. So the way I've been doing this, the way I did this first layer, let me switch back to my black because my next layer is that. I've been using the dirt to kind of just fill in the spots because it's easy to remove. So I can do that. And I've got this place started, or this layer started. And corners, you know, you just dirt the corners, collect the dirt afterwards, and move on. So I'm going to build up a few layers. If I run into anything problematic or interesting, we'll jump back in. I don't anticipate we will. It's just pretty much, here's your design, build your design, enjoy your design. Alright, after lots of work and checking on my drawing over and over again and still messing things up, we've got the handle done. So if you want to build this yourself, it looks like I used just under 8 stacks because I had 9 of white concrete. No, I had more than 9. I had a mess of white concrete. I had a mess of black concrete. We got more black concrete left over. So now we're going to go to the top. I'm going to use some scaffolding to put in 100 layers of sea lanterns. I got one up there already, just to kind of make sure I got it marked out right. And we're going to build it straight up. And then I need to make some pink glass and put that around it. Then some red glass, put that around it. And then we'll be done. So let's climb back up. You know, it's much easier building things in creative than survival. Obviously. On the positive side, I didn't die. So I got that going for me. And if I built this again, in fact, maybe I'll even expand it. I think it should be a little bit taller. It looks a little stubby. Put it right next to it. It's hard to tell. Whoops. How do I use a boat? Let's go further away and see what it looks like. I have all the stuff over there. I got too much glass, too. I'm terrible about estimating what materials I need, even when I try counting. Oh well. We got it done. We got it done without too much back and forth. Nah, it looks pretty good. So yeah, I mean, Second video this week of the same build, but it can be done in survival. And it's not too shabby, not too difficult. If you want to do different colors, I would still try to keep in with the 2-color theme, because you want a lighter on the inside and dark on the outside to kind of give it a little pop. Green, you could do lime green inside, green on the outside would probably work. For purple, if you want to do Mace Windu's lightsaber, I would put magenta on the inside and purple on the outside. Blue, you could totally do cyan on the inside and blue on the outside. Although cyan is more accurate. I would give you some more color options, but I don't remember what the colors are because whatever. At any rate, we'll stop as we started, on the beach. Soon to be gone. That's right, flattening, woo! As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Hello everybody and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 69. Today we're going to do a quick little build. Hope it's quick. May not be that little. I'm going to do a vine farm. It's been on my list for a while. I watched in Waddle's current series of the guide. He did one like in episode 13 or whatever. Link down below, of course. He mentions Azumavoid doing this design before, but I haven't really seen that video, so I didn't bother looking it up. So basically, it's just going to be some water that pushes vines towards us, some spots along the top for vines to grow, and that's pretty much it. So I've got a bunch of stone bricks, including walls. I got some mossy stuff because, you know, water kind of makes it look like algae. I went and got some vines, although I do have some shears here to get some more. I can see some right there in the near distance. And I figure that over here is a good spot. There's been a lot of farms built up here to just kind of, I don't know, I like it. I like having the farms around here. This is going to be more of an open air market type of thing. So I don't know how big. I've got 20 fence gates, so I don't want to make it any bigger than that. Let me go sleep, and then I'll measure out the ground part, and that's what we'll start with. I know that I want it like 4 deep, and I've got a certain amount of height to do. Aside from that, I really don't know about the width. It's, you know, the wider it is, the more it grows. So let's arbitrarily make it. And let's see, I want this. And I started with that thing, so I'm going to go down 2 sections of torches. That's kind of what I think about each of these blocks, like sections. You know, these weird squares surrounded by torches that almost all of my buildings fit into. Because that way it just works. I'm digging this down so I can make the ground or the floor of the farm, I guess, look a little bit pretty. I don't always do that, but in this case I decided I wanted to. So this is going to be a row of stairs that just kind of demarcates the end of where the water flows. We want water, water, water. The question is, do I want this to start on this wall or this wall? Because I want 3 down. I'm going to do the floor this far. And there'll be water flowing over it, so I won't have to worry about those missing torches. I still may throw some glowstone in there, though, because I think it'll look right, and it'll, because of the way I'm building this farm, the glowstone will be in there evenly, so it'll just kind of fit in there nicely. So why don't we go do that? Let's put glowstone in here too. Dig out the farm. Let's get these stem. Like I built some stairs, right? Now I like to put the not that. I don't like that at all. When I'm building these, much like I did with the villager trading hall, I like to build these so that a lip comes to it. I've got 4 mossy bricks to put in there and there. Let's go ahead and put one there, and then let's cut out this one. But I like to throw in a channel like this. The way Waddle's built it, actually put the channel on the outside, which is fine. I mean, it looks good. I just always kind of think it looks a little bit better to have it on the inside. And much like the stairs, you know what? Let's do my 7 blocks first, because we just kind of want to randomly spread them throughout. Semi-randomly spread them throughout. There. Perfect. And then we can fill the rest in, and we'll have a nice floor. Alright. So there's a good floor. Now let's put a wall around this floor, because we need something to hold in the water. I just heard a zombie. There must be a cave underneath me. Oh, I hate caves underneath me. Oh, there's a cave underneath you right there! Come on. Oh, it's a huge cave underneath me. Ooh, where's that zombie coming from? Not behind me, is it? Alright, come on out and get killed. Dude, you're making a lot of racket for not realizing I'm there. Okay, good. It's a mini cave underneath me. Alright, let's get back from our detour. I forgot my glowstone. Let me go get that real quick. There. Now remember, the glowstone, totally pointless. It's just there for looks. Really? That's not really how I want to do that. I forgot that these things are directional. That'll hold back some water. So for my water, I'm just planning on putting it there. Let me guess. This is going to be just wide enough where these won't touch. Alright, so I need another bucket of water. Hey, look what's over there. A bunch of water. I don't have a bucket of fish on me to do the 1 bucket trick. Someone asked if that still works, and I have to assume it does. I should test it. That was such a weird thing. I don't know, if you go back to watch some of my other videos, there was one way near the beginning called floating mushrooms, and mushrooms would literally just float there. And it was very weird. There. Now all the stuff will flow into 2 different spots. That way I don't have to run around less. Okay, so to get back... how do I want to do this? I think I'm going to use some temporary blocks just to kind of get up to a certain point. So the way the vines grow is they're on a face of something and they grow down, and you have to snip them all from the bottom up to collect them. I figured out that I can get about 6 levels of this front thing without, you know, walking in. So if it's 6 of that one, and then 5, and then 4. So up here I want to do... I'm just going to step up to it. I'm not going to keep the wall here. I just want some place to get to. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then 4. This should be where the first layer is. I'm going to not build this back wall out of anything. I'm just going to let it go free because I kind of like the open look. We'll use the stone brick and the moss stone brick fencing to make it look like it's not just floating there. So let me get this. Why would I do this to myself? I just have to climb back up there. What was I thinking? Alright. The sun's going down. So we do these 2 rows here. And I'm going to do them slow way so I don't fall off the edge and have to just pillar back up. Let's put that there. You know what else I'm going to want up here? I'm going to want some lights up here. In fact, what I think I'll do is I'll probably slab this. Just so nothing spawns up here. I don't really want the lights. There. Well, that looks really tall. Now I'm thinking I should do a roof over that. I really should. So I need 1, 2, 3. I need another stack of slabs. I didn't make that far in long enough. What was I thinking? Let's slab that. Slab that. Whoa, jump up there. Okay, here's the jump slab. You ready? Pro! Nice. Silly me. Okay. Oh, come on. I want to be able to do this without... climbing up there. Well, that didn't do it. This is really quite silly of me to try. Alright, obviously I'm going to have to actually go up there. Alright, so that's our farm essentially done. Let's throw in some vines. Let's throw in some vines, let it grow a little bit. See if anything nasty spawns on these walls. Seems likely, doesn't it? Maybe I'll do a little bit something different. Okay, so the idea is we can... What? Can I put them there? Really? The idea is that I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, that's not the idea. That's just apparently the actuality. Why can't I put them there? Why does nothing ever work right on this version? Sorry, 4J, is that who does it? I don't mean that. Lots of things work better on this version than on the Java version. I talk about that all the time. But it looks like I might have to actually leave that middle section open. Let's do it that way. Let's do a, we'll call it a moon roof or a sun roof or something. We'll just have a window up at the top. Hot dog, this is already working. So the idea is I stand here and I can't reach. So this is well planned. The idea is I stand here. Leave it to me to count wrong. That's fine, it's fine. I actually thought, whoops, not that way. I was thinking this kind of looked better open anyway. So the idea is I stand here, wherever I can reach. Stim them off, I pick them up. Now, can I grow them up here now? I can't. Why not? Am I too short? I might be too short. Hold on. Once you get these planted, it's fine. Yeah, there we go. So let me, I'm going to go over there, harvest those vines, and bring them back here. Finish getting this top row planted, because I might have to climb back up there for that, and then let these other ones grow. And we'll make sure it's working right. Oh, you know what also? I think I'm going to fill in all these gaps with fencing. And I think I'll use a couple of different colors. Some darker stuff near the water, or kind of like interspersed, just like the mossy stone is, just so it looks like it's kind of wet. So I'm thinking oak and dark oak, although sometimes spruce looks more like wet oak than dark oak does. Hey look, a lightsaber in the distance. You know, you would think with efficiency 5 these things would just like fall off, just like the leaves do. But no, it's got to take forever, even with that. But I'll tell you, putting mending on it, that was my son's idea. What a genius. I better sleep before something falls off this mountain, this cliff, and kills me. This self-designed cliff. Alright, that's looking pretty snazzy, even if I do say so myself. So let me get my shears out. Look, I've already got one vine. All that hard work, I've got one vine. So to harvest this, you just start at the bottom and you work your way up. And sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. Oh no, it's not lossless. I'm getting vines stuck there. But here's the thing though. This is not an automatic farm. Getting stuff stuck? It happens. This is going to be great because I'm not going to use a lot of vines probably. I do kind of want to start using more of the mossy variants. Kind of mix things up. Oops, I just did the top one and I lost the bottom. So do I need to get close here? No, but it's just easier for me. I would definitely say if you are going to build this, shorten it up by 1. You don't need all this space. I might come here in the future and make this a little bit not so deep. Like just the gap be 3 wide, so just a 5 wide. Which I think will look nice. I mean, this looks nice too. You got my fence in there. When these vines are all filled in, it's going to look really cool. So yeah, if you need a bunch of vines, here's how you get them. Or if you can find a forest, you know, once you harvest all those, that'll keep you good for a month. Ooh, another reload of furnace. This thing, it works, but slow. I'm thinking about putting up another bamboo farm on top of it just to supplement this one over here, because this is producing, you know, it still produces a lot, but it's got to fill out all of those furnaces and all of these furnaces before it gets over here. I don't use furnaces that much, but I use them often enough. Alright. I want to say thank you for all the new subscribers. I know that the contest that I participated in for iJevin worked to my benefit, so once again, iJevin, thank you a lot for that. Win or lose, it still helped me out, and that's, you know, help is good. I also like to say a special shout-out for Helen B. Shout out to Helen B. Works on Minecraft, really cool on Twitter, and has been subscribing for people today. It's technically still Saturday. Thank you a lot for that support. It means a lot. And I like the exchanges we have on Twitter sometimes. Mostly it's me just reading what you say and then giggling to myself. That counts as an exchange in my mind, apparently. So anyway, as always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll catch you next time. Kitty, knock it off. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 70. Missed. So, I'm not going to do this a whole episode. I'm just throwing down some rest of my dirt. I've been digging some spots out and filling in, trying to get this quarter filled. But I wanted to bring up a comment I got from Ivan Rodriguez. Wow, sorry man. Ivan or Ivan. So in Russian it'd be Ivan. Americans usually say Ivan. Rodriguez. Oh my god. That's from WKRP. Everyone's been talking about the Thanksgiving episode. Chai Rodriguez. That's what Les Nessum said. Anyway, Ivan Rodriguez left a comment that I should use pick block, and I had said that I didn't like using it because I tried it before. But, you know, it was a, you know, honest comment. It was a good tip. And I said, you know, everyone else should give it a shot. And I thought, well, maybe I'll give it another try. You may have noticed that I just used it, and what I realized that when I tried it before, and then and also when I tried it again, like I don't know, yesterday, the day before, I was mapping the L3 click to it as opposed to switching views, which I don't do often, but I do. And it actually is kind of harder to click just because it's just a harder button than the other ones. And the controller doesn't have a lot of free spaces. You know, we've got two slots you can't use. I don't know what I'm doing. On our here, let me just go. If you go to controls, we run out of buttons before we run out of options. You know. So, do we? Yeah. What does this do? I got a bunch of arrows. Can I use the arrows? Nope, I can't. See, that's the problem. We run out of buttons before we run out of actions. Which is unfortunate. So I mapped the, like I said, the L3 click on it, and it really doesn't work that well then. But then I realized the circle button, except for backing out of menus, I don't really ever use it. I use it to drop an item. And quite frankly, and I think I brought this up way earlier on in the series, I sometimes play Minecraft well after I should go to bed, and so I'll actually I'll do what I'm doing now, or I'll break stuff while I'm like half asleep. And there have been multiple times in the past on my Vita world where I have been like sleepily playing and like breaking stuff, and I used to throw all my blocks against or all the extra stuff I didn't want to keep. I would just throw it against the cactus to destroy. So I would sleepily go up to it and toss my good tools right into a cactus. And like I said, I've lost a couple of tools that way just because I was so tired I wasn't paying any attention. So what I am recommending to everyone is use pick block, but use it on the circle. Because you don't need that thing anyway. There's no good. You don't need to drop. It's just dangerous. Although I've tried to do it like 3 times recently, I realized if I get a good stack of stuff I don't care about, I'm running somewhere else across the world, I'll typically just spam the circle button to drop it all. So I couldn't do that. The other thing is I needed to change my default worker block. I've been keeping dirt up here. So I switched it to sandstone. Well, that was all of it. I switched it to sandstone because it's another block that's easy to break, essentially. That's what I wanted the dirt for. I can't really do it with, without the pickaxe, but it doesn't matter. So anyway, wrapping up this entire conversation that went on way longer than I wanted to. Thank you, Ivan, for the tip. I will use it. I will probably forget sometimes. You'll see me just struggling to figure out what's going on. But for right now, we're going to keep it. Now, the project for today. I've got so many projects going on. I've watched a lot of videos recently. So I've got a bunch of ideas for stuff I want to happen. Oh my god, horses! Stay in the pen! I really dislike this bug. I don't dislike it enough to, submit a bug report on it or nothing, but it's just annoying. Yes. They need to, have the fences spawn in before the entities. That's all you need. Just change your stack order. So, anyway, the whole point of this episode is this ice. I like my ice path. It gets me from here to there really fast. What I don't like about it... Hold on, my cat is trying to break into my son's room. Sorry, my other cat was trying to break into my daughter's room. Anyway, what I don't like about this thing is that when I'm running around here, I can't just go, bloop, let me go over. Unless I run to this mountain, which, of course, we're taking down, where I've got one tunnel underneath, one bridge over the top, and that's it. So what I'm thinking is we're going to take this ice path, this ice road, and we're going to bury it. We're going to create a tunnel. Why am I running this way so slowly? So what I'm going to do is tear it out. I'm going to dig down. Oh, you know what? I know why I'm going that way, but I'm going to do it over here. We're going to tear it out, and we're going to bury it just below the surface. And we won't have the torches on the ice like we do now. What we'll do is replace some of the blocks in the ground where the torches would normally be with sea lanterns. That way they light above and below. And the tunnel over here, we'll just keep it there so that this will just pop out into the tunnel. And I was thinking for the bridge, maybe what I do is actually leave it open there so that the bridge still goes over some kind of chasm. So right here in the middle, it'll just be 3 blocks down. Just drill a tunnel straight through. There's going to be a lot of ocean here, which we're going to have to build up. And even on the other side, this mountain will be a little bit easier to get through. The ice block will be here, and I think I'm going to keep slabs down here. And for the ocean, I'm thinking of doing glass walls, although I still need the glass panes. I'm not sure how that's going to look. I'm going to have to play around with that. I was thinking maybe I'd like to do just glass pane walls as opposed to glass walls, and that way we can make it thinner. But then I'm concerned about the slabs and the water getting in and making sure you put slabs down without waterlogging them. I don't know. It's going to be a thing. But the first step is to remove this entire thing. Like... oh, you know how slow it is to break this? This is blue ice. Got empty inventory? Okay, cool. So yeah, we're going to break all this glass, all these glass planes. We're going to... panes, not planes. We're going to break all this ice. And then probably the next step will be grab some sea lanterns. Put all the lights in. Because, you know, like a nice safe place. And we'll start digging our tunnel. And for the ends, I'll probably just do the reverse of what we have here. They'll just end at a block wall and have a ladder popping out. Or maybe I'll do stairs out. I don't know. Probably not. I'll probably just do a ladder popping out. Anyway, let me just start breaking blocks. Oh, this is going to take hours. 30 minutes. 30 minutes is how long it took me to get rid of all of the ice, approximately. A little bit longer in real time, but I timed it out. About each stack took about 5 minutes, and there were 6 stacks of ice. Brother. The glass was a lot easier, even though there's 12 stacks of that. So here's the problem here. I need to put some more fences up there so I don't die. I'm going to start the tunnel down at this end. Now, technically both ends, well, there'll actually be 4 ends because that gap there I'm going to leave. So as far as tunneling is concerned, those are both ends. But both of these ends, the far ends, are still underwater. This one isn't underwater for much, like it's only a few blocks. So what I'll probably do is I'll start here. Sand, gravel, this is all going to be a pain. That's okay. So yeah, the water, here's the beach, here's the water. So I dig under, I'm going to leave these at the same spot. So when I dig under, yeah, that'll be where the holes go to go down. I may have to excavate a little outside just to kind of get blocks placed first. But we'll see how it goes. Like, you can see the sand already is... If I can get a way in and out of the water. There we go. So now I can go in here and... Let's see, anyone gonna kill me? Not yet? Cool. Grab my dirt. and just start creating a tunnel where I need to, and then I'll put the dirt black blocks. Wow, words are hard. Blocks back up. This will end up being like there'll be a wall down there, and that's where the ladders will be to go up and down. And we'll just shoot it on down there. So let me get the first part of this done, and we'll jump back in when I'm kind of in solid ground, as it were, and can focus on talking while working, not just trying to avoid drowning. Okay, I've got the first section started. Let's pop down here. Whoa. So I'm glad this actually works. When I put the stuff in the water, yes, the slabs were waterlogged, but I've used a sponge just to clear this section out. A lot of the sand fell, so I had to put it back up there. But basically the process is you just clear out a bunch of this junk you don't need. And I was doing it up until pretty much the next lantern to make sure I had light. Although, you know, when the sand falls and it's daylight out, no problem. When the sand's not falling, you can just create a 3x3 tunnel. Oh my gosh, standing on this. The ice is infuriating. So what I may do is actually just start tunneling through and then going back and filling it in. Oh good, gravel too. Yeah, this is going to be a real fun prospect. Dive space, okay. We'll lose a bunch of gravel. Okay. So yeah, I was moving to this point. You know what, let me just put in the glass so I can replace my ceiling. Now on the... Let me put this here and I'll go, whoa. Whoops, see, I already forgot pick block. It's been a day. What was I saying? On the parts that are touching water, I used a little mossy mixed in just to give it a little flair. So I've got some of those in reserve to go. Let me sleep soon. Eesh. Sand. So once you have the glass panes in place, you can just put the sand or gravel back in place. That way it still kind of looks like it did from up top. Even though you and I both know, well, now obviously you can't do that in the center, which is why here I've got this weird stripe all of a sudden, because that was all sand, but that's no big deal. So let me sleep, and I'm going to work on a bunch of the tunnel, and we'll check back in when I've got some of the more grunt work done. This is going to take a while, much longer than the 30 minutes it took me to break the ice to begin with. This is one of those, why am I doing this? Because I kind of want to hide that stuff. Projects. So let me get some more glass panes, so what I did was I actually stored all this junk here. So get some more panes, get some more stone. I've got all my ice on me. I'll just tunnel out a ways. I want some actual stone. I'll just keep tunneling out a ways. Hopefully I don't fall into some sort of ravine or anything. And I've got until you can just see the fencing in the distance where that bridge is. So I've got a ways to tunnel through, which should primarily be, you know, Old Mountain. There may be a cave system here or there, but it should be pretty solid. So I'm going to go ahead and create another link to this, and we'll get back to the fun part of the water. The water part's going to take forever. I can already figure that out because I keep looking around to find where are the things that are trying to kill me. Now the real question is this going to be bright enough? It looks bright enough here, but I'm concerned that once everything's in place, because this looks fairly dark, once everything's in place, I wish we had that ability in this version to just like point at a block and go, what light level is that? Is that a good light level or is it a bad light level? But we don't. So I may still end up putting extra lighting down in here we'll just see how it kind of goes. All right, stop talking about what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start doing it. I actually think the lighting is gonna be fine because the ice is actually a lot closer, so we don't have that super dead spot in the middle. But I'll keep an eye out for mobs. Okay, I finished the tunnel all the way down to the little, I don't know, the underground, the tunnel. The lower cross piece as opposed to the bridge. So the way I see it working is, maybe I figure out a way to get in the boat without taking damage. I did add extra lighting down here because I was too afraid of spawns. Well, that trip takes no time at all. It's only halfway there. So then all we need to do is build all the way out to there. Is there a little bit of land in the way? In the way. Is there a little bit of land I can actually use? There might be. For this one, it actually wasn't that bad. I ran into a couple cave systems on this side. I think what I'll end up doing here is just breaking out into the water, which will flood this a little bit, which is no big deal. Maybe I'll even create a barrier so it doesn't work, so it doesn't flood it too bad. And I think my plan is actually going to place all the ice blocks first, just to have a path to get through all the way down to the end, and then the slabs and then the glass. I think it worked out fairly well here. Although here what I did is I broke through the mountain and it started flooding, which I knew it would happen. That's fine. I actually placed the slabs first, then I placed the top glass, then the bottom glass, and then finally the ice. And then, yeah, a couple of sponges and it was dry. And that's pretty much, let's see, I was about to say, that's pretty much the way I built this tunnel, which is actually not the case. For the tunnel, I did the top glass, then the slabs, then the bottom glass, then the ice. Why that order? I don't know. Oh, wait, I know why. I did top glass first so I could get all the ceilings fixed from the gravel falling. I did slabs second, that way I'd have some place to put the bottom glass on. Right? Yeah. And then bottom glass so I could still run by without having to deal with this weird ice. And then the ice because I needed to put that last. So I'm going to get a good pattern going. Yeah, see? Like I said, I may have to figure out how to get in and out of the boat without taking damage, but you know, whatever. Oh, that was kind of cool. I jumped up onto the ladder. If I was paying attention, I could have just jumped straight up. It didn't occur to me that maybe there wasn't enough room here to get in and out of the boat. It'll be fine, probably just sitting down here or going down first and throwing the boat down. I'll figure that out. Quite frankly, I probably won't ever use this. I just was tired of having to find my way around this stupid thing. But I want to keep it in there, so we moved it. So I'm going to work on the next part, and we'll jump back in. Since I forgot to show the build in the tunnel, I thought I'd do a little bit of building underwater. So the first thing I did was make sure that there was some clearance here. I put the ice blocks down, and then I've been pretty much doing what you see here. Occasionally, you know, some of the drown will pop up. One hit me with a trident. It shocked me so much I kind of yelled out and accidentally crouched, which made things harder, of course. But I figured it out. Gotta keep an eye on air. Not too far from the end. Plus, I just pop up here when I need some air. It's good to go. Doop-a-doo, done. So basically what I've been doing is just this. Missed the slabs. Build out some slabs, occasionally throw in some of the mossy. And then, ooh, look at the drowned over there, a bunch of them. One of them spawned on the stupid thing, I had to kill him. And then I'll go in and do the glass. And when the drowned were a little bit more of a nuisance, I was doing the glass, like hiding behind it after I got hit. You can see we're almost to the end here. So let me stop talking so I can start breathing. Finish up the slabs, then we'll jump in to do some of the glass, and we'll see the final product. Oh, I can breathe again. Yeah, let me finish up these slabs. All right, so now I have all the slabs placed, and we can just kind of whip through here and place the glass. And just like in the tunnels, sometimes I'll skip some pieces and have to come back. And occasionally I need to look up because... Ah, jeez! That thing scared the death out of me. Because sometimes the drowned do spawn on these darker ice blocks. So I think it was a good thing that I put in the torches on these dry parts, which I will keep doing, except for this part right here, which means I could be attacked at any second. I hate when I accidentally swim like that. Okay. Let's get some of these put in. Keeping an eye out. I don't usually worry about the gaps too much as I'm doing this. I just go back in and fill them in afterwards. I'm still trying to remember to use pick block. I haven't been doing it very consistently. And then once these are done, that's when I come back in and use the sponges to get rid of all the water. I haven't had to dry any sponges yet, but I've only got 12 left. So we'll definitely be doing that at some point. I should also mention while I'm doing this that I've got Depth Strider 3 on my boots. So I can walk under here like there's no tomorrow, not have any problems. Let's see how far we can get. I don't know if we'll be able to make it all the way down. You kind of have to do this a little close to the edge. And then inevitably there's some water near the that stays in the slabs. And I've just been using other slabs to kind of place it there and then break in the double slabs. That might have been too close. Yep, too close. Alright, so for this, I can't put that there. Because it's mossy, so it's a different type. So what I've been doing in that case is, or what I'll do in that case is just break it. What the deuce? Apparently I can't just do that. Alrighty then. Smart guy. How about that? Smart guy. Okay, so I've got my tunnel finished. Let me grab a boat and check it out. Now, last time, remember, I threw a boat down, I jumped in it and immediately took damage. So the only iffy part here is in the middle, and as long as as long as I stay fairly normal, like centered, I won't have this problem. Boats are really hard. Anyway, I made it after a fashion. And you can see my stations, as it were, on either end are just a circle of stone bricks and our boat blocks there. So because this is a too high ice tunnel, I can also just run down and jump. And that'll go pretty fast too, although that'll burn a lot of hunger. I was going to put some more fences here to stop myself from falling in, but I didn't. I kind of like jumping in there. I think what I'll do is I'll put some gates on either side. That way I can still, have the safety of not walking over this thing all of a sudden, but also not, why didn't I take a boat back? I literally put that path in there to take boats. But I'll put the rest of the fencing up there just to, you know, make sure I don't fall into it. So that is our tunnel made. Our ice road has been put underground in a nice tunnel that lets us see crazy things, you know, squid and drown and dolphins and whatnot. It's going to take me a couple trips to get rid of this stuff. That's okay. Anyway, thanks for watching if you made it this far. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Now, how exactly am I supposed to fix this problem? Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft episode 71. Alright, I've said it at least 3 times that I'm never trying to build a squid farm again, but today we're going to try to build a squid farm again. I'm going to use a design from Pixel Riff. He credited someone else, I don't remember who it is. I think I covered up all the potential rivers. This is the project I was planning on doing down in the southeast. But I decided that this little lake here is not too bad. It's got a lot of land around it. Yes, there's some water, so we won't have great numbers. But then again, we never were going to have great numbers to begin with, because PS4. So, let's remove some of this. So basically, I'm going to kind of judge where the river or the deep ocean may be here. We probably won't get exact exact boundaries because we can't check them. But that's okay. I know that squid formed in this little lake. So we're just going to throw a rectangle of stuff in here. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. You can see I'm using mossy because there'll be some water and some air, and that's where the moss will grow. Realism. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a rectangle of blocks around here. I'm going to fill in... what am I doing here? I'm going to fill in all the spaces on the outside of it with sand and stone and whatever else I have lying around quite a bit. And the inside, we're going to dig this down to y equals 40, so 24 layers. Let's go down here and see how far we have to go. Is there anything nasty around here? No. Only 16 from the bottom, so that's not too bad. So we'll dig down a little bit. Am I going to remove the water first? Bow and arrow is really hard underwater. I don't know if I'm going to remove the water first or not in the middle. I may not. I don't know. I kind of rather not, but I think it might make things easier. Because then I can go around behind, put everything I need to, and then fill everything in with ice blocks and just break those into water blocks. So the idea is that you want to have spaces where squid will spawn but nothing else will, like the little fishies or those little nasty drowned. We'll probably get some of both, but that's okay. For the most part, we want squid. And we want their ink. Now for collecting said ink and drops of whatever happens, I'm not sure what method I want to use. I'm not even sure. Do I not have any more of that? Why is my pick block not working? Did my son mess with that? Okay, now that I get pick block back. Die. Die. I think that was actually the sun. Anyway, now that I got pick block back, see, I'm trying to use it. I keep forgetting, but I tried to use it that one time. It wasn't even there. I really need to make sure that he gets his own PlayStation account. It's not like they cost anything. I was setting his up to begin with at one point, and I don't know, something with the email went wonky. So at any rate, we should have plenty of spawning spaces here. Now what I plan to do to help out with the fact that there is, you know, an ocean there, the outside the boundary shouldn't matter at all. Nothing can spawn there. But there's some ocean parts here. There's some ocean parts there. There's a deep lake over here, which I know can spawn squid. is I'm gonna put a AFK platform way above this. And so what we'll do is, so things can't spawn, further than 128 away. We'll be down to level 40 for spawning locations. So what I'm thinking is if we put it at, 80 above, we'll have a nice little AFK spot. How will I get up there? I don't know. Water tower? Probably. Sounds right. Water up, fall down. And then, like I said, to get stuff out of here, I'm not sure how I'm going to kill them or get the stuff out of here. I'm thinking about doing something similar for my, that I did on my 1-block creeper farm, where I, just had the water flushing things out. So I may kill them first and then get the stuff moved over. We'll have to see. At this point, I'm going to run out of these blocks, so it doesn't matter too much if they're even. So let me fill this out, get the rest of this down to the ground, start filling in the sides, and I think I'm going to drain the middle. Am I? I might. It's a big enough space where it'd be a pain in the butt to split everything off with sand, and get my sponges dried out and back. But I just think it'll probably be easier in the long run. Even though Pixel Riff specifically said, it's actually, you think it is easier, but it's easier not to. But he had forgotten about the ice blocks until someone reminded him in his comments. So I think there's various good ways of doing this, and I will probably choose what's not the best for me, because that's what I tend to do until it's too late. Speaking of too late, it's also getting dark. So let me go sleep and get a little bit of progress done on this. So I've got the water gone. You can see in the distance I got a little bit of testing going on. On the right is the way that Pixel Riffs had made his. But it occurred to me that doing this, we're wasting a third of our potential spawning spaces. So squid spawn in 2 columns, or 2 tall columns of water. Shouldn't matter if it's moving or not. But if you do your doors in such a way, your gates in such a way, you can actually have a stack. It's really hard to see what I'm trying to say here. You can actually have a... so I've got a grid here, and then below, the idea is to have an offset checkerboard so that you have total stacks all the way down from 43 to 63 or whatever he said. The details are probably a little bit different, but it's about the same. Here's some fun though. I've got these set up just to make sure they would be set up. Nothing has spawned in here. The spaces are kind of small, and I'm still close to the actual ocean. I put an AFK spot up there, but nothing seemed to happen. But that's okay. Here's the next problem. So I've got 2 glass blocks. Hey, look, it melted. When it was up there, I set it there. It wasn't. I put a torch right next to it, and nothing. So you break it, right? Okay, now I'm mad, because I swear I did it there and it did not break. I'm gonna cry. Okie dokie. So what I've got here is, I took this all the way down. I'm not gonna climb all the way down, but that goes all the way down to level 36, I think, and it's kind of there's a little tunnel to this spot, so I can clear this all the way out down to there. Now, here's some fun bits. Fun bits that are a little bit different. First of all, these are waterloggable, so that's good. It's probably because of the new version. No big whoop, right? A little bit pain. Because my blocks of ice were not breaking into water up there, I actually placed this all individually. But since these things can get waterlogged, and it was painful. So what I was ended up doing was I was putting solid blocks on the bottom part, putting water on top of it aimed at the solid part, and then taking off the solid to get those columns. But if this water is actually working, which I don't know why it didn't before. Let me go see. Maybe it was because I was using different tools instead of just nothing. So if I put this here, right? Nope. See? Does something have to be underneath it? Is that what it is? It doesn't work unless there's something here. Let me put 2. Bink, bink. What kind of system is this? Alright then. Well, there's the answer to a question I'm not even sure how to ask. So if you break ice with nothing underneath it, it doesn't turn into water, it disappears. It has to have a block underneath it. Okay, that's fine. It makes it easier. So what I'm going to do, here's the thing. This system is still not going to be easy to build. I think if you build it the same way that Pixel Riffs did, it probably is easier to flood the top here and just move your way down and just put all the water in. Maybe not in ours because these get waterlogged. So what I'm going to try, and I really don't have enough time to do this. This video may be late or just 2 parts. Is I'm going to dig this all the way down to wherever that tunnel comes out. Like I said, I think it's 36. It's a little bit too low. I think my killing floor, I don't want to dig it out too much lower than that, and that's going to be mostly where the squid hopefully spawn. Like I said, I've never seen them actually spawn in here, so I can't say for sure this works at all. So yeah, we got that going for us. But the idea is that they'll drop onto just a floor of hoppers. We got the iron farm back working up, so I can be a little free and easy with the hoppers. And they're technically entities. They get checked a lot, so they slow down the system. But that's actually less of a problem on this version than on Java, at least servers. I don't know if it's an issue for single players. Someone who plays that, go ahead and say or not. This is approximately where our AFK spot will be, except I want it in the middle and, well, probably higher. That was just the remainder of the scaffolding I had. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig out this section all the way down. I'll leave these here. If squids start falling on my head, then great. Otherwise, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Oh, come on, guys. That's not helpful. Man, those things spawn everywhere. Alright, so I've dug a giant hole. And I walled it up as I went. I'm also afraid of falling. I put the I put this little glass fence around because there was a few times I almost just ran right into it. I still need to remove the steps down there, and I'm going to go ahead and remove these test things. Nothing ever came of them. I've got my pathway up and down here. Also, 6 1/4 stacks of sea lanterns and hoppers. So the bottom 2 layers, I'm going to put a layer of sea lanterns in the bottom with hoppers on top, leading to a chest that's just going to be at the bottom of this. And I'm doing it that way because in the future I'll be able to then go in and, if I want to do a water elevator, bring the stuff to the top, I can. Otherwise, I can just go down there and grab what I need. I also don't know if I have enough time today to build this, record bits of how I'm building it and a finished product and testing, and edit before tomorrow. I've got plenty of time. It's like 20 hours? Yeah, no problem. I could do this in 20 hours. I don't need to do anything else like, eat lunch or cook and eat dinner or hang out with my family, clean, just relax. In addition to the 6 1/2 stacks of hoppers and sea lanterns, I also need that same amount, which is a little over 400 signs of any type. And then this is going to be grouped in. So there's 18 levels, I think, of the spawning surface, which gives us divide by 2 because we're only using checkerboard, but which will cover each one of them. So that's 9 times 6 1/2 stacks each, which is close to 60 stacks of fence gates. And I've got almost half of a stack. So that's a lot. Like 3 double chests full. I may need to go around my world and find some logs and planks and stuff and spend several hours building. Well, that'll be fun. Let me get these signs up first. So this is our drop spot. So this the spawning spots will happen above this. That's level 60 or 46 there. Now I never understand if that's by the standing level or the head level, because I've heard both. So I think it's standing, but I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. That's where we're starting. If they don't spawn, you know, for another couple blocks, that's fine. If they could have spawned a couple blocks down, that's fine. It doesn't really matter one way or the other. So yeah, let me go make a bunch of signs and place a bunch of signs and spend the next few hours of my life crafting gates. That'll be fun. Now, how exactly am I supposed to fix this problem? Well, Horsey, I guess this is where you live now. Hope you enjoy it. Stupid Minecraft animals. Alright, as predicted, I do not have enough time to actually finish this build this week. So come back next week for the next part of it. Hopefully it'll work. In the meantime, me and my horse are just going to stand out here outside of the Hill Valley Clock Tower and wait for some more ice to freeze. Because I need a lot of ice. As always, like, comment, subscribe. And I'll catch y'all later. So here comes the fun part. I've got 2 layers of ice and gates in place. I need to place the next level of gates on top of the existing ice. Because, you know, you can't put them over nothing, including water, I think. Does that count? I should check that. And then I need to open up all of these, break the water, or break the ice into water, break the ice below, which I'll probably do from below, and then finish filling out all the ice. Can I? Because I also have to open up all of these gates. I should be able to do the checkerboard, reverse checkerboard, except for the fact that I only have 49 ice. This used like 6 stacks of ice or more. How much did I have? I had a lot. So I need to spend some time at the ice farm. So I got that going for me. Hello there, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 72. Today we're going to finish up our ink farm, squid ink farm, black dye farm. Well, that's a lot of farms. Good thing it's only one. I'm out here in front of one of my huts out by the ice farm. Boy, everything's a farm around here. I must be a farmer. Woo! And what we're going to be doing is waiting for some more ice. Fun. I also need to make some more gates, I believe. But in the meantime, I'm waiting for this ice to form so I can harvest another batch of it. Well, probably 3 batches, inventory of it. Let's skip to a time lapse of me creating one of the levels. And by one of the levels, I mean a double layer level, you know. 2 blocks. The double block level. And a fun thing I've realized is that I managed to build the farm wrong, so I'm going to end it 1 block from the top instead of even with my ground level. So, you know, yay for counting. That's neither here nor there. Let's jump to a time lapse of me building this so you get an idea of what I'm doing. It takes a while, so, you know, enjoy. Isn't this just kind of pretty? I've been watching a lot of this. It's very cool, just like freaky deaky, man. Freaky deaky. Alright, we are done. Yeah, some of this water's already melted because, you know, lights. That's cool. Less work for me. So yeah, like did I say before? I'm pretty sure I said before. I can't count. I wanted it to be level with this part, but it's not. I'm hoping these are 2 layers down, or else it's not going to work even more than it might already not work. So what are we doing now? Hoping this works. We are going to... Yeah, that is... You can't see it, but there's ice underneath me. We are going to be opening all these gates, breaking all of these ice blocks on top into water, and then probably using a pickaxe to take the ones below out, because the flowing water should be fine. Like, is this one? Nope. I don't know why that's flowing then. But anyway, we're going to take those out. Hopefully it'll start working, and I'm not really sure what to expect. So the idea is that I'll be able to do this layer and the next layer, open up all these things, and I'll do it 1 layer at a time, and work my way down and be able to swim around through the fence gates and everything, and not drown or die or anything. But you know, I got a couple buckets here just in case. So let's check this first thing. Break. Okay, we got water. So as long as I'm not breaking it wrong, I can go through and turn all this into the water, and then I'll open up the fence gates. Oh hey, I can kind of walk through. And we'll, yeah, keep going. I'm really unsure if this is going to work. I really hope it does. Because if it doesn't, I don't know. I actually decided, oh, this is even freaky when it's like the water's in place. Because you can't see the glass at all the way down, so it just looks like a random mass of gates, which I did not like put in an even manner at all. They're just kind of all randomly scattered throughout in all directions. Anyway, worst case scenario, I remove all the fence gates, turn this into a giant pool, and we just go hunting for squid with 1 ink. That's all. Backup plans. Always have backup plans. First layer's done. Let's dive in and see about the second layer. I need to be methodical about this. I'm not sure if it's going to work. So I do this. It breaks. I can sink. I can open. I can walk. Yeah. I'm not sure how this is going to work. Slowly. Oh, crud. I just broke too many. This is going to be a problem. Here, let me open. Thank you. I can put that back. Yeah, this is gonna be. I think it might actually work. I mean, I'm swimming fine. Am I opening this? I am opening this, right? I'm so confused about what I'm doing. And then, nope. Open that. So I think I want to aim down so I don't accidentally go to the side to break these. I think that's going to be the key. Yeah. This will be slow going. But that's okay. I got time. Am I... Is there water there? There's not. Oh, and see? So now I'm under the water, so I have these things. And I can swim out. Yeah, this should totally work. What I did find out is that it's really hard to get out of here without little ladders on the side. So, let me get this next layer done, and then we'll See about that third and fourth layer, and if those do well, then we'll just grind through. I finished all of this. Broke all the ice into make water. Opened up all the gates, probably. Some of them accidentally got closed, but I haven't checked. Mostly. Built an AFK spot way up top, which you can kind of see as glass right there. And stayed there for like an hour or two. And Bupkis. For those who don't know, Bupkis means we got nothing. Oh, so yeah. There are no squid spawning in here at all, much less falling down. Which makes me think that even the adjustments of the design that Pixel Riffs had may not work. So this is number fourth attempt at a squid farm that doesn't work. What I'm going to do is take a break. This week coming up, I've got that show in Tiggity I'm doing. So I'm booked. I'll have an episode next week, but it won't be so long and involved like this one was. This took hours. Each double layer of this part took about an hour to do. After I had finally made some potions of not underwater breathing, because I could do that just fine. You move in and out of the air altogether. It's no problem. But the sight, what is that thing called? Night vision? That was important on those lower levels. The bottom level actually just did from the bottom. There's what to do. Break all the glass, open all the doors. It was easy. So right now all we have is the weirdest design for a horse pen ever. And one that the horse can never leave. So that's not really ideal. It's not what I'm going for. What is this? I mean, I know it's a horse. I'm assuming it's one I haven't tamed. Okay. All right. Well, let's look at the AFK spot that doesn't work. This is, like I said. Oh, by the way, I counted out the bottom layer. I accidentally made at level 45, I think. So that's why I was one off. So you know, Matt. Look at this guy, right over there. Cheeky monkey. Not only is he hiding so he's not on fire, but he's like the same color. And I can't seem to hit him. There we go. Man, those skeletons. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Anyway, this is... I also built that little hut over there because I needed some place to sleep that was closer than that place right over there. Counting down from 45 or 46, I guess, 120 straight up is 174. I built just glass. It's glass all the way around. The walls are glass panes with black glass. There's actually some gaps because I ran out. So I need to get some more of that. Because, you know, it's supposed to be an ink farm, so I thought black glass would be nice. I don't have enough with the regular glass. And there's also some, there's a torch at the end. The AFK spot is here at the end, which is directly center over this to kind of maximize what we're looking for, which is minimize these possible spawn locations for everything else. Unfortunately, the water that's on the other side of this is probably still in play a little bit, as well as a little bit of the water. I think there's some water under here. No, this is all, I filled this all in. So anyway, yeah. What I'll probably do to just do some testing is I'll copy this world, and the first thing I'm going to do is do something with it. I don't know. I'll test the method of every 3 being the signs. I'll test maybe just covering the top with water. I'll test the idea I've had of removing all the signs, filling this up with water, and just or all the gates, filling this up with water and leaving the signs down here. This is kind of cool though. At one point, I was able, before I was done, I was able to jump off the back of the horse into that and swim away, but I couldn't do it the last time I tried. So I don't know how I managed to do it before. Let's see if I click and jump. Nope. That's too bad. Because that'd be a great way up and down. There it goes. Go fast, have him jump. Where's a ladder? There's a ladder. So right now I've got just the strangest swimming pool in the world. So yeah, I'll test some things out. I'm not sure what I'll do for next week. Because I haven't thought of it. I've been spending so much time either working on this or worrying about working on this because there was so much that needed to be done with it. It took so long to do, and I've been so busy this week. What was the? Oh, there's one more thing I'm going to show you. Hold on, just a second. Okay, check out this achievement. What do they call them here? Trophy I got when I brewed that night vision potion. Local brewery, brewer potion, no problem. Now, how do you suppose I got this without getting this one first? I've killed lots of blazes. I've got stacks of blaze rods. And I kill them with my sword, and they die right in front of me. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's because it's going into the hopper first. It doesn't count. Well, I'll have to kill one without the hopper and see what happens. Let's jump back. Alright. Well, if you're building along at home, you also have a pool that makes no sense. So enjoy that. Fifth time's the charm, maybe? As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. Welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 72, I think. It's been a week since I've even opened this game. Today's episode is going to be, or this week's episode, I'm not doing that daily. No, do not have time for that. I'm going to try to get the Plethora of Cats trophy. I don't even know how many I've gotten. I've befriended 3 or 4. Some of them have disappeared. And in the meantime, maybe we'll try to see what other trophies we can get while we're trying to befriend cats. So let's jump into the game, grab some fish, and go to the villages. Yep, it's episode 72. I always leave my banners up there so I know. Since you're out, I'm going to ride you to the thing. Oh, this one's slow. Let's see if this escaped horse is faster. I want to be able to jump from horse to horse. Like, oh, I can. There we go. I just missed it. Nope, not any faster. Well, how about this one? Well, so many horses wander around my world. Is this one even tamed? It is. Maybe slightly faster? You know what? I'm just going to do this. I'm going to leave all these... Oh my gosh, look at all these iron golems hanging out. Whoa! Alright. I don't know what's going on with this world, but they're attacking a guardian. I'm going to hop down here, grab a bunch of fish, and just see if I can tame all the cats that are just hanging out here already. This might be easier than I thought. Okay, I've got almost a full inventory of fish. Let me go up here to where they all are. Stand still for a bit, and hopefully I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to go hang out with the guardians. Why is it, does this thing like just go shift sideways? Okay, now in the past what I've done is I've kind of tracked down the cats and just chased them around, but really what you're supposed to do is kind of sit here, hold out the fish and be cool, and maybe 1 or 2 of them will come up to you, and you can feed them the fish, and they'll be your friends. How long have you guys been out here? Like... seriously, this can't possibly be loaded from where I've been, so I don't know what I was doing over here that caused all these things to spawn here in the wrong spot. Oh, good. And look, there's a squid. Something I can't get at my squid farm. How about that one? That one looks like you might be interested. Nope. Come on, kitties, I got fish. Okay, no wonder this is a trophy. I swear it was easier tracking down jungle cats when that's how you had to get them. Here, let's pick out a weak one. This one looks weak. Run up on it and just start giving it fish. Whoops. I think they all get jittery together. Alright. Run after him and feed him fish. here comes one. Oh, here comes another one. Okay, so apparently it is better to gotta chase down a group while holding fish. That seems stupid. I gave him one. He didn't like it. Come on, kitties. I don't have black ones. Oh my god, they're fast. Yeah, see, look, I got two buddies over here. You can join them. There you go. That's 3 so far. I need 20 total. I don't know how many. I've still got 2 sitting over there in the like the home place. And unfortunately, I've scattered these cats everywhere. That's a good one. That's probably not the way to do things. Let's go back over here so we see more of these. Yeah, it's weird. Like, you gotta get close enough so they can see you have fish, but in order to do that, you gotta just run into a big group of them and stop. How about you? Torch kite? Cat? Kite? Cat? Nope. Mobs don't like to cross cross rails. They'll do it, but they'll try not to. Come on, kitties. Honestly, getting 4 this quickly is kind of impressive. It's only been like 4 minutes. If I could do 1 a minute, I'd have this done, the perfect video length. But then I need to get rid of all of these cats because they're screwing up my build. They think that's their home. They're trying to get into those beds, probably. What is happening here? That cat's epic. Alright. This looks like my old kitty Ames. Oh. He died so many years ago. Okay. Do I have a jelly? Where's the cats I've tamed? There's a jelly. I suppose cats are like real cats, where if I had the cats, the tamed ones with me, the wild ones would run away faster because they don't like each other. Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten a jelly. Let's get a jelly. I think the iron golems are actually killing these things through here. Which means they're also ruining my iron farm, or my other numbers. My guardian farm numbers. Man. Could you guys chillax? Be friends with me, kitty! This is me in real life. Come on, kitty, be friends with me. I love you, love me. Come on. This is also like trying to chase down your cat when they go outside. Yay, I got a jelly! For those who don't know, this is actually a Good Time with Scar's actual cat in the game. He won an online, like, voting contest. I knew he had always said it was his, but I didn't. I only learned that it was actually his like this week. Because despite the fact that I haven't played Minecraft in a week, I've been catching up on videos on YouTube. Oh, what? Hey, how about that? Now you're trapped in there until you despawn. So apparently you can chase these down and they'll just get kind of used to you. Let's try that theory out, shall we? How long am I going to chase this one cat when I know there's a pile of them over there? Yeah, there you go. Here, you know what? Come with me. I'm going to collect all the cats that I've tamed so far and take them back to the home base just so I can have an idea of how many we got. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I get any more? Yeah, I got those 2 over by the farm, right? Pile of kitties. Bunch more mouths to feed. I also need to stand off to the side and kill these stupid iron golems so I can get my farms working. Oh, could you guys stay away from the kitty? Okay. Well, I mean, while I'm here, I might as well try to get this one. Fine, if you want fish, you follow me. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I don't think breeding counts. Oh, you know what? I can breed a couple, though. How about you and you? Oh, look at the little cutie. Let's have you all pile up here. Dink, dink, dink. Dink, dink, dink. Yeah, you're fine. There. Hey, come here. And you sit there too. Okay. So right here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the 11th one I'll count. This thing still randomly fires, even though there's literally nothing to trigger it. Bud powering really works weird in this game. Okay, it occurs to me I should probably hunt these things after I'm done taming cats so I don't accidentally kill the cats. Like how when you hit them from afar, they have no idea who did it. Who was it? Which one of y'all just kicked me? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I went far enough away all those cats despawned. So I don't see any around here. Oh wait, no, there's one still. Oh, and the one left me a string before we got him. Remember, if you tame cats, they leave you little presents overnight. Okay, are there still any kitties around here? Where did... Okay, apparently you got another one I've forgotten about. I thought I'd left some around. Kitty! Yeah. Oh, come on. Come on, kitty, don't play me like that. There's another one over here. How many cats did I... I should be close to this. I should be close to this trophy. Alright, cats I'd forgotten about. I need a counter. Achievements on PC Java, you can get a counter. Here. You guys become loving parents. Or whatever cats are. Cutie! Let's find a place to sleep, then we'll take the cats back to the home base. And do a couple of more trophies with the notch apples, because, you know, we can still make them in this version. I think we can still make them. Okay, let's put some more cats closer to this one. This one gets lonely. Okay, you can sit. You can sit. You can sit. Sit, sit, sit. What is wrong with that one? Why is it looking down? I don't have any other flat-faced ones. Now let's eat this apple first. Nom 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 nom. Holy cow. Man, that's some pretty nice effects. Doesn't really cure hunger at all, but you know, some really nice effects. Nope. Here we go. Black banner. If we go to the loom, select a triangle. Why? You know. Well, this is only for... This is only if you already have the pattern. How do I get it if I don't have the pattern? What is with this crazy town? Who designed this interface? I want a yellow thing. Alrighty, let's try down here. Terrible at that. Oh, hey, I didn't realize I brought up that interface. Alright, you know what? I'm going to classic interface. Classic crafting. I really gotta learn how to use the one my preferred way of doing things I don't even know how to use. That's pretty classic of me. Oh, just put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Okay, so now I get a yellow thing banner. Does that not give me that trophy? I mean, it took my apple. Now, how do I create the pattern? Oh, that's how you make the banner pattern. Alright, good to know. Just in the crafting table. Before I forget, I'm changing my crafting back. Because I already forgot the first time. So now if I go into here, can I make the pattern? Yes, I can. Alright then. Good to know. Things I should have known yesterday. So I go to the loom. I select that. I select this. I add that. And then create. There it is. Yeah, you can't just make it. You have to use the loom to make it. So now I got two of these silly things. What am I doing with them? My pattern I'll throw back in at the main base. Those... I guess I can put them out my gold farm. There's a kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Where'd you go to? Glub, 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 glub. Yeah, I'm making fun of you. Idiots. You stop flying. There's iron golems everywhere. Tricked ya. Hey, look at that. Not bad at all. Always feels like I'm gonna chop him in the head. Yeah, don't be staring at me, you two. Jeez. Have you reset? Go reset your trades, pal. As I run home with the rest of my plethora o cats. Plethora, that's a good word. I'd like to ask you as always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to y'all later. Welcome to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 74. Sorry about the confusion last time. Today is the day. Bedrock is here. Loaded it up, turned off the voice screen reader thing, because why would that be enabled by default? Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Earlier, while it was taking forever to upload, I made a copy of my world, so I've got this down here in case I decide I don't want to convert it. Let's skip this for now and see what the conversion's like later. Okay, sign in. So I did read the fact. Now the important part here is that when you connect your PlayStation account to your Microsoft account, you can't be switching around. If you do, you're going to lose anything that you earned, bought, whatever. Luckily for me, I already have a Microsoft account. Okay, I've signed into my account. I changed my skin to one of the original ones. All the freebies I had on the legacy version are gone, and the one I got for signing up for Minecraft Earth news hasn't appeared, so I'll have to figure that out later. And I haven't gone through the skin creation. I don't really care. So let's convert this world. So I've got a plan. Reading the fact, what's going to happen is that it's going to keep what I have as is, add the infinite world size around it, and generate all the stuff out. So my plan for the rest of this series is to build a wall around my original world, flatten it, maybe branching out here and there to get resources that aren't available right now, like conduits and stuff like that. So we'll see how that works. Also, I'm going to be converting a lot of worlds. A lot of my builds. I'll have my old one I can still play in the legacy. I don't see me really going back to that. Oh, it almost doubled the size. For this series, just because that's kind of stagnation. Everyone's going to be moving forward. There's not a lot of point in trying to finish out that world in the old version. I was hoping this would kind of be put off long enough for me to do that, but then again, I'm still looking at a couple years to finish, so maybe it's fine. Whoa, that's really close. Oh my gosh, I can't. This is way too smooth and good looking. I can't handle it. Okay. So what I was doing was I was repairing tools. Oh man, the movement is like super sensitive, which means I need to. I should be able to change the setting. Let's see if my XP farm works. Luckily, I added a window before. Come on, let him in. Push him. Push him. All right. Well, without XP farms, I may be in trouble already. Let's go explore the world. Even though it's dark, okay. Water elevator still works. I mean, it's... Whoa. The loading is kind of crazy. uh... Alrighty then, my head's in the ceiling. And I'm stuck in bed. I may have to take the roof off of this place. Oh, brother. I can already tell that some of my smaller builds are going to have problems. Okay, then. Oh, God. New interface. Can't handle changes. Alright. Is there an ocelot out here? I haven't seen a new ocelot in 100 years. Oh, are you just mine? Oh. Apparently the tamed ocelots now follow you. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Okay, so what farm do we expect is going to be failed? Anything with a timer. This thing probably dead. The XP farms look a little iffy. I haven't looked at Bedrock. I haven't seen a Bedrock episode. I watched Waddles had something recently on Bedrock, and then when I realized it was Bedrock, I ignored it and moved on. What's funny about this is it looks strangely more real. What's happening? I have no idea if this is going to work. Nothing spawned in there. It's really bright in there now. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably have to do a lot of research. Or maybe I'll just keep playing around with it. Suppose this works. Seems unlikely. Everything's so green. Alright, let's hop on a horse and ride around a bit, since they're all out still. I could see so far away. You know what I avoided? I haven't gone to any edge of any worlds. Or edge of the world. Alright, I'm earning stuff. I've smelted everything. Yeah, trophy updates. Since I was just working on trophies, who knows how useful that's going to be. Iron farm, probably not. There's a hill right there. I know this was flattened section, so I know that's past. Guardian farm, who knows? My map looks kind of odd. So here is the edge of the world. So this little hill generated outside of the edge of the world. That's weird. Oh my gosh, I don't have my coordinates anymore. I need to figure out how to do that. What did... Okay, the boundaries are a little off. What is happening here? That's not normal. I mean, don't get me wrong, that looks pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, so it kind of screwed up the edges. This is going to be interesting. Now I want to go see how I just wanted to check out the timer over here. It's the reason I headed this direction. The map apparently is larger. If I ride through there, I'm going to break my head open, aren't I? Let's ride around. Every time we do one of these new version update tours, I get all thrown off. I'm not sure what I need to look at. And I also realized when this is updated, this is technically version 199, which means I've been putting the wrong version of my videos for a while. That's okay. I figured that was the case. Yeah, those two there. Floating torches. Oh, good. It didn't actually destroy all of this. What are those bubbles? What is happening here? Giant ravine. Ugh. Oh, brother. Let's see, what's best way to look at the... Whoa, hey, that's still switched over. Huh. Alright, I'll be honest, I thought that would have been broken. Based on what I read. You know, you're a slow horse. Let me grab one of these quick horses. Let's tour the whole thing, see what's going on. Which space? Oh, I gotta remember time. This is so distracting. I like the map where you can still see a very square edge to the world. What's that green thing? Is that where a copy of the map is put? No! My ice farm and building! Oh, totally trashed. Hold on, I'm like super jumping on Twitter right now. Look, the sun moves faster. Oh, I hope I can get out of this without breaking the roof. Nope, I cannot. Oh my god. None of my builds are compatible. Really? Where's my armor? Alright, I took it off to... Okay, so we made it to this village. I mean, not really expecting a lot to be different here. It's in the middle of the world. But it's on the edge of the world. Let's see. Really, as long as the parts between... That's going to be difficult. I'm really not super happy about this. Really would have preferred, you know, my world not being completely destroyed. Oh, the controls are kind of awful. Come on. Not responsive. Ugh. very confused about where things are now because there's just mountains where there weren't mountains. Literally last night when I was playing. Alright. Before I move over there, let's destroy that part too. Who wants to bet whether or not my squid farm now works? I'll give you a few seconds. Write down in the comments, do you think it's going to work or not? Twitter lost my damn... Oh my god, nothing's working for me right now. Alright. Are there any squid in here? No, but there's a sea turtle. Oh, look at that. One of them ice biome thingies. Is that an igloo? Could be an igloo. How wide is this problem? So that's 8, 9, 10. Oh god, there's a polar bear. And I say that only because if there's a baby bear on there, they will aggro on you, as I saw happen before. This is where I had added fences, because I was going to fence in that side of the village, or that part of the village, since to whatever point. I had a cool explanation. Oh, speaking of cool things, let's see if this works. So in one of the first episodes that he was on Hermitcraft, Grian tried his floating sand trick, and it no longer worked. But what I noticed that he didn't is that he did it wrong. Huh, look at that. Floating sand trick. Let's see if we can still do it or if that's shelled in there now. I can't get out of here if I go that direction. I horse-proofed my own world. So the way to do this... Here, let's just get off of this. You get yourself tall flowers. Pink. This is... I'm not super excited about this interface. Sand. We can hop up and put it there. Oh, I'm gonna have to use this, aren't I? What's the... I can't remember the quick way of doing this. Nope. Doesn't work. Well, it worked in the Legacy console version, so, well, that was something we just... darn it. But, I don't know. The lag, I'm certainly not used to experiencing that. The interface is much slower than the old one was. And the problem is that that interface is designed for users that have different pointing devices, that have mouses. The fact that I don't... Oh, look at that. I walked over here and literally all of my... oh, no. Well, just lost that horse. Because they sink. And they don't care. He'll just be down there forever. That's a guy got hundreds of them. So as I walk over here and this updates, all this is dying. How does swimming work around here? Can I still swim? Okay, I can. Good. But yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of problems. The absolute slow way it responds to everything, except for movements, which are way too touchy. I don't even know how to explain that. First version, maybe a little bit buggy, but I really don't know how to explain that. But this is aggravating as a player. Oh, apparently you have to stop swimming in order to get out of water. Little things like that, no big deal. You know, it's like switching to using drop block after not using it for like literally 5 or 6 years. I can learn, no big deal. these farms that are totally dead like this. I'm pretty sure this was just too... Why does it look like I'm sinking into the ground? Perspective and stuff like that, also no big deal. This, it's probably because it's all slabs, and slabs don't block light like they did in the other version. Alright, we can figure that out. As far as I know, bud powering is completely dead, so I have no idea what's happening here, although this is an observer based one, so doubt if it'll work, but who knows. This what's going on over there? Why are these running? What is happening? Alright. Apparently hoppers are just gonna hop. That's right, hoppers are gonna hop. Hopper minecarts are gonna hop. No idea. Let's see. The problem is that in order to save time, I would always go to the left, but now that's a completely different menu. And the pad on the controller is no longer a quick mouse pointer. Maybe I can find the setting on that. This doesn't work at all anymore. No big loss. Sea Pickle Farm. Is that a fox? Alright, so they added foxes. Not all bad. That's what I need. Berries. What are you carrying? What do you have zombie flesh? Weird animals. Stay away from my cats. Yeah, there's no way that works still. Okay, one thing to check out. I'm going to the nether. But I'm going to the other section. This one's not safe. Always grab a sword when going to the nether. You never know what's on the other side. It's got some nice blazes there. I do like the textures of the blazes. Let's see. Is anyone down here to kill? You are down here to kill. Huh. It didn't trigger them into a mass fury of fury. Oh, hi, little baby pig. Who auto-generated with a full-size head, looks like. Yeah, trade-offs. Sometimes passive mobs spawn with the baby variants. Versus, I can't use half my farms. My world edges have been destroyed, including all the builds that are out there. Who knows what's going to happen? This one can't be doing too bad if the cats are still generating. And fish. That's not very helpful. There are no way to see coordinates in Bedrock, are there? I just remember that. I live my life based on coordinates. Oh. This is going to be a huge adjustment. Expect a lot more complaints and slow going in the next few months. So you got that to look forward to. As always, like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what messed up in your worlds when you convert them. I'll talk to y'all later. Okay, a definite positive is that they actually the conversion did not overwrite my old world. It made a copy on its own. So if problems arise, I can still convert over. I hope that it happened. I wasn't sure. I keep dealing with a lot of bad programmers. I keep forgetting these people get paid a lot more than I do. So thank you for that, whoever programmed this. Okay, hey creepy kitties of the corn. Yeesh. Hello and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft episode 75. Woo! It's been a long time since we've done this intro, hasn't it? Well, as I mentioned in the last video, the Bedrock miniseries number 5. I think that that series, while not coming to an end, is no longer going to be as important to me. I've figured out how to kind of make my way around here. I've got some settings how I like them. I have a bunch of I have a bunch of farms that don't work at all. I've got this great door flapping thing, which is keeping these cats entertained. Like, I haven't looked at this at all. I just noticed this, and it's just kind of amazing to me. The most amazing thing is how really terrible the graphics look when that's happening. I mean, they're basic door shapes, but come on. So yeah, that don't work. I beefed up my mob farm, or my slime farm here. Put a wall on it, made it a little bit lower here. Recreated the iron golem. Literally nothing spawns in here. I'm pretty sure this one's dead because of all the stuff spawning in the water underneath us. Because, of course, in Bedrock, nothing despawns. Yay. What else? Well, the next thing I gotta do is go way out there. Let's take a look at some cool things in my inventory. Chink. I've got Suspicious Stew and a treasure map. And I'll tell you why. I'll also tell you that I've gotten a lot more of these stupid pillager banners, because as I was working on this, what does spawn in that dark spot are the patrols. And so I kept killing them. That's also why I have a bucket of milk on me to wipe it out. So I think what I'm going to do is, because I have my bucket of milk, I'm going to go ahead and take the Suspicious Stew and see what it does. And if it's something really bad, I'll have a bucket of milk to save myself. I'm not hungry. Let me run over here, get some hunger, and show you what I've been doing over the edge of the world. Now I'm hungry. Sun's going down. Let's see what this does. What is that? It means I can't fight very well. It doesn't ever tell me. Why won't this version tell me what's what? And I've already lost it. Alright, let's sleep. I had to make this taller so that I didn't get stuck in the stupid things anymore. While you can sleep earlier than you could in the Legacy console version, it's still, has to be night. At least I thought you could sleep earlier. There it goes. In the Legacy console version, what I would do is wait till the corona of the sun fell down below the horizon and then gave it another beat. I've noticed that in this version, as soon as the sun is about a block away from the horizon, you can typically sleep. Okay, anyway, we're at the edge of the world, where you can see a wall. A wall that looks weird. I'm just going to build this 3-high wall. We've talked about it before, all the way around the edge of the world. I've already gone back and filled in some of these missing bits with dirt. That sand there was an island right over this wall that I got a lot of these materials from and just filled it in as far as I could go. That Suspicious Stew in the treasure map came from a ship that you can just see down there. No, wait, not that ship. That's a far ship. It was only half of one. There's actually one here. Where'd it go? Wherever it was, we got a treasure map. So let's get a boat and find out where that takes us to. This thing is totally dead. I found a couple of bits of gold nugget and rotten flesh on the outside, suggesting that one or two had spawned in and just fallen off the edge. But for the most part, it's dead. These hostile mob farms are going to be a little bit difficult because Bedrock still does the thing where it spawns in at the lowest part of the world all the way up. So like my creeper farms should be working, except as I've mentioned and we've talked about before, and if you've seen any Bedrock players at all, they'll bring this up. There's no despawning for hostile mobs or passive mobs even. It's super annoying. You can't just run away and have them disappear. That's like the one bug they need to fix. I'm calling it a bug. I don't care if it was a design feature. It's stupid. But that means that if we want to do a... Look at that! I don't have my bucket of milk. Oh, wait, yes I do. Oh, look at that. Good thing I'm not near a village, right? He just spawned in by himself, too. Now, I will say that the raids might, or not the raids, the patrols might despawn themselves, because I did notice that one popped up in this woods when I was over there building the wall, and then they disappeared. Now, I thought maybe they went into the woods, but I tracked it in there. There was nothing. Then I thought maybe they had fallen to the water, which is possible, but I didn't see them down there. All right, so let's check out this map. Oh. Well, that's convenient. Let's go that way. Double mapping it. Does this line up with what we're looking at on the left? Yoink. I think the one... these treasure maps seem to be zoomed in further than the default maps you get in the world. I noticed that on the Bedrock, or on the miniseries too. Yeah, you can see I'm at the top there. So I don't know if this is I don't remember the zoom sizes. I can get to a cartographer's table and figure that out. So this treasure is going to be just outside of the border of the flattening world, which is fine. While we don't have the walls up, we might as well get some cool stuff. There used to be a walkway past this big mountain, but it's gone. I guess the positive thing is that part of that mountain fell down too, so I don't have to clear it. You know, take what you can. I have no idea why some of these torches kept here, but other ones didn't. Oh, so it looks like it's going to be on this little island. There it is. Woohoo! Look at that stuff. Me gold. Should have gotten that on the last world. Well, here's a stack of snow that I made. Here's where the pirate ship was. It was way on this side. Which means it wasn't very far away from the treasure at all. I was totally wrong where it was. Here, let me look to the side. See? Full ship down there. It was all same standard loot. Nothing spectacular. Just kind of what I expected. Whoa. That's not what I expected to do. I didn't hit the R3 button to pop out of there. I just kind of hit X as I was jumping when I hit it. That's pretty cool. Kitty, go away. What's this potion I found? Oh, wow. 3 minutes of water breathing. Handy with the heart of the sea. Oh, come on, man. Just give me this stupid thing. Yeah, you see how the grass fell? Like this entire thing just sank. No idea what it's playing at. Yes, the one diamond. Super helpful. Think. I guess we're dumping this stuff in here. Oh, yeah, where was the... As I was walking around, there was just this piece of scoot out. No idea why. Like, no idea where it came from. I didn't really notice that I got prismarine crystals out of that whole thing either. Let's see. Blah-de, blah-de, blah. Let's put this down here so I can throw it up on my wall. These three came from the mansion, early on. I'm just going to, keep surrounding them with them. Little warning to the rest of them. You will die. So if I get myself 8 Nautilus shells, which I should have tons of, I do. Okay, hey creepy kitties of the corn. Yeesh. I mean, the water thing seems to be working well, but I don't know. Yeah, that farm's not working at all. From what I understand, observers in Bedrock don't work consistently, so we'll have to kind of see what's going on with that. So if oh my god. Can't go anywhere without these fools attacking me. This is going to be my world from now on. Oh, I really wish that we could switch these things better. Okay, number 2 on wish list of stupid bugs. Being able to switch inventory items quickly. Oh, where's a cow? I will say the one good thing about nothing despawning is that there's always a cow around to refill my milk buckets. There we go. Cow stuck in the jungle. It's like Animal Farm over here. Like, what kind of meeting are you guys having? I'm not invited to. I think what I'm going to do is, like I did in the mini-series, is put my treasure map up on a wall somewhere. I guess if I put it up there, it'd be pretty stupid, wouldn't it? Here. That's a good spot for it. Randomly in the middle of nowhere. Beautiful treasure map. Alright. So let's try this whole underwater thing. I did find some of those the underwater temples I've got now over there, but it's outside of the map. But I just saw an iron. Okay. Good news. Apparently, the iron farm still works just fine. Good enough. Like, I have no idea what those numbers were before. But I just saw one of those fall in there. Don't see a lot of these. That had to have been a cat. That was too quick. Okay, let's make some of these blocks. Oh yeah, cats are falling in left and right. And fish. And squid. I finally got my ink farm. It's a Christmas miracle. I know it's not Christmas. Let me have this. This is insane. Alrighty then. Let's move on. Now I thought before I saw that the Guardians were spawning in here. Yeah, zombies are spawning in there. Squid are definitely spawning in there. Well, I mean, it's not the farm I wanted, but it certainly does produce a lot. We'll call that a win. So, like, if I put the conduit in the middle here and flooded this, then I'd get it. Also, Guardians would spawn in here. Don't you kind of want to see it? Like, hold on. I don't think I'm going to be able to not do what I want to do here. I've got water. I've got buckets in my thing. Yeah, I can do this. This isn't going to work, right? This is too stupid. I'm okay with it being too stupid, but you know you want to try it. You want to see if it works or not. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. But that being said, maybe we can just build one here. So we got that. So it's a loop, right? Loop, 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 loop. 3. Oh, not what I meant to do. I mean, you can all easily see why this is such a stupid idea, right? You can? Good. How much of this has to be in water? And why am I going to go try to go and sleep in there? Why am I going to go try to drown in there? Whoops. I guess the good news is I don't have any torches around here anymore. It activated. I got enough water. Alright, now I'm going to hang out in here for a couple of minutes. And try to figure out... Why does that open the recipe? Why does like 8 different things open the recipe book? Hey, freediver. Okay, now all I need to do is get all the stupid water out of my room here and be fine. Am I close enough? I am close enough. Do. Don't mind me, I'm just being silly. Like, seriously, how do I get this water out of here? I guess that's some blocks. There it goes. Dang it. Stupid, overpowered, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now let me get my bed. And we'll leave this here for a while. No guardian should spawn in because that thing just kills them. Shut up, kitty. Ooh, SUPERCUT. Another piece of... Look how many ink sacks I'm getting. Holy cow. This is the best ink farm ever. Ink / iron / zombie / I haven't looked at these those builds under the water. Those are pretty cool. How far does that last? Do I get the effect over here? I do. Holy cow. Neat. All I need is these things to work again. Alright, so I think that about wraps it up for this episode. Getting back into this. Really my short-term plans are going to be to focus on building a wall around our flattening world and filling in the lost grass blocks from around the edges. It's going to be me building, not really building, fixing some things, like the end of this path, which, here's a question for you. Do you know the answer to this? How come I can see the ice path on my map when it is down below? I need to fix the end of that because, of course, it washed away with the update. Same for my ice farm, which is a total disaster. Luckily, I didn't do much design around that, just in the front. So while it's annoying, it's not the worst thing in the world. And then, you know, once I kind of get the edges done and the wall built up, yep, I'm going to build that wall. Oh my God, kitty, be quiet. I'm going to go back to flattening. You know, look at this map. We still got huge chunks of world water to cover up and mountains to take down. And kitties to gag. My son had come out, so now the cat wants into his room, even though he'll want out like 2 seconds later. Because, you know, cats. And anyway, rate, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to y'all later. This is a fun problem. So in this version, dolphins and squid and tortoises and fish even spawn above sea level as long as they're over an ocean. So that's something to keep in mind. Hello there, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 76. So I've been slowly building up my wall around the world. And over there, you can kind of see in the distance a village. So I went to check it out. And it is just a zombie village. So yeah, whatever. I'll probably still nose around some of the edges of the world, like if I see things off in the distance, even though I'm trying to like block it all out. I still haven't made my villages safe at all from the edges of the world that kind of fell off, so I'm kind of avoiding those. And recently, before last week's episode, we had a update to 1.14.2. I have no idea what was an update. I didn't notice anything different, so whatevs. Today we are going to be building a concept for a zero-tick farm, or for a quad zero-tick farm. It's not a 4-tick farm. It's something I saw. He didn't say his name out loud, so I don't know how to say it, but I'm going to say Sudox or Sudoxy or Sudohe. I will link, obviously, his video down in the description. You can see he will do a step-by-step, which I will not do. I'm just going to gather some materials and get going. I don't know if I showed you this last time or not, but this was kind of funny to me. You know, I was watching things, so here's the hopeful trap. Oh, my thing got lost. So it's a it's a trident trap. Whoops. So if any mobs wander over here, maybe they'll get themselves killed, and I'll get loot. That's what's hopeful about it. I hope someone just kills himself. Basically, it was just a concept. Make sure. That's the weird thing about Bedrock, and that's what it took me a second to realize what was different when I was watching the Truly Bedrock series. Like, you can push things that you couldn't push before. And that's what's going to break some of my farms. Like, I'm using furnaces as immovable blocks, but they're not immovable in this version. Oh yeah. Also, since we're over here, I've just jumped around. I got halfway through explaining what I was doing and didn't get. So yeah, my mob farm is spawning mobs, but my iron golem was killed again. So yeah, this may just be a weird thing for a while. Anyway, going back to Sudox, the dude's video. We're gonna do a farms for. It scares me every time. We're going to do farms for, zero-tick farms for bamboo, kelp, and the two things I can't think of, cactus and sugarcane. And the reason I call it a concept is I'm going to build what he built, which is just, without the sorting system, it's just going to dump into the same type of, same storage. Just to make sure that Zero-Tech works. It's Bedrock on PS4 now, so I'm assuming that everything is Bedrock and Bedrock adjacent. So I'm assuming it works. We'll see. You can see some of my wall shows up, but this part doesn't. That's all done. So we're going to test it out. I need to gather some materials. It's fairly cheap for doing what he built, which is just a 4 thing. I need more pistons than I have, so I better make some pistons. I don't know how many. I need some redstone. I need a lever. Some repeaters. Hoppers are always good. Definitely torch. And a bunch of other stuff I've forgotten. Water. I don't know. It's been one of those really organized builds. I'm going to go look up what the heck I need. I'm going to get what I need, and then let's jump back in. Oh, before we jump back in, another sidebar. Look at the position of where I am. Let me go to my center. 063-0. This world was not at 63 on the PS4 Legacy. It was at 64. They literally dropped my world by 1. Which is weird, and I don't know what repercussions that may have for a bunch of other stuff. So, yeah, that'll be fun. And maybe I'll look up what I talked about in my last video, because I've done a bunch of stuff in the last couple of weeks. I don't remember what it was. Like, I fixed my XP farm over there with the zombies. I haven't talked about that because I still need to fix the skeleton one. We'll do that one, if not this episode, maybe the next one or sometime soon. It's a real quick fix. No big deal whatsoever. It'll be harder with the skeletons, though, because they can shoot you from afar. Anyway, let me go get some stuff gathered, and we'll jump back in and start building this thing. Alright, so I think I gathered everything I need. It's hard to tell. I got my 4 plants. I knew I needed that. I'm going to need more water than a bucket, but it's fine. And some building materials and, yeah, signs to hold back water. I'm going to build just chunk by chunk, and we'll just check in as I'm doing it. For really step-by-step, go to that dude's video. I watched the end a couple of times. He doesn't say his name at all. I should watch another one of his videos just so I know the pronunciation. I probably won't. Alright, first segment's done. 0 tick pulsey thingy. Whee! It's very basic. Very loud. I'm glad there's a switch. I put the light block here because that's exactly where one of my torches was. And because now we can put redstone on top of these, it's really handy. So, yay. I'm not even sure if they meant that to happen, but like on the glass and everything, but I like it. It makes a lot easier to do things. So the next segment is going to be put some sand on here, get the actual farm bit started, and kind of hide all of this bit. So let me get that part done and check in again. Alright, so I've got the next part put in. I've got the sand towers here, the 3 pistons to break those 3 blocks like that, and then just a block there to get the cactus going. I have tested it. You can see that, look at the bamboo just flying off. I'm going to do all this bamboo. So yeah, the concept is already sound. Let's add all the extra bits and pieces so we can collect this properly, and then also, you know, put in the kelp and the sugarcane here. We need water around it to do that, which is why I haven't put those things in yet, because they won't. So let me get some of this some more of this built up. And let's jump to that section. Alright, next segment done. Got all the stuff in. This should be working. Let's see, we're getting the kelp. We're getting sugarcane. Or sugarcane. Give me some sugarcane. Oh, there was some sugarcane. Okay, cool. Now to I'll clean up the disaster I just created by throwing that stuff everywhere. And then some of this is going to be changed around. There's actually going to be a water stream down here to collect everything. And then some more water here so stuff doesn't collect in the back corner. Boy, that's some interesting glitchiness there. Waterlogged pistons. Alright, let me get that next bit done. And we'll check in. Oh my gosh, this stuff is everywhere! Okay. See you in a bit. Alright, here should be the completed farm. I haven't actually tested it yet. I thought I'd go crazy. For collection, I just did a stack of chests and hoppers. The switch had to be moved around to the side, so we click it on. We see things going crazy. These are just steps here so we can see things going crazy. And yeah, it looks like it's going good. The kelp grows a lot faster than I expected. Looks like we got a little bit of cactus stuck on there, but if you just noticed, one popped, grew up, and threw the next one down, so I guess that helps. I'm looking at the hopper. How do I get to the... Okay, maybe this is not the best design. Hold on. Bink! Okay, now it's the best design. I'm not getting... Looks like bamboo? What am I not getting? Oh, there's bamboo. Wow, the sugar king just doesn't like to grow at all, does it? There's a little piece. Is the sugar king stuck in there somewhere? What's going on here? Looks like the sugar cane's getting stuck. Probably put glass here to stop some of that. So yeah, I mean, I'll glass in this thing so it doesn't go crazy like it is. Maybe it looks a little bit better. And there we go. I kind of like it open. I like it open as possible, but the glass will help it kind of, whoops, kind of help me die. There's a little bit of sugarcane and all this stuff I've picked up. Ugh. Boy, the amount of kelp really flies through. Might just start bundling it up, throwing it to the super smelter and using it as a fuel source. Or, you know, just taking the kelp part off. Because the kelp part is the hardest part about this. So anyway, my plan, like I said, this is kind of a proof of concept. My plan really is to build this kind of thing with just bamboo to power different builds, like the one you can't see because of the fire station in the way. The fuel source for any kind of smelter. I do want to build a new smelter. I'm looking at the one that Foxy No-Tail builds, where it's the piston feed tape. Apparently we need to put walls up here. Piston feed tape for furnaces, because you can move furnaces around now. I don't like the way stuff is stopping there. That's too much stopping there. Alright, well, improvements can be made. This is a proof of concept. It is working. That's the important part. It's a little bit loud, but it has a switch, so that's kind of good. Remember to turn this off when you run. What I've kind of learned is that a lot of redstone problems that happen in Bedrock is when you have things built over a chunk boundary. I have no idea where my chunk boundaries are. I know that the only chunk I really know about is this one over here, the creeper farm that doesn't work at all right now. That is a one chunk farm that I cleared out. So I can base it off of this and count 16 out and measure it out and go everywhere. Or I could just use, chunk base and figure that out too. But let's see. So a chunk is going to be like that. So it's 1, 2, 3. I'm doing it based on torches in case you can't tell. 4, 5. Yeah, it looks like I split it right over a chunk boundary. Because of course I did. Because this would be a chunk, and then the boundary would be right about this line here between this side and this side. So this is split between chunk boundaries. So if you unload the chunks while these things are, don't do that. While these things are running, that can cause your redstone to go crazy. I don't think it should matter with these basic components, but especially anything with an observer clock like that thing over there, that is obviously super broken. No big deal. Yeah, I don't know. Just unload your redstone. Make sure you can turn everything off, which I don't have. A lot of my farms here aren't turn offable. I really need to figure out what's going on with that bamboo farm, because you can see it's growing crazy, but it's not running. Do I still have a switch? Cool shot, cool shot, cool shot. Let's jump over and see if I switch on that and just run it manually. I do not have a manual switch in this, but I'm wondering If I just open and close this. Let's see, it does trigger, but nothing happens. Because you can see that I'm trying to move. Dang it! Does Bedrock have that bug we had before where flying machines can't break bamboo? Oh, I gotta look that up. What a pain. That might be it. Didn't even think about that. Alright, well, that'll be a problem for another day. Or maybe it won't. Maybe we'll just replace the whole thing with a zero-tick farm for bamboo and be done with it. Alright, now that that farm is built, let's fix up this skeleton, not spider, XP farm. The fun part here will be breaking in the right spot, which that wasn't. Oh good, I lost the thing. Can I... I cannot. I need to break in. It's on this side. I thought it was here because that's where that block was. And then I'm about to get shot. Like that. Basically, you just kill everyone. Yeah, you guys keep shooting each other. This is handy. Shot him in the butt. Okay. Now that we've got that cleared out, what we're gonna do is break this block, and that's a lot of arrows. And we're gonna take out the water, which because of the design I can stand here and do without washing myself down there. And it doesn't seem like it, but that one torch should be enough to hold that there to make sure they don't spawn. If I'd be a little bit more careful, just throw one here, it'll be fine. Okay, so what we got to do is not here, there, because we have to break up this block. We break this, we break this. We wish that the connector was still good. We put that there, and that's all it is. Wait, no, that's not right. We put that here. And that's all it is. And I don't know why this works, because it seems like it wouldn't, but the water flushes them down here. They kind of get here, and then when they bump up, you know, when you step onto the thing, you rise up a little bit like that. And then they bump each other into the water column just like they used to. So that's all the fix is. As you can imagine, I was super happy that it was that quick. Put your water back. Go over here, wonder why there's a hole. Seriously. What is happening? I didn't create that hole, did I? Where did that hole come from? Okay, that was weird. That was very, very weird. I don't like weird. Weird means something goes wrong. Now, let's try this again. And you see they're all getting flushed down. Cool. Let me get rid of this and put this here so I can break that and not get my booty shot. Okay. And we'll have that one block because apparently I lost another. Whatever. No, stop crouching. Now, If we go back around here, you know, I really like the glass I put in. I should put glass in while I had that off. If we wait here a few seconds, they should be spawning in and starting to drop down so we can then kill them for XP and bones and all the other stuff. And anymore, like, there's really no excuse for me just having this block here. There should be a hopper into a chest at least, if not some sort of crazy sorting system. But considering I use this mostly for XP farming, I don't think it matters that much. Let's hope it works. Time lapse of the wait. Okay, that wasn't that long. Good. That was about 30 seconds. I'm like, it should be working. And there we go. XP farm fixed. Sweet. Alright, so if you've already had built the standard, you know, old Java version of XP farm on your PS4 or Legacy World, good news is it's a quick fix. There really is no bad news. I mean, it's still slow. I mean, that's a... Did I just... I just fell into my downward elevator. Every time. Why'd I put them so close? Why? Okay. I blame that cow. Alright, let's run away from the village so the night doesn't come, drop on it, and kill all my villagers. Run away! Run away! If you don't know why I keep saying run away that way, then go out and watch some Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That's where I get that from. Anyway, as I run back to the safety, dubious safety of my center of my world, I will bid you adieu. As always, why is there a giant hole here? No, that's not... No. Hi, buddy. As always, like, comment, subscribe, jump over your sea turtles, don't jump onto them. I'll talk to everyone later. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 77. Yes, that was floating snow we just saw. I don't know why. I'm not really sure what we're doing this episode. You can see I've got my wall going off in a couple places. I'm going to have to dig out a bunch of this mountain. Unfortunately, a lot of my rail line has disappeared. We saw some bits and pieces of like the outer edges broken, but there's rail missing randomly, especially where the mountains formed on top of it. So, you know, that happens. I thought we'd start off today, though, is going to this igloo just outside the boundaries. I know, but still, it's just outside. You know, we'll do the things that you do with an igloo. Like light it up. So this, I have not checked to see if it actually has the thing going down. It does. It's a good one. These things aren't trapped, right? Nah, I'm sure I'll be fine. So we climb all the way down here. Oh, we got the big meanie. Ooh, look at the big meanie. And what's in here? We got our golden apple. And there should be one potion of weakness. And might as well grab all this other stuff too. I mean, you know. Alright, so let's cure this zombie villager, shall we? Yoink. And there it goes. Whoops, made the villager weak. That's okay. Let's see, does this have soft touch? It does. Got zombie? I'm pretty sure I had zombie doctor before. Oh, I had zombie doctor on the Vita. But it doesn't work at all, does it? Eh, well. This will take a few minutes. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna ransack the place. Let's see. Let's get rid of this stuff. No. Bring this back. My inventory is full of stones, and I've been capping the walls with slabs so nothing spawns on there. A little bit easier than lighting. So I got quite a bit of junk in here. You gotta think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave him in here. I don't really have any use for him right now. I mean, it's gonna take me a while to get him out. It's becoming dark. Well, we'll be becoming dark soon. Yeah. I'm gonna go up, probably go to that near village. And, let me out. And get some sleep. Then we'll come back and check on him. This is a fun little problem. FYI, you will fall through the rails. Like that. Oh, look, on my dirt. Stupid breaking all this stuff. I gotta figure out how to do it, and place is littered with villagers. And while we're here, let's check in. So I checked last time, and these things are still all completely locked. It's because they can't get to beds. So what I'm going to end up doing is breaking all these villagers out, tearing down a lot of what we had done before to set up this trading hall, and just letting them roam free. I think what I'll probably do is actually lock them all into this building and just give them beds in there. We'll make it a dormitory style. That way I can get all the people in there I want. Let's see, I stole this, right? There's been a couple of clerics wandering around not being able to recharge themselves, replenish their trades. So I thought maybe I should put... Where did I have this before? No, I had it over here. I thought I should put this back since I already stole it from someone else. Bink, there. Now they can link up to it. Link. I have no idea if that'll work. I'm just kind of hopeful. When can I sleep? Ah, jeez. Don't do that to me. And let me out. Pardon me. I'd like to sleep in my old bed. Thank you. The nice thing about, you know, the change is that I don't accidentally jump out of bed when I'm randomly spamming the button like that. Let's see. Throw this in here. Probably jump off a bunch of this crap here. That and that and that. Yeah, coal I'll keep. Oh, shoot. I got some sticks right there. I'll make some... Come on. Just clear that up. And put my sticks back. Alright, let's go check on our hopefully cured villager. It occurs to me that if I ran away far enough to unload the chunks, maybe he's not done yet. Nope, he is. And... Are you a butcher? Why are you a butcher? What's happening here? Was there something up there? Oh. Is that? No, that isn't. I don't know. Hold on. If something wanders in, doesn't go downstairs. There's a good chance I'll just leave him in there. I've got tons of villagers. What do I care? Alright, that killed... How did you get over there? That was a horse I rode over here. Who knows? So anyway, if we look down here, 3 high stone wall, slabs on top. I've been circling the world. Thanks, cat. I'm sure that jingle showed up. I've been circling the world with a wall. You can see it on the north and west side, but not on the east and south. I don't have the south completely done. No, I don't. I wouldn't have because the southeast corner would be mapped out if I did. But the rest of it has at least one layer of wall. A good portion of it, like close to half, I think, has the full, 3.5. There's not too many places where the mountain gets cut into, or mountains get cut into like this one. So this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear down the wall tear down this mountain on this side to the base of the wall. And then everything in here, like these two strips are being completely stripped out. And I'm just going to have my rail line as it was before going up here. The fun part is I can leap to the wall. Whoa. That's a lot of fish. Leap to the wall. Almost to my death. Okay. So the rest of this episode, I'll have to get back to you on. I'd only planned on that, and I didn't think it would take that long, but I had no idea how long that was going to be. The answer is not very. Bink. Oh. Oh, hey, I should eat. Last episode I talked about the problem with the flying machine in the bamboo farm. And in watching some not too recent videos, last summer videos of, I believe, Silent Whisperer, he's pointed out that flying machines are different in Bedrock because, of course they are. So it's just possible that thing just isn't a flying machine right now. It's just a bunch of random blocks that doesn't make a lot of sense. So what I think I'll do is I'll go ahead and put the 0-tick bamboo farm on top of this and just have it feed into that. Remove the water lines that the dolphins are spawning in anyway. Here. Crazy dolphins. Oh look, and fish are spawning in here. This version is so weird sometimes. And I might even replace this whole bamboo farm with the same type of thing. Also, I call it a 0-tick. My video says 0-tick. If you watched the last one, it got a little bit more views than usual, and you're watching this one, thanks. It's not technically 0-tick because this doesn't have 0-tick, but it is a similar type of trickery. Basically, the idea of whether it's 0-tick or not, the idea is that you're just kind of causing weird updates in the system that make it think that it's that increases the tick count or decreases the tick speed. It works out to be the same. The ratio is different, so it kind of instant grows rather than just waiting forever to do so. And so yeah, I should be able to take what I'll probably do. How big is this? I think I should be able to fit like well, this thing is really far away. I should be able to fit a 3x3 grid on top of that. Maybe 4x4. Did I break my... it looks like I might have come close to breaking that. Remember we had this conversation. Don't leave the area without turning off your machines. Anyway, I'm fairly certain I can fit 3x3 or 4x4 on that. Which, well, probably won't be enough water. So, nah, it'll be fast. It's fast. And so that should produce enough bamboo to fill up the furnaces over there, which, remember, that is supposed to be a little bit of a mini XP farm. Whether or not the rest of the mechanics of that work, I can't say. I don't know. I'm hoping it does, minus the fish that are spawning in the water there, which is fun. Which also means there's probably fish spawning over here in my vine farm. Am I getting fish? Are there dead fish? I guess there's only 3 spots that could possibly spawn. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure out something to do, and we'll jump back into the rest of this video and see what that is. Oh, what's this? Where are your llamas, guy? Oh, right. They're in my ice tunnel. Get them out of there. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 78. Let me get down off my high horse. Wait, no, that's just my high mountain. Let me get down off this mountain. Oh, what's this? Where are your llamas, guy? Oh, right. They're in my ice tunnel. Get them out of there. Today, we are not going to be tearing down this mountain. This is what I've been doing for fun outside. Do I have... Let me get rid of some of this stone. What we're going to work on today is an AFK fish farm, or semi-AFK fish farm. I'm not sure. I've got some ideas of why we might just make it AFK even if it doesn't work that great. This comes from Silent Whisperer, and it's a little over a year old, so A, who knows if it'll still work, and B, no, that's just it. Who knows if it'll still work? If it doesn't, I don't know. Maybe I'll just start playing around. I've built enough of them in different designs here and there to kind of like know the basic mechanics. This is the old one, of course. Actually, I don't know the basic mechanics. Like, why does it... There's always some sort of switch. There's a note block. Oh, right, the switch is because when the something gets caught on the fishing rod, it pulls back. And then gets released again. So we need... This guy keeps startling me. We need some materials. We need... Hey, I have a note block. We need one of these. We need... No, we don't need trap chest. Some of this. There's not really a lot you need from here. Oh, yeah. And this. Quiet dogs. As always, of course, I will put his link down there. I'm going to need turtles in the main world now. Main section now. What else do I need? Some blocks, some slabs, a fence gate, which I don't think I have. Turtle dance party. So the idea here... Oh, and a pressure plate. Oh, I do have one fence. Good. Let me gather all the materials. We'll hop back in and I'll show you what I got. Alright, we are back. We have all of our materials. Looking for a spot to build. I changed my mind. Let's run over here real quick and I'll show you that I got something new in my sheep pen. And also llamas that climb buildings. Panda! I did not bring back this panda from outside of this world. It had generated by my zombie XP farm. So I ran around to find a piece of bamboo to bring it back. This is all water underneath. I need to put a building around this if it works the way I hope it will. So I want to be able to make sure that it's on land. This is a good spot. Okay, so the stuff we need, there's 12 things. Blah, 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 blah. You'll see them all in use, but some building blocks, piece of sand, no block, hopper, chest. I actually got a trap door to hold in the water. You'll see where it is. You can use just any kind of block or slab, anything that holds in water. I chose a trap door that way I can fold it up and it'll look like it takes up a little less room, even though block wise it won't technically. So let's get this built. Now, I like to build my farms like this so that things are nice and undergroundy, as opposed to building right on top of the ground, just because who wants to jump, really? No one does. So if you watch Silent Whisperer's video, and of course I suggest that you do, you'll see that he actually builds this just one level up on the ground, which is fine. I hope that I don't find the reason why I should have done that and then didn't do that, because that does tend to happen to me. So we do this, we do that, we do this. This is the point of the video where we try to figure out how long will it be before I run out of memory of how this actually works. We're getting close, kids. I know what goes there. You know what? I like... Okay, so that... I'm really trying to think, like, what goes here, what goes there? Let's try to build it from memory, and then I can see what I... Okay, see, the first thing I did wrong was put that in the wrong orientation. Whoop. And then if that's swooped, that goes here. That seems right. Is it getting dark? It is. I've wasted too much time talking about pandas. And then this there. And I feel like something goes here and something goes there. I'm going to have to look this up. Nah, I think we all knew that was going to happen. Let me go sleep. Let me go look it up. Let me come back and pretend I know what I'm doing. Okay, so never mind. I was building it right. What do you know? So what I had forgotten, I knew there was a slab down here to hold this up. So here's the slab. A chest up there that's just for spacing. Slab on top. Here's the door I was talking about. Bink. You see how that... You can get up there. I did get up there. Did I go this way? Oh, I did go that way. And that's it. Very, very... Oh, you know, it's not that. I need to place my water. You can't fish without the water. So then you do this. No. This. There we go. Because lots of things waterlog in this version. And yes, you can open and close that. I don't suppose I have my fishing rod on me. Now I keep it in my chest, my inner chest, don't I? Let's move this. Oh, come on. I want to go all the way around. I really dislike the controls with this game. This version. So I got my fancy schmancy thing. So what you do is you kind of butt your shoulder up here. I'm not sure about forward and backwards. Let's see. Near the back, because I got to do... This doesn't look like it's going to work at all. Give me that. Nope, don't do that. Looks like they might have already broken it. Either I don't know how to use it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm not convinced this is going to work very well. So my idea was that the idea is that when you catch something, it's supposed to fall down and then you double click, but you can hear the splashing, but you see nothing's being caught. Wait a minute. Okay, making sure I wasn't catching anything. Oh, it don't work no more. Okay. I'll see if I can find a new version. Play around with this version, the old version. Let's see what's going on. Alright, after doing some searching, okay, one quick search, and only watching, you know, most of one video. But it was from a week ago, and I'm sure this person knows what she's talking about. It's a Gamer Girl Blue. Once again, I'll include the link down in the description. Definitely check out hers. And probably just ignore mine altogether. Just once you get to this part, just don't worry about mine. Go back to hers. Because you would have found hers first anyway, because you were definitely searching for this. The point is, I want to have this on my world. Now, the interesting thing is, I think her design is not too dissimilar from this one, quite honestly. Which makes me wonder if I can convert this over. So that's what I'm going to try to do. That's going to be my difference. It's going to be converting an old PS4 Legacy AFK Fish Farm to Bedrock. Man, really the only difference was that there was a trap door back there instead of the iron door, and there's no note block. Hmm. Okay, what I'm gonna do? We may build a few of these. Is my iron golem dead yet? No, because someone's shooting at him. I know. Sidebar, as always. I put them up again. I think I'm going to try to replace the fence gates with glass panes and see if that works. Because I saw an elephant. This game does not have elephants. I saw a skeleton shooting at it, and most of the arrows were stopped by the fence, but some of it was going through. Anyway, what I was trying to say before I got distracted was I'm going to convert this into essentially what her design was. If it works, then sweet. Easy change. If it doesn't, we'll build her design separately, and that's what we'll end up going with. So like I said, I think if I replace this door, put a block here, a block there, I might have... Yeah, let's just try it. We don't need any of this nonsense of, planning things out, testing things ahead of time. Who needs that? Not me. This thing is so old, I built it with cobblestone instead of my current version of diorite for everything. Because you know how everyone loves diorite. I think it's fine. I built my house out of it. No, I still like the house. Okay. So, let's see. Do this. Not that. Oh, you know what? Because of the nature of the beast, she was building this a lot smarter than I am necessarily. I also don't think I need this stuff. That may... We'll see. The more I work on this quick version, the more I realize this may not be the quick version of doing this. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, no, that does work. Okay. I mean, duh. I mean, everyone knew that was going to work. And honestly, that might be all we need. How cool would that be? She had a lot more hoppers around. Don't get me wrong. This doesn't seem like it'll work at all. I'm trying to get it to... Am I at the wrong level? I might be at the wrong level. So if I go into this, that does open up. That didn't work. Alright, I might have built this completely wrong. Let me go check the reference again. Maybe I can still convert this over. Give me a minute. Mediocre news, everyone. That was my Farnsworth impression. Is it Farnsworth? I don't care. I was able to convert this with just a little bit of extra work. So this is one of these situations. If you did build an AFK fish farm on your PS4 Legacy World, PS4 Legacy World, and you want to convert it over, this will work with a few blocks less than you had. If you don't have one at all, then yeah, go ahead and build the one in the ground, because this is a lot of nonsense. Here's the bad part. I mean, it does work. I got some stuff in there. But it's not AFK at all. I mean, she said in her video that, yeah, it's with an auto clicker. What I was hoping is that, like in the PS4 version and the Java version like that, if I hold here, the barber will eventually disappear, and then we'll just be standing here. So you actually have to click again a couple of times. So this is what I would call not AFK. And you can see I just screwed it up there. So every time you hear the water go splash, you do two quick... Dang it, I'm doing two again. You do two quick taps of the L2. Just like that. So basically, you're pulling up what got picked up, and then you're... This is working really fast, though. Like, this is so much better than just regular fishing. You know what? I'm going to say it. Go ahead and build this. It's not AFK at all. I don't care. You're still going to get a lot of stuff. Look at this. I know I got an enchanted book in there. I've got some fish. So this is nowhere near as cool as it was. And based on the differences in Bedrock versus Java and the legacy, like a tag, we're never going to have, on Bedrock version, we're never going to have the AFK fish farms that you only can do in those. But you know what? That's okay. There is some argument to be said for not doing this and, you know, trying to level up this way. Personally, I like doing it this way rather than dealing with villagers and their nonsense for books. It's a good source of food. This one especially is almost no resources. Holy cow. Like, I don't know if you need both these hoppers. It certainly works. But yeah, that's it. The key thing here and what was missing from her video that I saw was how to do it. So you want to stand on this hopper, aim just below the trap door, throw it in, and you can see the water flows it towards you. And then, as I said, whenever you hear the water, you see the bobber go. 2 quick taps, you're good to go again. So that actually worked out better than I expected. I could tear down the other one. And we'll see how long this one works, because according to Silent, and I have no reason to doubt him, they changed things up quite a bit. So let's see. Oh, I got a lot of stuff. Mending 1 and Breaking 3, first book we pulled out. Definitely make this farm. I don't care if it's AFK or not. I mean, I'd prefer if it were. Let's be honest. Remember, if you are going to do this, since it's not really AFK, you don't have to worry about building a building around it. That was my plan. But you want to keep your source blocks free to the sky if at all possible. It helps it. This also works better in the rain, remember? Raining makes the fishing work quicker. So do that. In the meantime, I'm going to go tear down what I built before, which, you know, over a year old, didn't work. No big surprise. As always, like, comment, subscribe, and I'll talk to y'all later. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 79? I'm almost certain. I really should have checked that first. It doesn't matter. What we're going to do today is take down this mountain. Normally I would, you know, have something more interesting. But honestly, I spent all week trying to think of something to do, and I'm like, spoiled for choice, so I don't know what. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to have a nice time lapse tearing this down. I'm going to speak for a bunch of it. Maybe I'll have a little bit of music in the middle of it, although I don't know. We'll see. I also thought about doing kind of a cool little overlay where I repair my pickaxe and shovel and stuff in the middle, because I know I'm going to have to do it before this mountain's gone. I wonder if I'm going to tear down this whole mountain. What am I going to do? What am I going to end up with? What's this video going to look like? I don't always know. I don't tend to write scripts for my videos. I have an idea of what I want to do and zero idea of what I want to say, which is why I say a lot. I've been trying to stop that, teach myself not to. But the one time I wrote a script for the Vlogmas, it didn't turn out well. It was very stilted and obviously scripted and not natural at all. And I think that pretty much what I'm going for is more natural than clean, I guess is the way to put it. If I was doing this as a TV show or a movie or something, of course I'd have a proper script and I would rehearse things and, you know, edit better. But that's not where we are right now. So what kind of projects was I thinking of doing? I'm not really sure. There's a few things I want to do. I kind of want to rebuild all the farms. So we got the AFK fish farm, even though it's not in the AFK now. It's still pretty fast. It's faster than it ever was before. And so I can stand there. I mean, it's not like I need to, but if I was in a new world, I would not be upset at that farm. I need to fix, like, my super smelter does work, but I don't know about the fuel. The fuel can't possibly be working because the flying machine doesn't work. So I need to fix that flying machine. I want to fix my XP farm with the furnaces by the cactus farm by adding, you know, the 0-tick bamboo farm on top of it. Let's see, what else do I need to do? I need to fix a bunch of stuff. I need to fix my railroad track from between the villages. I got the world encased in a wall, so that's good. What else am I working on? I think I might have found another zombie spawner. There was a glitch. I went into the nether, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and when I came out there was like 4 chunks that were missing by the other zombie spawner, and I could see some things underneath. It was like an x-ray glitch almost, and I could see a bunch of zombies in what seemed to be a perfectly square room. And so what I did was I edged around the opening because I had no idea where the land was. So I walked on land I knew existed, and yeah, just kind of marked off where I think it is, and so I can dig down from there and hopefully find another zombie spawner and make a different or another XP farm, mostly just to create a new one. There are different ways of doing it. Maybe use the idea of the trident killer, because that's a pretty neat feature I'd like to be able to use. So those are some of the projects I'm working on. I really have to remember that, you know, while these bigger projects kind of engender more views, which is cool and all, you know, the goal of my world really is to flatten this stupid thing, because, and I call it a stupid thing because why would I do this? Don't play like I play. It is fun. I do spend some time, like this mountain I've spent a lot of time working on in the meantime, just because it was something to do when I was trying to think of what else I wanted to do. So yeah, sometimes you can find fun in monotony. I mean, if you go back and watch my videos, oh, first of all, I don't know if I brought this up last time, but I recently went back to a couple of my earlier ones. Wow, I was really nailing the monotonous part, wasn't I? Absolutely no life in my voice. I think that was I was still trying to make sure that, you know, I wasn't waking people up. Like right now I'm recording this in the middle of the night, and who knows who in my house is actually asleep. But hopefully I realize that I like recording in the middle of the night, because what happens if I don't, even if I tell people I'm recording, all you can hear is a bunch of doors opening and closing and people tromping through and people talking to me even though they can see my lights green, my lights red and recording. I haven't gone back to the idea I had of putting on a giant recording light. What I really need to do is make some extra money, buy a second PS4, and move my recording somewhere else. That'd be too easy. I'll just stick to the living room. It'll be fine. So other projects I want to do, I want to, I was going to say fix the tree farm, because, you know, the carts are all messed up, but I don't know if fix is right. I might just create a new one. I might do one that actually does piston feed tape style. That way it just, you know, creates a bunch of wood right at once, and I can just tear it down. I kind of want to build a new super smelter based on Fox's design of doing the feed tape. The fact that Bedrock you can move around containers is pretty interesting. We've talked before about how it removes a number of immovable blocks, but, you know, once you've got obsidian, which I've got a ton of. Oh, speaking of that, I need to rebuild a gold farm. Need being kind of a loose term. I don't need to build any of these farms. I can flatten this world and, you know, dig enough dirt and, you know, flatten everything over, take out the mountains, cover over the water, be done. But, you know, part of the Minecraft I like to play is building these crazy farms to get stuff that, well, technically I don't need. Because the only thing I really need more of is XP, which we've got a couple farms for. And, what's the word I'm looking for? Food. Some other farms. I probably want to turn that blaze spawner. I've got a double blaze spawner. I should probably turn that into some kind of farm. Or at least, I've got the one that's a pointless room now. It barely worked on the previous version. On Bedrock, it basically is just a room. I break the wall, run in, kill what blazes are there, then run back out. But I've got the other spawner that I haven't done anything with. I can make into a blaze spawn or farm thingy, which, according to Prowl, I think, produces more XP than a regular XP farm, like for a regular regular spawner farm. So that'd be cool if I could speed up that process. My ice farm I rebuilt, but because of the transition, 2 or 3 rows of it no longer produce ice, which technically means I need to move the entire building forward, but obviously that's not going to happen. So what I may do is just shrink it down, shrink down the ice part. It doesn't really matter. I mean, if I was really hard up for ice, I've got that giant biome right there. I could just harvest the entire thing for all the ice in it. And I don't know, what else should I be doing? Kind of do a different mob farm. Do some testing to see if I even need an AFK fish farm. Remember, I put an AFK fish farm in that upper mob farm because when I found out when I tried to AFK just standing up there, the system would crash. Like, I don't know if it was because of the height and things were generating underneath me or what, but it would crash unless I was AFK fishing. Well, with Bedrock, maybe I don't need to worry about that. Maybe I could just go up there and stand around for hours, and mobs will just keep dropping. Speaking of mobs dropping, I also need to redo the Guardian farm, so I produce Guardians. According to some titles of YouTube videos, the next version of Minecraft 1.15 really beefs up iron farms, but whether or not that's the case, I kind of like to get one working. What's over there now, I had a couple of golems in there, but mostly it's just a fish and squid farm. Mostly fish, occasionally cats. Although doing that trick of capturing 4 cats in the area was probably a good idea to get rid of the cats. I wonder if that was a thing on Java that I just didn't know about. Makes you wonder. Makes me wonder. Yeah, so while I don't necessarily want to rebuild all the farms in this world, I think a bunch of them I probably should, just so we can figure out different ways of doing it. And I want to try to do more figuring things out on my own. I've made changes in the past as farms I've found, and certainly things like the AFK fish farm I'm not going to just figure out on my own. There are a lot of different variables in there that people spend a lot of time testing out, which is cool, and if I had the free time, I would totally do that. But I don't have the free time, so I'm totally not doing that. Which is fine. I mean, it would be fun too, but I've got things going on. I'm in a new show. I'm in Titus Andronicus, my first Shakespeare. I play Saturninus, which is a principal role. It's been a while since, well, I guess technically I was a principal role in the last, second to last show I did, but it's a big part. I've got a lot of lines to learn. And while I can understand most Shakespeare, especially early stuff like this, it's a new process for me. So a lot of this week, quite frankly, has been spent doing that. I have to learn 3 lines a day to hit my target. It's been rough going. It doesn't sound like a lot, but some of those lines are really long. Some of them are really short. I also noticed while doing this that the hunger bar drops now. That was one of the benefits of the PS4 Legacy console version. You could mine all day long, and your hunger bar would not drop a bit. Why? I don't know. Because it was broken. But it really worked out well. Well, no longer. This version you gotta eat. Yeah, so I guess, if you have any ideas of what you want to see me build or try or fail at, aside from wither and end, because I will get to them, but that is not going to be a high priority. I may even wait until I'm actually done flattening. Just because, It'd be kind of neat to be able to fly this whole world without dying. Every time I think about that, though, I have dreams a lot about times. A lot of my dreams, nightmare type stuff. I'll die in this world. I'm like, no, like it matters that much. I died pretty quick in that Bedrock miniseries. Died a couple times there. I guess one of the reasons I had to pause that was I was getting nowhere fast. I got so used to being like so OP in this version, in this game, in this world. Starting over again. It is good to see that the Hermit Crafters are finally wrapping up Season 6. I know a lot of people said it kind of jumped the shark long ago. It's been entertaining, but you could tell that, especially once Demise is over, everyone was like, yep, that was a good ending. Let's finish this up. And plus, I don't know if I mentioned, I know I've talked about it with just friends, most of which don't know anything about Hermitcraft or Minecraft, and wish I'd shut up already. About how once Mumbo starts fixing up stuff in his base, you know it's about time for Hermitcraft season to wrap up. It's been a good season. It's been a long one. I'd gone back, after I started watching Mumbo Jumbo videos, I went back to Hermitcraft Season 2, started there and watched all of his to catch up, and I caught up near the end of Season 5, I want to say like right at the end of Season 5, which means it's been a good solid year and a half of me watching those. And then I was watching Grian on Evo, and when he came over to Season 6, it was great. I still wish that Evo kind of continued on. I followed a couple of other people on it, but it all fizzled out, and so I haven't watched their videos in a while. I don't think, this may not come as a surprise, but I don't play Minecraft the way most people do, and I don't think I watch Minecraft the way most people do. For instance, I tend to watch the entire videos. Now, I'm not surprised most people don't watch my entire video if anyone's ever watched an entire one. I mean, you know, it is monotonous. I try to be entertaining, but it is monotonous, and it's not like I'm teaching a bunch of stuff. And when I do teach stuff, it's fairly quick, easy to the point. You can skip ahead. But I do find the episodes to be entertaining, with or without collabs and stuff like that. You know, you find a group of people that, you know, obviously get along well together, and they, you know, create a certain amount of tension, but just kind of have fun, and it's fun to watch. And I think that's why a lot of us watch YouTube, and a lot of us watch gaming videos on YouTube, or even like vloggers and stuff like that. It's not about, you know, having goals or learning things or just being in awe of people. It's just enjoying people having fun. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. I may not look it, but I'm having fun because this is removing stuff. Woo! And yeah, it may not be fun to other people, but it's fun to me. And I try to get that. I try to express that. Not always so good at it. But, you know, I am. It may be boring to you. What's funny about it is that it may be boring to you to do, but if you watch, like, some people will just sit there and watch it and it'll be like, sweet. Mumbo talks about that occasionally, just watch people tear down mountains. Not that I've seen him show up on one of mine and he'll be like, hey, that was really good teardown. That's why I do these every other video. I'll start tearing down stuff, just try to get him one viewer. Alright, I hope you enjoyed this teardown. I'm not sure how much of this teardown I'll get done for this video, but I'll get it done soon. And there's plenty of other stuff to work on, so I'm not too worried about it. If you made it this far, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. A little bit of monotony for you. As always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to you later. Excuse me, I'm trying to... Could you get your llamas out of here? I am trying to do a screenshot. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 80. What are we doing today? Something goofy. So what happens is a lot of times if I'm having trouble deciding what I want to build, I'll ask my son, and invariably what he says is a donut house. And this has been going on for months. So I decided, okay, let's build a donut house. And for this donut house, we're going to use some wool, because I'm going to make the Homer. Now, I need a lot of blocks. I'm using plots for my torus shape, because that's all it is. Donut is torus. Unfortunately, plots only does it like horizontally, and I want a vertical donut, so I'm going to have to do some translations on my head. I don't know how much of this I'm going to need, so I'm going to grab a bunch. But I know I need 984 blocks total, which I forgot to do the math to get how many blocks that is. Now, usually, the reason I've avoided wool up until this point is because this is not going to be nearly enough, is it? That's fine. Is because the stuff catches fire and burns down on the ground. That's just what happens. So hopefully this house will last. I thought about building on stilts. I thought about putting it like on the giant donut shop in LA, I think. But nah, I'm just going to build it on the ground level out here and just walk into it. Right here. Here. How wide is this thing? So my measurements are the diameter is 24 blocks, the thickness is 8 blocks, and the precision is 6 blocks. So I need my base platform is going to be a 4x6 thing, which I'm going to build out of brown because the pink will just be used for the front. I was thinking about trying to do sprinkles with like item frames pushed into the blocks and everything, but A, I'm not even sure if that's possible, and B, I know I don't want to do that, and I just realized that my block color didn't change because this version hates me. Like, of all the problems people see in Bedrock, that's the one that annoys me most converting over. So these are all 1, 2, 3 inconvenient, but they're 7 apart. So my torches shouldn't be in the way, but it's going to be off center. So enjoy that. And apparently we're building it here. Okay, that's fine. That's 5. And boom, layer 1 done. Now I just have to go 24 layers up in the air. And woohoo, we'll be done. I'm also not real sure about how I'm going to go into and out of this thing. So for right now, we're just going to build a big old hollow donut, and I'll figure it out later. I also need to get some shears, because while you can do this with an X or anything else, shears is a little instant. Looking at the thing, boy, the hard part is really going to be translating this to the vertical. I'm trying to think of a way I can do it. Nope. All I have to do is stare between my laptop screen and my TV screen and go back and forth. Can I, what about this? What about that? Nope. Okay, never mind. Let's see, I could probably dump, yeah, a bunch of stone. Don't need stone. Where are my shears? Shear insanity! Yeah, so watching someone, I noticed that you can change the color of things you name, so that's pretty sweet. So let's put that here. No, let's put that here. Let's put pink down here. I said pink. Oh my god. Urgh. Okay, that way we have both colors and our shears ready to go. And I'm sure I'll only make mistakes 100 times. I'm trying to look at the second level. Okay, so this, if I imagine, this comes out 3. And then this comes out 3. And this comes out 2. Okay, cool. So this process, if you want to do it yourself, is pretty much this. You pull up the picture you want to create. Why would I do that to myself? You pull up the picture you want to create online, and then you create it. I know. It's just that simple. Just that obvious. Now, I grabbed a bunch of torches so I could light the inside of this thing up. So I'm not just creating a giant mob farm. It's a good thing I built it by the wool, because obviously I'm going to burn through a lot of this. Which means that maybe I'll need to create a bunch of shears. And, you know. Ooh, it's already becoming dark. It's raining. It rains constantly. Create a bunch of shears and actually get this sheep farm geared up again. See if it works. I'm pretty sure it will, even on Bedrock, but I haven't tested it, so. Now on this third layer is when we're going to start putting the pink in for the frosting. And the frosting side's going to be on the front side. And while in theory I would like to make it all kind of neat and like not uniform, in practice I'm not going to do that for this build. If I were scaffolding would also be a good idea. If I were going to do this like flat, where it wasn't going to be such a pain to build up, I probably would do the frosting a little bit like ooh, up and down and neat looking. For this, it's just going to be on the front. It'll be fine. So let's start by doing this and this, or these and this. This design doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, because it's two shapes together. This is going to be way too pink, but that's okay. Is this pink or is this magenta? Oh, no wonder. It's magenta. Let me go get pink. Yeah, that looks better. I mean, the brown is kind of dark for what it is, but that's okay. And I never got scaffolding. Dang it. So the pink does that. And then the brown will be there. Wow, third layer, already difficult. Why can't you rotate this, plots? Go away, kitty. I'm trying to think. You're distracting me. I mean, basically all this is a matter of, you know, kind of changing your point of view to what you're looking at. It's not always going to be easy, but hopefully it will always be possible. So if that goes there, I'm trying to look at it. If I'm upside down, if I'm sideways, wait, there it is. If I'm sideways, and then this curves. Oh. Yeah, totally do it as if you were sideways. It actually works. And it turns out this layer is a little bit easier for that than the others. Is that it? No, it was too many. You fool! Okay, so if I'm looking at this sideways... Da... Da, da, da. Yeah. QL. QL. Now I'm going to get some scaffolding. Try to check my block count. I'm going to need tons and tons more. And I'm kind of wondering... kind of thinking maybe I should actually build it like in like this instead of trying to go up. That way at least I can use the features of the highlighted rows and plots to make it a little bit easier on myself. I guess layers, not really rows. Alright, let me get some scaffolding. Let me start throwing some stuff up. We'll jump over when I figure out what I'm doing. Alright, that looks pretty good. A nice pink O in the sky. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the circle just like this on the brown on this back side. And then fill in the gap all the way around to finish up this donut. And I think that'll work. And based on the fact that I keep having to run so far away to sleep, I think I'm going to turn this into some sort of house. Let's see if it's a double door. Maybe I'll just put up some stairs. Go through the back here. Trap door. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Let me get the backside on the donut butt. And we'll see how far I get. More sleeping far, far away. Okay, so before I do what I usually do and build the rest of it without thinking about it, here's a bit of a check-in for a change. I went ahead and put an entrance in here, made an actual place to live. Put some pink glass windows. I realized also if this thing burns to the ground, I can just build out of glass. It won't look as cool. I mean, it'll look cooler in some ways, but I could make pink glass and dirt. That could strangely work. Thought I'd go with the pink bed too. So yeah, I mean it's a little bit easier. If you are going to do this or any kind of Taurus, you're going to do it upright. I have found it's much easier actually to do the outside ends and kind of work your way in. It's a little bit easier to see based on the picture what you're looking at. The center part was a little bit harder, but I think I've got it. It's going to be the hardest part probably to fill in. We'll see. It's only, I mean, it's 4 across, so once you get the parts in, it should be okay. I put some scaffolding inside, but it wasn't enough. I fell a few times, but you know, armor's still solid. So I'm going to get the brown on the pink side done. The calculation I did suggests we only need 16 stacks of blocks total. We'll see how that goes. I think that's probably, I mean, 984 divided by 64 is 15 and some change, so 16 stacks. And I don't remember how many the pink I used, but I returned like 4 stacks almost. And we've got, yeah, plenty of brown still. But as usual, or if you've seen any of my videos, you know my math is often very wrong, even though it's very simple math. I don't know why. I don't know where the disconnect happens. Llamas everywhere. Okay, so yeah. I'll probably wrap the rest of this up before I check in again, unless something spectacular happens. Which I can't imagine it is. I will, or whatever. Verbs. But yeah, I mean, other than that, it's just climbing up here and throwing some stuff down. Brown. Brown. Trim that because we don't need it. And continue. Oh yeah. Don't do what I was about to do and did it last time. Build all the way up around the circle, realize you can't get down because you have the scaffolding there. Yeah. Let me put some more of that up. I'll continue building. Alright, after much work. We have a donut. Let me get rid of this map. We have a donut. No, get rid of the map. The map is blocking it. What's going on? I can't see. Also, lots of dirt. Yeah, so it turned out really nice. I like it. I did widen the pink frosting because I only had done this outer layer and it didn't look like enough. And I found that it wasn't too terrible to do the inside things here. I definitely suggest if you're going to build something like this, do it like I did, do the outer layers and then just kind of build in the middle. It worked out pretty easily. Got my finished stairs here. Bloop, bloop. I'm hoping I lit it well enough all the way up. You could tell that I've got lights up there on the inside. You can just see some torches. And I've got it matching all the way through. I mean, it's dark there, but, you know, mobs can't spawn underneath stuff, so that should be fine. And yeah, it's, you know, nice spacious house. Good looking. I was thinking for sprinkle ideas. I mean, technically you could put sprinkles in here on there with just, you know, different color wool blocks here. But it is kind of small for sprinkles, quite frankly, so that's why I left them out. Wandering trader everywhere. Excuse me, I'm trying to... Could you get your llamas out of here? I am trying to do a screenshot. I'm looking for my... Well, it's not really a screenshot because I just let it do whatever. I'm trying to get my thumbnail here. There's llamas everywhere. Whatever. What's a good shot? Come and see this from distance. It's taller than my firehouse. It's quite ridiculous. And I was going to make it bigger. This is 24 blocks tall. I was going to make it 32. Which seems like that might be excessive. It's fun. Right, let me get my map back out because I can't... Small world, I still don't know where the heck I'm going anytime I'm going out here. Let's see, I want to go... okay, I'm going out here next. So, yeah, that was pretty fun. I'm glad I did that. I hope that if I ask my son any more, like if he has ideas, he'll come up with something different now. Hi, chicken. But I don't know. I think it was a good one. He's been saying it for months. I finally did it. I'm glad I did. Last time I was over here, not too long ago, I did get another iron golem into my what was an iron farm. It's still mostly fish, a couple of drowns coming at night. So yeah, this farm does stuff. It's just weird. Anyway, I'm going over here to put some dirt in around the edge of my world. As always, like, comment, subscribe. Hope you liked that one. It was kind of fun. Nice build. I'll talk to everyone later. Are you one of those mathematical horses that can count and do like algebra and stuff? What's the gap I need? You don't know. Okay, well, thanks for trying. Hello everyone and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft episode 81. Today, either I'm going to make a mob farm, or I'm going to make a giant shadow crater. I wonder which is which. I almost said today I'm going to do something stupid because I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work. So what I got out here, I got rid of that mountain. Yay me. It was really bothering me, that mountain. I started working on this one too. I've marked out a 2-chunk space. I use chunk base, so these should line up to chunks. Here's my 0. So here's where the corner is, and these are interior. So if I read that site right, and I don't always read that site right, this will be 2 chunks. So we're going to do the style that Foxy No Tail and Silent Whisperer did on Truly Bedrock. So up in the air, you just do a grid of blocks. See, bunch of blocks. And then you put buttons on the edges, so mobs spawn up there, then they think they can walk on the buttons, and they fall off and die. The first stupid thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to do it here. I know there's some caves under here. There's water there. The hostile mob spawning mechanics keep changing around. Right now I'm in Bedrock 114.41, according to my screen. Come on, let's hurry up. Hey, that donut really is visible. I asked my son what I should do this week, and he said a bagel. I said no. Apparently he only ever has one idea of what shape to build, and it is a torus. I should teach him the word torus. I said I'm not going to build anything that shape again. That was a perfect learning or teaching opportunity, and I missed it. Oh, so sad. All right, so basically what I'm going to do here is I'm not going to have a collection system. If it does work, then I'll go ahead and build a giant grid under here with, you know, the mine carts. I'm literally waving my arm at my screen because you can see this. The mine carts and the magma blocks and all the fun stuff to kill them. But basically, I'm just going to drop them. Kind of like this thing. Except, you know, maybe it'll work. So, yeah, I'm going to pillar up. I was trying to think of distance. So, like I was saying before, the mob spawning rules for Bedrock seem to keep changing, like here and there. It looks like they are despawning now. Not always when you think they will, but that helps. So what I'm thinking is I just kind of want to build out here, and as I run around, I just want them to fall on my head. I don't know why. That seems funny to me. But I want to. So if we go by old spawning rules, which I don't know if they're the same as they were in Java and Legacy Console, but I believe they're similar. They spawn within 24 and 128 blocks away from the player, which means I need to go at least 24 blocks up, which works out because that's also like the kill height for mobs not wearing armor. So I probably want to go a little bit higher than that. This and that. Let's go 32. Let's go stack up there. And the way I want to do this is I want them to all fall within this chunk so that if I do create a thing, it'll be within 4 chunks and it'll be less likely of having chunk load errors. I can turn it off and everything will be cool in theory. So yeah, we'll call that a theory. A game theory. In case you can't tell, I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm building. I don't know about the details. They had, I believe, a grid with based on 4 blocks apart from each other, so a gap of 3 each side, which makes a lot of sense for what we're dealing with. But then you have what you have is you got a grid. There's gonna be a mini grid. Whoops. And so then you have these grid sections that stick out to the side because of the way. Yeah, I didn't think I could do that. But I don't really want that. I want like a nice edges. Jerk. I guess I could figure it out down here. Are you one of those mathematical horses that can count and do like algebra and stuff? What's the gap I need? You don't know. Okay, well, thanks for trying. Hey, why don't I figure out down here? Let me do that. I'm gonna figure it out down here, and that way when I go up there, I can just build it. That doesn't look that far at all. Let's put it up to 40. There, that looks like it'll kill something. Let's use. Why do I keep forgetting this? How many months have I been playing on this version, and I still try to play it like I did? Well, granted, for like 5 years, but still, I should get the hang of this. So let me work out the grid pattern I want. We'll jump back in. I'll show it to you. Then I'll climb up and start building it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me count out. That looks like it's probably right. I mean, I counted at 28, so. Yeah, let me whip through this grid real quick. What is that? Is that long grass? I don't remember there being a lot of long grass there. I'm not distracted by things. Yeah, let me build this grid. And we'll see what's going on. Oh, by the time I'm done, it might be nighttime. Oh, no. Let me finish it before it's nighttime. I should say 2x2 holes, multiples. So this kind of platform we're going to build all the way up there. And then we'll build whatchamacallit? What are those things called? You know, roof. We'll just do the platform first. So we'll test it at night to see if things are falling on my head. And if they are, we'll go ahead and throw a roof up there. Otherwise, like I do with a lot of my failed builds, I'll just leave it up there. We'll just have this crazy grid for no apparent reason up in the sky. I estimated it's going to be, I think, around 400, 500, 480, 500 blocks. So I've got 12 stacks. Should be more than enough to at least do this grid pattern. Alright, so this is going to be a complete waste of materials, but that's okay. It'll look cooler, even though I'll probably never look at it. So I shrunk it in by 2 blocks. That means we can put buttons on the outside, and they'll still should fall mostly within this range. Which also means that this is going to be a 28 by 28 platform. And instead of on 3s, I did it on 2s. That way it all kind of works out. So if I don't really have a lot, so we'll have a 2x2 hole all the way through. Didn't take too long, but I got my grid in place. And I started putting buttons around the outside edge. Now, one of the good things about the way doing this as 2 as opposed to 3 is that you only have to do the buttons on the 2 sides. And I've just been doing it the same way as I did these. Just because of the weird way the version works, you don't have to look at the block. You look at the bottom or look outside the edge and it just places them. So let me go place a billion buttons. As I scrambled to get back at night before my buttons were done, a creeper almost fell on my head. So the good news is it does work to a certain extent. Now I just got to see if it works when I'm down here or when I'm up there. Oh, it looks like a skeleton too. So I'm almost done placing these stupid buttons. And then we'll actually do a proper test. Stupid cat. Cat stole my seat when I turned on the recording. Let's check out this sky waffle. See if it works. While I was waiting for it to get dark, I went over and played with my tree farm a bit. So the idea I want is that I can just kind of hang out down here. And they'll just spawn up there. And then they'll wander off and die. Oh, I see someone. Oh my gosh. Is this thing gonna actually work? Of course, now I'm afraid of them jumping on my head and killing me. Huh. I was prepared to have this whole thing about how this ain't gonna work. Apparently this is gonna work. Maybe not the best. But I think it's worthwhile to throw a roof on it. And because of the way Bedrock works, I need to put a solid roof on there, and then I'll put carpet on top of it so I prevent spawning. I think that's the best way, so I'm up there 100 years and wasting a bunch of materials. This is so weird. I hope it's far enough so that the things with, what are those things called? Armor? Die? We'll see. I'm not even going to bother with the collection system. I'm not going to bother looking at that guy. Okay, So maybe Enderman won't work as well. Let me hide. Yeah, don't expect a lot of drops from this. I mean, if you want something that works well, you know, put it someplace that doesn't have caves around it. Put an AFK spot above it or something. I've got, looks like nothing but a collection of Endermen wandering around out here now. Oh, good. Alright, so I'm going to have to figure out something to do with that. I mean, maybe I'll put the roof down low so they don't spawn in, but I kind of wanted them to come in. I wanted them as part of my drops. So I guess I could just go, hey, buddy. Woo! They hit hard. I'll figure something out with that. Maybe I do want to drop. I mean, here's the thing: if I put the burning thing, the magma floor, and the thing underneath, I want to get the Enderman. That I also have to glass in the entire thing so they don't get out that way, and yada yada yada. We'll figure it out. I don't really care, I guess. Otherwise, I'll just let them go. So yeah, let me slap a roof on that sucker, and that way it'll be all day long. I know you know I'm in here, but I can't technically look at you. Hee hee hee. Hey, buddy. What? What? You got something to say? I think so. What? I can't walk out, or else they're going to kill me, aren't they? I don't need most of these stupid drops. Why do I want this farm? So I'm going to make it a creeper-only farm. So I'm going to make the roof 2 above this, and then I'm going to use trapdoors so that only creepers and, well, spiders can spawn. I don't really care about the spiders. That's fine. Creepers and spider farm. We'll do it that way, since my other creeper farm is totally useless. Plans. Plans, plans, plans. All right, so I'm back up here. Here's what the plan is. We've got a block. That's what these things are called in this game. Trapdoor. There should be enough for creepers to spawn in here, but nothing anything taller. And I do have to go out 15 in each direction to make sure I get the darkness. But what I'm going to do to do this now without killing myself is to light this up so that I can actually do this entire thing without always having to sudden upon some nasties. And the trapdoors only have to be over the paths. So the same pattern will be trapdoors as well as this flooring. So the waffle doors. Anyway, that's my plan. So I'll light this up, throw the roof on there, throw the trapdoors in this, make the roof bigger. And for my carpeting, hold on, I got magenta because, well, it should stand out. Which is kind of what I'm going for, because when you build something this big, it definitely shows up on your map. And I want it to be ridiculously big and bright. So pink, and that'll stop the mob. I hope that'll stop the mobs from spawning up here. Like I said, I don't always know what this version's gonna do. I just kind of hope a lot. Everything's so pink. Looks like someone spilled a bunch of Pepto-Bismol on my map. Alright, so we got this done. Done. Oh, every time. Click harder. If you look over to the right, you can see there's a bunch of stuff waiting for us already. I don't know what kind of rates we can expect. I don't know if it works better when we're up there, if we're down here. I don't know a lot of stuff. But I do know that it does work. It does only produce creepers like that one. And spiders, although spider jockeys happen. I had to kill a skeleton the old-fashioned way earlier. Let's see how much loot we got though. Boom. So, yeah, I mean, we don't really care about the string, of course. But almost a stack and a half of gunpowder at the time it's taking me to build this, and I know I've lost tons of it because I was up in the sky for so long. Go ahead and sleep so I get some light. So yeah, I mean, this could produce a lot? Probably not. If you put in a collection system and AFK, then yeah, actually. You can see how quickly we're gathering stuff just standing here. So that answers that question. It works when you're just standing down here. So I'm thinking about adding a collection system in here, but instead of magma blocks, which would be like 16 stacks of magma blocks, I think I have 2.5. I'm thinking what I might do is put in a some sort of water collection system where it flushes all the bits down every so often, kind of like the passive mob farm that doesn't really work and never really has because of where they spawn. It's no big deal, but that idea of where it periodically flushes everything to a central trough, as it were. And we'd build a little bit higher up, and that trough itself would be have magma blocks in it too, or by it, just to kill things off. In case if that's necessary. In fact, almost identical to what we have. I can pretty much build what we have in the passive mob farm, and it'll work. So I think I'll probably do that. Oh, look how far away that one fell. That way I won't need to worry about walls. I mean, that one fell kind of outside. You can no longer see the waffle anymore either. Wait, there's a little bit of waffling. YouTube compression is going to kill that though. So now we just got this giant floating disc. Stop sign. Oh, I should have made it red. That's okay. An opportunity missed is an opportunity lost. Let's get away far away so we can see our purple blob. It looks like a nice circle. There we go. I'll probably use the waffle picture from earlier as a thumbnail. This doesn't tell you much, does it? I built a platform in the sky. Watch my video. Oh, it's been a long day. I don't think I mentioned earlier. This is actually my birthday today. I recorded this. I almost did a giant birthday cake build, but then I realized it was too close to on top of the donut. And then I was like, well, I could do a birthday cake, and then in the middle of it could be a song that plays Happy Birthday. And then I was like, oh, that probably would take too long. Not realizing the amount of hours, literally hours, I would spend on this platform after we had a working mob farm. All right, I think that's pretty good. If I do put in the... Oh, look at that. 8? 8 rugs left. I burned through so much of that. I did put shears into my magenta wool farm bit just for the magenta sheep to regather that. And while we're doing a wrap up, let's go ahead and throw this banner on. I got so many banners. I think one of the captains actually spawned on the platform early on because I came over here and there was a banner next to a couple of arrows. So I think he spawned up there and fell off. They shouldn't do that anymore because it's so short. But hey, if they do like on the very top and they fall off, cool. Free banners. So yeah, that was a pretty lucrative build. That actually works out pretty well. I said before, I was expecting this to not work well at all. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think that the spawn rules for Bedrock have kind of normalized closer to what they were for Java and Legacy Console. So I think that's helping us here. Because I know there's some caves underneath on one side or the other. We are wrapping all the way around here. But it seems to be working well. We could probably get better results if, we found a good AFK spot maybe above. We'd probably get better results too if we did like the one over here, the old creeper farm. Instead of doing it that way, doing it the same style I just did, because it seems weird, but they spawn up there and they walk right off the edges, so you don't need much. I would say maybe we'll convert this one over, but that one's working so well. Why bother with this one? We'll just leave it here. Past failure, actually past successes, future failures. That's okay. Anyway, hope you liked this video. If you did, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later. Oh, look at the cute little baby. Hi, cute little baby. Hi. Hello, and welcome back to Monotonous Minecraft, episode 82. Today, we're going to play with bees. That sounds dangerous. I went out on walkabout a while back, got a couple of bee nests, and brought them back here. My plan is to do stuff. My plan is to cultivate them and collect some honey, collect some, what's that other word? Honeycomb, make some bee hives. That one's a little bit lower than I wanted. You don't have to do it this way. I just think it's kind of funnier to do it this way. Apparently sometimes if you grow oak trees in the right spots, they'll, you know, do stuff correctly. I don't know. So there's one. Oh, come on. I can't select it. Did my son break that again? Hold on. No, I know he didn't. Okay, so I got my 2 bee nests down. I'm going to throw a campfire under here so I don't forget to, you know, have that there when I want to collect honey and the comb. So anyway, my plan is to collect some of the comb to build a bunch of proper bee hives, and then we'll set up more of a factory farm setup. I don't know if I have any wood around here. I need to make another campfire. I can't remember what the ingredients are. It's logs, I want to say, which I completely failed to grab. Oh, sorry. Sidebar. If you've watched more than one of my videos, you're used to this. What hopper? You can see that the wool farm is still working. I am rebuilding my magenta. So if I actually stick around in this area long enough, I should be able to get back all the magenta I used. All the magenta I used in my big Pepto-Bismol blob. Let's see. I think I still have a mess of dark oak, yeah. So if I do this and go to here, I got sticks. I got that. Does it have to be stripped? The problem is that the stupid things don't actually specify. Like, is that stripped? In the old version, you could just, like, click on it and be like, cool, that's what it is. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Butter, butter, butter. And let's try it out. Well, now I don't have anything. Oh, it's because I'm on equipment. That isn't it either. Is it this? Now you know why I don't have a lot of fire thingies. Hold on, I'm going to get really close to my screen. Turns out the problem is I forgot to split up my coal into my coal block into coal. Professional Minecrafter. Okay. Oh, dang it. Really should have put down these flowers before I wandered away. Sorry, bees. Hopefully they'll come back. It looks like they have been. Let's see. Flower, 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 flower. Basically, I just want them to kind of stay in the area. And I'm using these because, you know, iron farm means I have a ton of these. I think the current iron farm, while technically it does work, would work a lot better if I didn't have it over the ocean. So at some point, I think I'm going to build a new one over a mountain rather than the ocean. What I realized I failed to get was empty glass bottles, which I probably should have a bunch of. There's water. These are all full. Do I have empty ones in here? Those are full, full, full. Boy, if I get thirsty, I'm set. Whoa! I don't remember collecting all that lava. Whoa! All right. Apparently I've collected a lot of lava. That's good to know. Can I empty these water bottles? Can I drink water? How does this game work? I obviously have no idea. That just looks disturbing. Let's grab some water bottles out of here. Let's go back under here. My world is littered with llamas and animals and all sorts of things. Okay. I think I could actually put some in here too. Yes. And that's why I put the cauldron here, so I can empty out these bottles. I'm SMRT. Okay, now that I have empty bottles, I got flowers around. There's some more honey. I thought I already had that trophy. Have I not gathered honey before? Huh. Alright, so I'm going to let them build up, and then I think I use shears to get the honeycomb. Yeah. So let me clean up my inventory. Oh, sidebar. 51 string, a stack, and a 16th. Stack plus 4 gunpowder is what I got from the the farm from last episode in an hour. So not too bad. It's not consistent like that. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it's higher. It just kind of depends on what's going on around you in the world. So let me clean up all this junk in my inventory, and we'll get back to the bee nests when there's something more to be done with them. So some things about bees, which if you watch any other videos on, you probably know. In order to harvest, you have to have the things underneath. If you want to move these to a different location, you have to wait till all the bees are in, and you put these underneath, and you break them with silk touch, I think. I want to say... Yes. So yeah, I got honeycomb instead of just honey. And then we can build our first block, which is just this weird looking stuff that doesn't mean anything. Like the sounds they make. Bloop. Okay, I've got enough stuff to make a whatchamacallit there. Oh, apparently I've got enough to make 2. Some beehives, and why not a honey block. So let's get another thing going. Put the honey block. No, not the wood. Darn you. Where am I going to put these? I put that flower right where I want to put this. Still can't use the version. Put that there. Good. Perfect. Looks ridiculous. I don't care. this is not where these will end up. But they'll be good enough for here. So now I need... two of you. Come here. There you go. Blink. Blink. Did that one not blink? I don't see any hearts on you. There you go. Oh, look at the cute little baby. Hi, cute little baby. Hi. Why did they make a crunching sound? Okay, now, so the signal that these are full, I haven't seen a bee go into them yet. It's similar to these, like these 2 dots will fill up with honey. And then there'll be like honey dripping off the side of this. Look at the cute little bee. Hi, baby. Baby. I'm sure I'm the first person in the world to make that pun. Shut up. Okay, prepare for what I'm about to build to be wrong. If it is wrong, when it is wrong, whatever, I will go figure out what it is to be right. So I'm going to try some stuff. Okay, let's throw that there. So the idea is I want to build some sort of automatic collector. So that means I want this. Nope, hold on. Let me switch to glass. This is not glass. I realize that. I don't actually want glass. I can never remember what exactly things work at. Okay, so you see here, that's what these look like when it's full of honey. Now, when you're doing anything with the beehives, you need to remember that the bees go in the front here, so you can't block that off. Pig, just, could you please? So we're gonna glass, glass, glass. So the idea is, I believe, I can't remember if it's the honeycomb or the bottles or both that kind of pop out. Oh, you know what? I forgot a dispenser. Hold on. And I'm pretty sure I want a dispenser, not a dropper. Makes the most sense. And I fill these up with empty bottles. And I put that there. And I do that in the wrong spot. This will be one of these annoying things. Why? Why do I do these things to myself? I need to get this signal over there. But this is here, which means I should move everything of this forward. What I'm going to do instead, I can put redstone on light blocks now, so I'm just going to replace that. This would be a lot easier if you planned ahead. Well, the good news is if this does work, I can actually move it somewhere that will fit better. So the idea in my head, whether or not that's reality, is when the honey grows in that thing, it gets a signal which will fire off the whatchamacallit thingies. What are those? Bottles? I keep putting a block right there. Thus, collecting the honey and dropping it in a hopper and taking it to here. Will that work in reality? No, seriously, will that work? I have no idea. Someone tell me. I'm gonna try to figure out. I left all my bottles over there. Oh, that's okay. Shears. Sheer insanity. Dang it, cow. You should be able to shear cows for leather. How frightful would that be? Where's, buddy? Where's the thing? Huh? I shared those and didn't come. Oh, there they are. They went up. That's handy. Okay, so don't do these things by trees. Really? They're a totally natural looking tree. I'm pretty sure you can't shear these, can you? Because that would seem silly. You can? I guess. Yeah, they're making it. I'm also not going to know if this works until something happens or it doesn't. Alright, let's give it some time, see what happens. Well, that wasn't right. So what happens is that the observer goes off and the bees leave. I'm just going to keep put the bottles back in here and see if they actually get filled up when it produces honey too, or if they just, every time they leave, they just spit out and nothing happens. Hey, honey yet? Nope, okay. The idea with to do this with to collect honeycomb is the same kind of thing, except you put shears in here instead of, you know, the thing. This may require some sort of comparator system. Yeah, see, bee exited, bottle shot out. Okay, so the good news is it does work to collect honey automatically. The bad news is that every time a bee comes out, it spits out an empty bottle too. So, yeah. I don't know, let me figure this out. Let me go make some junk shears. Those, ooh, you know what? If we put bottles and shears in a system like this, it'll randomize it. That way we can collect both at once and not even care which one we want, because we don't care about either one. So the next step is I'm going to see what happens when I throw a bunch of shears in here and bottles. No, not milk. It'd be a disaster. Lava. No. Is it a bug that harvesting all this honeycomb is not lowering the durability of my shears at all? That seems like a bug. No one tell Mo Yang this is about this bug. Let's all be cool now. Just be cool. None of them are watching my videos. We're okay. We're okay here. Just no one mention it. All right? Cool. Okay, so I have no idea what these bees are doing. But this did produce this honeycomb I'm holding, but it wasn't picked up the hoppers. It was just kind of crammed in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add more hoppers. I'll show you. So I'm going to do it there. I'm going to do it there, there, and there. On both sides and see what we can get. I just kind of randomized everything. Oh. And I forgot the crutch. So, I mean, the same problem will obviously occur here where it's... Well, obviously that didn't work right now, did it? Did I really put a hopper underneath that thing? Oh my god. Alright, let's not talk about the mistakes I make constantly. No one wants to hear them. Hey, it works better. Why'd that work so quickly? Alright. So, still not a perfect system. That's okay. It is usable. Strangely enough. I put another one here. I was afraid I made too many bees because there's bees all over the place. Alright. It's time for me to be leaving. I've been holding in that bad pun for hours. Alright. I think it works. I'm going to review some of the videos, maybe the wiki. Oh, sorry. I'm on the flower. And just try to see if I can improve that. I have no idea. Maybe using some sort of comparator, like it'll give the right output where it's not just a bee leaving. That was an accident. It's it's actually full of honey. We'll see. I prefer comparators over observers, although I don't know why. They both use quartz, which is, well, I guess quartz is much more abundant now that I have a larger world, but I don't think about it, and I'm still afraid of the nether, so I don't like to go in there. At any rate, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I will talk to you later. You know, when I know what the buzz is. Don't judge me, pig. I know I'm not good at this. Good morning. Welcome to Monotonous Minecraft 83. It's morning in the world. It's morning in real life. I was going to record last night and then I didn't. Today we are going to build, today we're going to attempt to build another, what's the word called? Super smelter. I mentioned before in a few videos back, I'm going to try to do the piston feed tape style of super smelter, since we could do that in Bedrock. My cat is here. First of all, he sneezed on my leg right before I started recording, and now it looks like he has found himself a green bean to eat, play with. It looks like he's really trying to eat it. I may be extra distracted today. Now, if you've watched like Foxy No Tail's Truly Bedrock, or quite frankly a bunch of other of his videos, he does these a lot, and he uses some cool little 4x4 timer thingy. Etho Hopper Clock works in Bedrock. I'm going to keep using Etho Hopper Clock. Now, I'm going to build it over here by this farm because I'm just going to build the smelter now and manually fuel it. So I want to stand by a good source of fuel. I ran this last night for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and pretty much the last 5 slots filled out from there. Well, half the cactus, some of this, some of this, some of this, and then all this. So what I figure I could do is, for the time being, actually use the bamboo to smelt the kelp, put that in the blocks, and use that as fuel for the farm. In the future, what I plan on doing is actually doing the bamboo, pseudo, let's call it quasi zero tick. This isn't zero tick, remember, somehow someone gave a good explanation, I can't remember. A quasi zero tick functionality here, to automatically do bamboo fuel fillers, and because each piece of bamboo takes 4 pieces of bamboo to smelt one thing. My plan is to have 4 fuel inputs for each one item input. So there'll be 1 item input and 4 fuel inputs. So we'll put that in today too, I hope. I haven't actually ever built one of these. I have watched videos on them. I watched one, I think Prowl did, not too long ago, where I remember the timings from that. But aside from that, I don't remember much about these. I'm not planning on building the giant loop that Foxy likes to do. That, although I could, I mean, it would match nicely with the donut there. I could have put that in the donut. That's what I should have done. I should have planned the donut around a giant loop-based super smelter. Why didn't I think of that? Because I was just thinking, I need to build a giant donut. Now, let me stop this. So the first thing I'm going to do, I've also got my polished diorite for building material, because you know how much I like using that. Skillsman, if you're watching, I appreciate your comment about the anti-iskel, but once again, I beat you to the punch. Sorry, bud. So I'm going to build this. I don't have a lot of, I know I'd want it here. I don't have specific plans in mind, other than something vague, because I know I need it at least a block up so I can get stuff off of it. I don't want it too high up, and I want it too stacked, like going back and forth as opposed to a big loop, so I can reach everything without scaffolding or having to move it around. I found that a lot of times things don't work right. Obviously that was going to happen. I never remember to crouch before I place things. I find a lot of times things break in this game. These builds, these farms. And you have to get in there and figure out what's going on, and I'd rather not have to climb all around. I'd rather make it a little easier myself. Now I've got exactly 24, which means I've already gone out further than I want it. Okay, now let's review how forget to crouch. Let's not review that. Let's review of how many times in the past I have said I can't build and talk at the same time. I can't build and talk at the same time. So give me just a couple of minutes to put these in place. We'll come back. Plus, I think I got too few of them. Do I not know how to count? Just give me a minute, all right? Okay, forget the minutes. These guys are everywhere. Wow. Whoops. Come on, man. And then remember, you gotta drink your milk. Now, most of the patrols that spawn in are just like that. They're just two dudes. I don't know why they're just two dudes. Why am I not collecting this yummy XP? Ooh, milk. Alright. Let me get some milk, sleep for the night, put my furnaces down, and then we'll jump back in. Lovely. Now I've got, I'm fairly certain, yeah, 24. Hold on, I can center this up. Now that I've got 24 furnaces in place, here comes the fun part. Okay, so this, I want to say, needs to be not there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but pistons can't go up if they're not facing up. That's going to be off kilter by one. Like when it's done, it'll actually be offset. Which means I probably should have built it offset. Especially since... Wow, really, game? I thought that the placement got better when when we went to Bedrock. Block, like, piston placement on the Legacy console was different from either Java or Bedrock, and it was terrible. I don't want it back. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to offset it like that. And the reason we're going to offset it like that is that way it kind of centers this farm onto this farm. Might as well line them up when I can. So this will go up. There'll be another one here. This isn't what I choose. Okay. This is the part of the time where I realize I should have thought ahead, done things differently, and now I'm paying the price. It's fine. It's fine. We can work around these issues. Okay. That pushes up. These pushes all of these over. There's no way I'm getting that one there. I mean, there is. I'll just have to climb up and do it, but that'll push that over. Oh, hey. I can do this. Ha-ha. Right? What am I doing? I'm doing this and this. One of these. Okay, that was too high. Just let me walk through back the thing. That looks right, right? Push up. Push over. That's wrong. It needed to be here. Alright. No problem. One problem. Oh, I won't need to break any more pistons. It'll be fine. Why does an axe break a piston quicker than a pickaxe? It's mostly stone. Alright, so now we just need to power these things in such a way that won't interfere with outgoing or incoming hoppers. So cool. That seems totally doable. I'm lying. Now for input, I made a mistake on the other super smelter that my input for fuel and for smeltable items are on different ends of the big loop. Now, that's an open-ended loop, so it goes back and forth. This loop's around, so it should be less of an issue. But I'm still thinking I'm going to put input for fuel on top and items on the bottom. Just to separate them in my mind, because we all know my mind doesn't always work the best. I want to do 2 and try to speed things up. Because we know hoppers can be slow. I kind of want double input for each one. So we'll have a double chest here that gets fed in from... We got a double chest there that feeds in from some cool thing that we put in. It may just be the cool thing is a double chest that we can open through this gap. This is proof of concept. If you build, if this works and you build it yourself, you know, as always, make it better. And then we've got 12, 4, so we can do. Can we do gaps? I can't. Okay, here's the thing. Let's put input there. Fuel, fuel, fuel. Oh, look at that. That wasn't even planned for. Now I'm just trying to figure out if any signal going to this hopper or this piston is going to screw up this hopper. With my luck, yes. And if that's the case, we can put these all together. It doesn't really matter. I want to keep them separated to make it kind of easier to work around everything. If that doesn't work that way, that's fine. But let's just hope it does for now. I forgot chests. Wait, I do have chest. And it's magically, suddenly, instantly raining. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Why did I choose that arbitrary spot? I don't know, it's arbitrary. Okay. But now that I've chosen... This is a real peach. Now that I've chosen it, I can choose a center point for the hopper. You know, get some symmetry on the back side, except for these are not symmetrical at all. Whatever. Now, do I need... I feel like I should do both. Which means I end up with... hold on. Nope. Let's change this up a bit. For some reason, I want to add symmetry to this build, even though I rarely care. So, dun dun, dun dun. The real reason, I mean, if it comes to me, the symmetry is nice, of course, but like I said before, hoppers are slow. I want to get stuff in and I want to get stuff out. Of course, with this much stuff going out, and that stuff should come out faster, but we don't know. Literally, no idea. Okay, so now I want to power these pistons at different times without powering this. So this will be a generally good spot for the timer, but we won't do that. I'm going to follow Mumbo's advice. I brought a lever. So I know I need repeaters. I know I'm going to need building blocks. So a repeater goes there. Can I... Is it okay to do it that way? It's probably okay to do it that way, right? Yeah, it's okay to do it that way. There. Is it okay to do it that way? I'm going to find a whole lot of problems with what I'm doing, aren't I? I mean, I can't do it on the side from there. I don't think I should do it on the side from here, quite frankly. I think I should still do it on the back side. The butt, if you will. Even if you won't. Wrong direction. Okay, so in theory, cool. Cool. Okay, so I've got this as 2, 4, 6, and 8, and now my flame bow is going to be very much not as effective. But hey, look, I got more than just the normal amount. At what point do I just go in there with a sword and be like, ham bone? Yeah, I kind of prefer staying out from a distance, setting them in a fire. God, these things suck. Give me that. Alright. Drink my dang milk. Find a cow and milk it again. What about my cows? There's a cow over here. Put up the stupid banner and... I'll be right back. Okay, so if I don't want to put a repeater in the middle here and screw everything up, my timer needs to be closer to here. Which means input we know is going to be there, and if I need to put it in from somewhere else, it can go off to that direction or above. These can come in, fuel can come in from anywhere. Actually, fuel will probably be from above eventually. We know this. Input will probably stay there. Let's put those in. There is no reason not to plan ahead when doing these things. Anyone want to lay bets? I need a button there. I also need to reverse my timings. I mean, come on, people. This is short. Those are long. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm basing this based on Prowl's video I kind of half watched a week ago, and he did it the other way. Don't judge me, pig. I know I'm not good at this. Okay, once I took a second to step back and think about what I was trying to do here, I realized I was being stupid. Hold on. I know that's surprising, possibly for anyone who hasn't watched any of my videos ever, including the earlier part of this one already. So let's talk about timings and setups and how we're doing things here. I've got this set up in such a way that I want this one to move up at the same time I want this one to move down. Likewise for shifting left and right. What does that tell you? I need 2 timings, not 4. I really have no idea how Prowl did his. He had a bunch more complicated stuff built in. It was really cool. I'll include a link in the description to him and the one I can think of for Foxy No Tail. They're both neat videos, but this is how I'm doing it. And yes, usually that's just the wrong way. Anyway, so what we got... Oh, also I was using repeaters wrong, like I always do. You actually have to feed into them. You can't just do it from below. I make that mistake literally every time I'm using repeaters on a build, that I'm not just copying directly. So there's that. So right now, if I push the button and stand... How far back can I be? So if I push the button... You can see that stuff moved. We're back in the same spot. Neat. Oh my god. Again? Seriously, Mojang. Where's that thing where I suggest things to the developers because they obviously don't know their own jobs? Where's also the thing where I submit a change to my own fingers and thumbs so I can shoot better? Oh, you got me. You got me, pal. You got me. Oh, wait. No, you're dead. I win. I win in the end. Well, the good news is I guess my tools aren't losing losing a bunch of durability here. Regaining it back. Oh, every time. So as the sun goes down on this day, guess what I was trying to say is I'm going to throw a timer in here off screen because I'm terrible at building them, even though I've done it a bunch of times. Yeah. Alright, I figured it out. Quickly before I show you the non-mess here. Dad! Another one! Man, they run fast. Alright. Anyway, what I was about to say, but when I was so rudely interrupted, is the timings of these. I've got this set to the ups and downs set to 1, and the lefts and rights set to 3. Just a 2-second delay. Okay, standard Etho hopper clock. I was very confused because I've got 2 styles over there. I just pointed at the back of furnaces. This is the one which you already have slime blocks because this uses sticky pistons. The one I couldn't figure out that had the pulse extender was the one when you don't have sticky pistons, because I built that one for the pumpkin and melon farm so early on in this world I hadn't found any slime yet. So anyway, this does work. I need to change the timings a little bit. I've got let's see, 4 and 4, so I've got 8 blocks in there to go back and forth. They feed into the same spot as my button was. I tried having 2 repeaters just coming straight off. Boy, that did not work. So let me turn this on. We can see it in action. Like I said, it is slow, but it is working. We'll load this completely up with fuel. Then we'll throw in our kelp to get some stuff burning through there. Nothing's coming out, is it? We've got weird problems over the other one. And let's see this sucker in action. Here, let's turn it on first. And then we'll do it from the front and it'll look cool. As it doesn't go in and fire. Why is it not going in? It's because they're moving. No, it can't be because they're moving. The whole point of this is because they're moving. You can burn kelp, right? Well, what the heck, man? Has to be on top, doesn't it? Okay, get out of the way, kitty. It's the other one this time. Okay, so when you actually put the hoppers where they belong, it works great. Oh, and as slow as that is, I like our dump system. I might have to try to make that quicker. I don't know how. Maybe put more of these in. Yeah, so I guess speeding up a little bit might work. Ooh, it's kind of nice at night. I was looking around earlier when I was playing here at night. I almost slept and I didn't. This is a really cool effect. The flat world, the torches everywhere. You know that it's flat. You get a nice little bright light, but you still don't have the light pollution as you would in real life. You can still see the sky clearly. So that's nice. So yeah, I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised this worked as well as it did. I'm already out of fuel for there, that's fine. This was, like I said, based on watching a few videos a while ago and just trying to figure stuff out, which I'm trying to do more and more often lately. I'm glad to see it's worked out the last couple of times. Well, yeah, that's good. I like it. I'm surprised. Alright, as always, like, comment, subscribe. I'll talk to everyone later.